Commissioners, we are without our chair and vice chair at the meeting today, so we do need to entertain a motion for a new chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'd like to make a motion to appoint our Commissioner Henley as the chair for this meeting.
Chair Henley?
Yes, hearing the motion in a second, would ask all those in favor to say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you all. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for attending. Excited to be serving as the chair for this evening. The first item on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? No. Hearing none, the ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. I'll move on to agenda item C, approval of the June 26, 2025 meeting minutes. Those were sent out to you all earlier, having a chance to review in advance. I'll need a motion to approve the minutes. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item D on the agenda is the recognition of council members. Councilmember Horton, are you here? Would you like to speak now? Awesome.
I'd like to speak when we're at.
Yeah, if you would please, and just as a matter of housekeeping, any of the public coming to speak, please utilize the first chair.
I'd like to wait to speak on the agenda item itself. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. That would take us to our next item on the agenda, items for deferral and withdrawal. Planning staff will lead us through that.
Sorry, gotta figure this out.
Right, did you recognize the vote last motion?
Chairman, may I just recommend, given the acoustics in the audience, I'd like to suggest that we request that the audience sort of no outbursts, not speak out loud so others can hear what's happening. And then it seems like perhaps the staff could maybe go answer a couple of questions from the audience if you could send someone over to speak with gentlemen. But I would just suggest we ask that the audience respect the discussion happening at the commission.
Absolutely. And I'll also, just as another matter of housekeeping, if you would please silence cell phones and devices. Again, with our acoustics, want to just be mindful of the discussion. Thank you all. Turn it back over to staff.
Okay, items for deferral and withdrawal on tonight's agenda. Starting on page 4 of your agenda, item number 3, 2018 SP 020-002 3325 McGavick Pike Amendment. Staff recommendation is defer to the August 14th meeting. Item number 4, 2024 SP 060-001 1609 4th Avenue North. Staff recommendation is defer to the September 11th meeting. Item number 7, 2025 SP 009-001 1004 and 1104 Cass Street. Staff recommendation is defer to August 14th. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 11, 2024 S139001 Schular Clarksville Highway. Staff recommendation is defer to the August 14th meeting. On page 6 of your agenda, item number 14, 15473P001. Staff recommendation is defer to the August 14th meeting. Item number 15, 2024Z069PR001. Staff recommendation is defer to the August 14th meeting. Item number 16, 2025Z016PR001. Staff recommendation is defer to the August 14th meeting. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 21, 2019 SP 066005, the Curtis Property Amendment. Staff recommendation is defer to August 14th. Item number 22, 2021 SP 041003, 3328 Curtis Street and 0 Lincoln Avenue Amendment. Staff recommendation is defer to August 14th. And on item 8 of your agenda, item number 23, 2025 SP 036001, 14768 Old Hickory Boulevard. Staff recommendation is defer to the August 14th meeting. And I believe that concludes our items for deferral or withdrawal tonight.
Thank you. Just to confirm, those are items 3, 4, 7, 11, 14, 15, 16, 21, 22, and 23.
That's correct.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll need a motion to approve the deferrals or withdrawals. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Great. Motion passes. Thank you all. We'll move to item F, consent agenda. Again, we'll turn it over for staff.
Yeah. Items on our items on our consent agenda tonight. Items noted as tentatively on consent will be read aloud at the beginning of the meeting to determine if there's opposition present. If there's opposition present, the items will be heard by the Planning Commission in the order on the agenda in which they are listed. If no opposition is present, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. Starting on page 3 of your agenda, item number 1, 2025 Z003TX001, final site plan noticing. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 2, 2025 Z004TX001, bar or nightclub parking requirement. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? On page 4 of your agenda, item number 5, 2025 SP 005001, Martin and Merritt. Is anyone here in opposition to this item?
Yes.
This item will be on the agenda to be heard. Item 6, 2025 SP 007001, 13905 Old Hickory Boulevard. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the agenda to be heard. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 8, 2025 SP 010001, 6309 Nolensville Pike. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 9, 2025 SP 015001, Greenside SP. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? Okay, this item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 10, 2025 SP 025001, Radnor Corner SP. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the agenda to be heard. Item number 12, 2025 S108001, 3905 Lund Drive and 3912 Putnam Drive. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will remain on the consent agenda. On page 6 of your agenda, item number 13, 15178P001, Hillcrest Shopping Center Amendment. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be heard. Item number 17, 2025 Z055PR001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the agenda to be heard. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 18, 2025 CP003001, Bordeaux, Whites Creek, Haynes Trinity Community Plan Amendment. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 19, 2025 CP 003-002, Bordeaux Whites Creek Haynes Trinity Community Plan Amendment. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 24, 2025 HL 002-001, 1901 Capers Avenue Historic Landmark Overlay. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 25, 2024 S176001 Brown Acres. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 26, 2025 S086001 Hamilton Subdivision. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will remain on the consent agenda. Item number 27A, 2025 Z044 PR 001, and the associated case item 27B, 95P 029001. Is anyone here in opposition to these items? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 29, 2025 Z039 PR 001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? Sorry, I'll read that one again. Item number 29, 2025 Z039 PR 001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 30, 2025 Z060 PR 001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 31, 2025 Z062 PR 001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 32, 2025 Z066 PR 001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item?
Yes. Okay, I'll shut up. We don't need to- You will? You will? Well, you're gonna. Wait. Yes, I don't know what it is.
Okay, item 32 will be on consent. So now I will run through all of our items on the consent agenda with their captions and recommendations. As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. Starting on page 3 of your agenda, item number 1, 2025 Z003TX001. This is a request to amend Chapter 17 related to final site plan noticing. Staff recommendation is to disapprove the bill as filed and approve a substitute ordinance. Item number 2, 2025 Z004TX001, bar or nightclub parking requirement. This is a request to amend Section 17 of the Metro Code related to parking requirements for bar or nightclubs. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 8, 2025 SP 010-001 6309 Nolensville Pike. This is a request to rezone from AR2A to SP zoning for property at 6309 Nolensville Pike to permit 119 multifamily residential units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 9, 2025 SB 015-001 Greenside SP. This is a request to rezone from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at 2334 Hobson Pike and Hobson Pike unnumbered to permit 105 multifamily residential units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 12, 2025 S108001. This is a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots and remove the reserve status for properties located at 3905 Lund Drive and 3912 Putnam Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 18, 2025 CP 003-001. This is a request to amend the Bordeaux Whites Creek Haynes Trinity Community Plan Amendment by changing the community character policy from suburban neighborhood evolving to suburban neighborhood maintenance for various properties located along and south of Ewing Drive between Knight Drive and Aldrich Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 19, 2025 CP 003-002, Bordeaux Whites Creek Haynes Trinity Community Plan Amendment. This is a request to amend the Bordeaux Whites Creek Haynes Trinity Community Plan Amendment by changing the community character policy from suburban neighborhood evolving to transition policy for properties along South Hamilton Road and River Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 24, 2025 HL 002-001. This is a request to apply a historic landmark overlay district to property located at 1901 Capers Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 25, 2024 S176001 Brown Acres. This is a request for a final plat approval to create 2 lots for property located at 171 Antioch Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions, including an exception to Chapter 3 of the subdivision regulations. Item number 26, 2025 S086001. This is a request for a final plat approval to create 3 lots located at 89, 91, and 93 Lyle Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions, including an exception to Chapter 3 of the subdivision regulations. Item number 27A, 2025Z044PR001. This is a request to rezone from R10 to CS zoning for property located at 2360 Gallatin Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. And the associated case, item 27B, 95P029001. This is a request to cancel a planned unit development overlay district on property located at 2360 Gallatin Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve if the associated zone change is approved and disapprove if the associated zone change is not approved. Item number 29, 2025 Z039PR001. This is a request to rezone from RS15 to R10 zonings for property located at 3905 Lund Drive and 3912 Putnam Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 30, 2025 Z060PR001. This is a request to rezone from RS15 to R15 zoning for property located at 4016 Meadow Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 31, 2025 Z062PR001. This is a request to rezone from SP to DTC zoning for properties located at 170 and 176 2nd Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 32, 2025 Z066PR001. This is a request to rezone from IG to MUIA for properties located along Cowan Court. Staff recommendation is to approve. And under item H, other business, item 33, Legends Drive concept plan extension, bonus height amendment and item 34, bonus height amendment for 1221 Grundy Street. Item 35, new employee contracts for Austin Chen, Trisha Detal, and Akriti Pokral. And item 39, to accept the director's report and approve administrative items.
Thank you for that. So just to confirm the items, I'll read off the numeric numbers. I have item number 1, 2, 8, 9, 12, 18, 19, 24, 25, 26, 27A and 27B, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and item 39.
That's correct.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Just now that we've heard those items listed, I will need a motion to approve the items that are on consent agenda. I see a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The consent agenda is passed. So that leaves the following items to be presented today. Item 5, 6, 10, 13, 17, 20, and 28 A, and B. All other items have been withdrawn, deferred, or passed on the consent agenda. The first item we'll be hearing is item number 5. Those who have come in attendance, but items have been dismissed via the previous action, please exit swiftly. Thank you. Before the public hearing is opened, we do try to stay professional and orderly. I want to make sure that everyone who has come is able to speak and able to be heard. We do want to hear your opinion. Everyone who has come to speak will have 2 minutes. When you come to the front to speak, please use the first chair. It would be to the right as you approach. The microphone will be either on or turned on to assist you when you come to speak. And with that, we will open the public hearing. The applicant, including all members of the applicant team and the property owner, will have 10 minutes to speak and has the right to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. We'll turn over to the applicant or turn over to staff for the presentation for item number 5.
Okay, I think we had some, sorry.
Chairman, our practice is before we begin with the items to be heard, if additional council members have come in, you might see if they are interested in making any comments to the Planning Commission. I see Councilmember Huffman and Councilmember Benedict. Would you want to, before proceeding?
Yes, thank you, Lucy. If either of the council members would like to speak prior to us starting the public hearing? And please use the first chair here. Yep, to your right.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you.
I'll sit down.
We're learning the system as well, so I think that one works.
Am I live? There we go. All right. Thank you very much, Chair, for recognizing me. I was a little bit late. Old habits die hard, and I drove right to the Howard building. So thank you, first off, to everyone for supporting my 2 items, item number 1 and item number 2 on your agenda. Specifically, I want to highlight item number 2, the parking minimum elimination for bars and nightclubs. I think this was low-hanging fruit to add to our problem regarding not having enough housing. I think this is going to allow more density in appropriate areas, so very, very excited about that. And on that note, too, just quickly wanted to lend my voice of support for Councilmember Horton's UDO, item number 28A and B on your agenda today. Why I support it, number 1, we need housing, period, and especially in responsible ways. Specifically, Councilmember Horton has done an excellent job with this plan to incorporate the characteristics of current neighborhoods while also addressing areas where it just makes sense where you can add in density. Councilmember Horton has been extremely transparent through this process as well. To my knowledge, from what I see, I think I know of at least 15 public meetings over the course of the past year and a half. So he's definitely seeing a problem that our city has, and he's tackling it head on, and he's doing it in a way that aligns with characteristics of Nashville Next and the planning department. So just wanted to lend my voice in support for this, and I hope you'll take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Likewise, I was on the phone driving down Second Ave, looking at traffic, going, why is traffic so bad? And I got there and walked to the building and went, I know better. So I'm glad you're here. There's been a lot of meetings in this room over the past couple of weeks. I have an item that I'm going to be sticking around for is item 20. It's in regards to beer and cigarette markets. So I will speak about that when it's time. I'm going to stay for that. What I did want to talk about right now in general comments is my support also for items 28A and B. Councilmember Horton is, well, we are all midway through our term. So we've been on the job 24 months. And he spoke about this type of zoning reform during his campaign. We watch each other, and especially as incumbents, we get to watch other folks that are running. And this is something that people voted him in to do, is what I believe happened. And he's been working diligently and slowly towards a solution that will deliver the type of housing that we need in this city. And I think that the thoughtful plan he's put together, I read the analysis and the thoughtful substitute that the planning department has put together, I think are going to be great for the city. I wish that I wish I would have been working on this for 24 months in District 7 so that we could deliver a similar result. Needing to deliver 90,000 housing units, according to the UHS, over the next 10 years is 9,000 a year. If we did it by 35 districts, that'd be 257 units per district per year. In District 7, we delivered 70 last year. We've got to find a way to improve that number so that we can make sure all Nashvillians can stay here, which is what they've told us that they want. So I encourage you to support that, and I look forward to talking with you when we get to my number 20. Thanks.
Thank you, council member. And want to thank both council members for still showing up and not being deterred. Greatly appreciate that. Now we'll move to items to be considered. And again, starting with item number 5.
That's a great question.
Alrighty. Let's go to. I mean, this will exit out of this. We're going through this slides. All right, can y'all hear me? All right, so this is item number 5, the Martin and Merritt SP. I'll be presenting tonight on behalf of Matt Shank. Can't be here, but happy to be presenting this one. And the request is to rezone properties along Merritt Avenue and Hamilton Avenue from IWD and RM20 ANS to specific plan to permit a mixed-use development. And staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions, including a major modification to the Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill UDO for building setbacks. This case was previously heard at the June 12th, 2025 meeting where it was deferred after a public hearing. The public hearing remains closed. And the commission deferred this item to allow for additional community conversations. The applicant has resubmitted updated plans that include changes to the number of hotel rooms, residential units, and various development standards. Staff notes that some of the additional development standards reflected in the updated plan are private agreements and are not enforceable by Metro. Although the updated plan includes new written standards, no changes to the site plan layout have been made. Additionally, the staff recommendation has been updated to include approval of the major modification for the setback along Hamilton Avenue. And I'll just note that this is not a change in the applicant's request or changes to the site plan, but it includes a recommendation that was inadvertently omitted from the prior staff report. This is the proposed site plan. The plan consists of 3 buildings. The eastern portion of the site includes an existing building to be retained and is identified on the plan as the Vintage Millworks building. At the northwest corner of the site is a 7-story building with a maximum height of 75 feet and will be utilized for a hotel and non-residential uses. In the central portion of the site is a 4-story building with a height of 48 feet to be used for a maximum of 175 multifamily residential units. As a reminder, the site would have access from 2 locations. There's a primary access along Martin Street that would connect to a below-grade parking garage and a loading access along Merritt Avenue. Additionally, the existing access along Merritt Avenue and the parking associated with the Vintage Millworks building would be retained. There's an improved alley located south of the Vintage Millworks building on the eastern portion of the site that is proposed to terminate into the eastern corner of the proposed multifamily building into a T-shaped turnaround for fire access. The unimproved portion of the alley that exists west of the proposed T would be removed. There is no direct vehicular access to the public alley via Hamilton Avenue, and no new alley connection is proposed to the new development, although the existing Vintage Millworks building will continue to have access to the alley. Due to the different policies on the site, staff divided the site analysis based on 2 different subdistricts. Subdistrict 1 includes the northern portions of the site, which is within the T4 urban mixed-use neighborhood policy. This part of the plan includes both commercial and residential uses, which meets the intent of the T4MU policy as the plan incorporates a high-density development pattern, includes a mix of uses, and then also includes an urban design form and improved pedestrian connectivity. Subdistrict 2 includes the southern portions of the site, which is within the T4 urban neighborhood evolving policy. This part of the plan includes solely residential uses, which meets the intent of T4NE policy, and the plan also provides a moderate density development pattern with appropriate building form consistent with an urban neighborhood. Subdistrict 2 is also within the Wedgwood-Houston-Chestnut Hill urban design overlay. This UDO provides guidance for building design, including heights, material standards, and setbacks. The proposed plan incorporates several characteristics of the overlay, including heights consistent with the UDO guidance, building materials, and articulation requirements. The UDO also has requirements for a contextual setback for street-facing facades. As a reminder, modification for the UDO standards is needed for contextual setbacks. The exhibit on the screen shows the proposed setbacks along Hamilton Avenue. The proposed building is designed in a trident pattern with a varied front setback line that ranges from 6 feet to 99 feet. The portions of the building with setbacks of 6 and 8 feet are closer than the required contextual setback, which is 20 feet. And this deviation will require major modification to the UDO standards, as the modification is more than 25%. Staff is supportive of the modified setbacks given the building's location and trident design. It provides a varied setback along Hamilton Avenue and allows for additional open space between the building and the street. And as I noted previously, this modification is not a new request for this plan or the result of any changes made to the plan since the original Planning Commission. And in summary, staff finds that the proposed SP meets the general goals of the associated policy on the site. And our recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions, including a major modification to the Wedgwood-Houston-Chestnut Hill UDO for building setbacks.
Thank you. So we will now open the public hearing. The applicant and all members of the applicant team will have a collective of 10 minutes and has the right to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Good afternoon. Kim Hawkins with Hawkins Partners here.
Could you make sure the mic is on?
That's better. Good afternoon. I'm Kim Hawkins with Hawkins Partners here representing Samara Road and the development team. I will say, first of all, I want to thank all of those who came to the June meeting and participated in the public hearing. And we appreciate the comments from the Planning Commission at that time that asked that we have one more community meeting. And Councilwoman Vo asked for that as well, which we did on July the 7th, very well attended, about 60 persons in place. Councilwoman Vo had given us a list of 8 items right after the last Planning Commission meeting, asking if we would clarify some of the language in the SP. So I want to note that that language was in the SP already, but we felt like there were ways it could be clearer to better communicate to the community. So a list of those items were the height of the residential building has been further reduced to a maximum of 4 stories in both character districts. And then some of the additional clarifying notes that have been added to the SP was that the rooftop pool bar operating restrictions were limited both for lighting and open hours. The alley construction access restrictions were very clearly spelled out for alley number 1805. No access to that alley either by the development or during construction, with a requirement to repave and repair that alley after construction. Requirements that we provided for a complete construction parking plan and all applicable construction working hour restrictions. The MULANS zoning restriction for the mill property, which, if you all recall, is the historic industrial building that is being retained as a part of the SP. There was a table, just to be perfectly clear, there was a table of all permitted uses was added to the SP. There was a clarification that the open space in the final plan was an increase of 1,570 square feet. There were additional off-site sidewalk improvements that were added on the south side of Hamilton and the south side of Merritt to the east. So that was the clarifying language. I do know that you all have in your packet a note from Councilwoman Vo, who is all the way around the world right now, but sent in a letter of her support. And I know that SNAP also sent a letter, though it may have been received late. And I have it written here and have been asked to read it. It says, neighborhood leaders of SNAP met with the developer Samara Road on June 24th to address community's concerns, and followed up that meeting to the SP were made and presented to the neighborhood in a public meeting on July 7th. With those revisions, we believe the proposed development is ready to move forward for council consideration. And that's from the SNAP board. And again, you should have that, but it may have been received late. With that, I will ask Matthew Kuhn to continue.
Yeah, Matthew Kuhn, here on behalf of Samara Road. Really don't have much to add. Really want to say Andrew Donchez from Samara Road wishes he could be here. He was taken away on business, so he cannot be here, but wants to thank planning staff, all of you commissioners, especially Councilwoman Vo for all of her work and effort here, and all of the neighbors and neighborhood organizations who have been a part of this process for really 2.5, 3 years to get this project to this point. We truly believe that we have, through that input and through that iterative process, we've come up with a better project for the neighborhood and a better project for the city of Nashville. And we would appreciate your support.
Thank you. We defer 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Would like to ask at this time if there is anyone in the audience wanting to speak in support. If you are willing to speak in support, please utilize the first chair. If no one acknowledges that they're willing to speak in support, I will ask if there are any who are willing to speak in opposition.
I am. I'd like to let the owners do what they.
Sir, excuse me, if you would please, just for the record, state your name and yes, take a seat.
Eugene
And
Harris Nelson, born in Nashville.
Mr. Nelson, if you would please, could you utilize the microphone just so we can capture your comments for record? Thank you.
Correct. I think you said to put in the. There you go. Thanks. I would like to let the owners do what they want. Got it. And I thought there was too many restrictions. Got it. Yeah, so I'd just like to put my name on the record and saying that I thought there were too many restrictions to that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support or opposition? And if it's support, will you please identify that as you approach? If it's opposition, please identify that.
It's opposition. Rick Sadowski, 523 Moore Avenue, Nashville. I had 4 points I wanted to bring up. One was, and I brought this up last time, we had discussed the whole situation regarding traffic in that area. I went back, I looked at the reports, I got more information regarding that traffic. I saw it was actually reported that it was done back in November of last year, the study. So it's been almost 10 months since that's been done. A lot of construction's been done on Martin Avenue since then. There's a lot more traffic since then. So I was trying to understand exactly how that was reviewed by the committee, and is there going to be another study involved regarding that traffic? Because things have changed dramatically. The other question I have is when I looked at the reporting and it showed when that traffic study was done, it said there was 20 dwellings and 135 rooms in the hotel. But it seems like there's much more going on with this hotel in this area than was originally reported. So I just like some clarity on that, if I can, from the group. Parking at this hotel. I got the report. I talked over with a few other people regarding 241 spots are right now set up for this hotel. If there is 165 rooms in this hotel and 175 dwellings in this area, even if you take 2/3 of that, that's 227 people driving in for 241 spots. How is that making sense as far as where are people parking? The streets are going to be overwhelmed. You got restaurants, you got guests, you have workers. How is that making sense? I definitely would love more clarity on that. The pool, I did hear that they're addressing that, so I'm glad they're doing that. And then the last thing I had on my side was the sidewalks. I did see they added some additional sidewalk construction that they're going to do for the hotel. I would like them to also consider Moore Avenue as part of that, because that will be needed, because a lot of people will be parking there.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Or anyone else wishing to speak on the item at all? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed, and I will allow the 2-minute rebuttal from the applicant.
Looks like they're.
Is the applicant willing to forego the 2-minute rebuttal?
I think the biggest thing is just to say how much we appreciate the opportunity to go back to the community and to be able to have that very full meeting with them on July the 7th. I do want to clarify the numbers. I think that you all are aware of this, but the hotel numbers are 150. That is the number. That's the number that has been reduced, and this was done with counsel from Councilwoman Vo. The residential units are now at 175. Again, that was done very specifically with Councilwoman Vo and with the community. The parking numbers, we're meeting the code. We actually have 340 parking spaces and are meeting the intent of the UDO and the UZO by having maximum parking numbers or the minimum parking numbers. This site is served on 4 different sides from 4 different transit lines, which I think is a wonderful thing to make this be a true transit-oriented development with the access to that. With any other questions, we'd be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. With the rebuttal being concluded, I now will close the public meeting. Well, our esteemed Chair Atkins often looks to you, Commissioner Clifton, to get us started when we have our first case. So I'll echo that this time. I think he often does that.
So, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we're familiar on the commission with these things being referred back for more discussion. And I wish all of the times when that happens, there would be as many clear-cut changes, concessions, and just more listening that seems to have gone on in this last few weeks. I wish all of those referrals could be like this, because it does seem like a lot of things have been met straightforwardly. And while I sense that not everybody's thrilled with this, I think there are many more believers in it. And it is an urban part of Nashville, which is still something we have to get used to. We don't always remember it that way because it's just a different thing in the last 15 or 20 years. And people who've been here a long time just kind of don't quite believe it, including me sometimes. But I just appreciate the tenor of the comments from both sides of this. I'm prepared to support it, and I appreciate being asked to give my opinion first.
Thank you, Commissioner Clifton. Any of the other commissioners? Commissioner Allen?
I did want to address the question that was brought up about the traffic study. I know that we're focused on land use and against the policy, but just for future reference or just educational purposes, when those traffic studies take place, is there like an expiration or is there anything that would warrant that traffic study to be done again or updated?
Sure. So can you all hear me okay? So generally when traffic studies are done, any sort of background traffic, so projects that have been approved or in the pipeline, they're included in that analysis. And so if something was under construction, it would have been included in the analysis of the traffic study that was done at that time. So it would be that this one is still accurate because it would have already taken into account those things that have come online.
Is the vintage millwork keeping its existing use, or is it being reused, repurposed?
Sorry, this would allow for a range of uses. I'm not sure what is staying in there, but the building is being protected. And so this SP envisions that building stays as is currently configured, but they have flexibility with uses. We don't sort of get into as much what uses go into those mixed-use parts of mixed-use buildings. We just are working towards what would be allowed.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Their commissioner would like to make a motion?
Make a motion that we approve item 5.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. And the ayes have it. The motion passes. We will now move on to item number 6.
Okay, Dustin Shane, item 6. This is an SP on Old Hickory Boulevard. So this is a request to rezone property located at 13905 Old Hickory Boulevard from AR2A to specific plan for 237 residential units. Our recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. So some case history. This was presented at the June 12th meeting after a public hearing was held, and that public hearing was closed. We're now recommending that be reopened. At that meeting, the Planning Commission requested additional information about the existing home and the property's historical value, the feasibility of a roundabout at the four-way intersection, and the incorporation of an invasive plant removal and management plan. An update on that. So we have added 3 conditions here. One, for the preservation of the original stone foundation of that home, also with a new programmed amenity structure there, potentially a greenhouse or some interpretive type of structure to be put on that foundation as an amenity for that community and to be preserved in open space. The existing stone wall as well will be preserved and potentially relocated, but mostly preserved on the site. Second, there's a condition for a roundabout at the four-way intersection with the new collector, with the final design to be
determinate final site plan. And then third, an invasive species removal plan along Indian Creek there on site. So just a refresher on the project itself, zoned AR2A, requesting SP zoning. There's an existing house, as I said, with a stone wall at the northern portion of the site along OHB. Planning staff met on site, reviewed information provided by historical staff and the applicant, and determined that the structure was not able to be preserved without complete reconstruction. Staff's therefore recommending an alternative option that would require the original stone foundation of the structure to be preserved, and the applicant will work to incorporate an interpretive landscape-oriented amenity or feature. The site's within the T3 suburban neighborhood evolving and conservation policy areas, conservation policies for the stream buffers, including Indian Creek on site. The site plan here is shown. Again, it's for 237 units, 97 multifamily, 140 single-family lots. A proposed collector avenue traverses the site from east to west, consistent with the MCSP, and stubs at the western and northeastern property boundaries to allow for future extensions. Staff found the plans consistent with T3 suburban neighborhood evolving policy with regard to the range of housing types, bulk standards, and connectivity. Plan meets conservation policy by avoiding Indian Creek, stream buffers, and the floodplain. So our recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Is the applicant present? Wonderful. You have 10 minutes collectively, and again, have the right to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. Will you make sure the microphone is on?
Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom White, 500 11th Avenue North. I represent the applicant in this case. Would request 2 minutes for deferral. At the front end, I'll make the comment there's been another strong letter of recommendation by the district council person, which was sent down here and received again. And I would start at the outset by commenting that there was significant input at the public hearing when this matter was heard back on June 12. The basic issue had to do with whether something could be done with the structure of the house. As was read by the staff, after a meeting on site, reviewing information by historic as well as by my client, there was a determination the structure was not able to be preserved without complete reconstruction. Based upon that, there were additional conditions which they requested of my client, all of which my client agreed to, and in meetings and in communication with the staff, those have been outlined, the staff's enumerated them, dealing with the foundation, a roundabout, and the invasive species removal plan. So we respectfully ask that it be approved. Michael Garrigan's here from Dale and Associates, dealing with specifically the invasive species removal. Thank you for your courtesies. We're asking for approval today.
Thank you. My name is Michael Garrigan, 516 Heather Place. I'm a civil engineer with Dell and Associates. I do want to take a moment to just thank staff, Bob, Lisa, Lucy, and Matt. It was really all hands on deck on this one to figure out the best thing to do with the existing home. And I think I'm confident that we've gotten to a point on that it is going to be fantastic. Speaking specifically to the invasive species removal plan, there's about 20 acres of the property that is floodway buffer, and stream buffer, and we have agreed to remove the invasives within that area. That's a large area, and what we've agreed to with staff is to, as the staff report states, to submit that with the final site plan, the final SP, that would outline the scopes, the techniques, the professionals involved, and the timing of when that would take place. But that is something that we have fully agreed to do. With that, we'll reserve the remainder for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any in the audience wishing to speak in support? Any wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening. thank you to all the Metro departments who worked diligently on this since the previous meeting. On behalf of the Cane Ridge neighbors, please consider these small but important tweaks to the conditions that were added. On condition number 2, please use a more inclusive word like curtilage to clearly identify the protection intent of all of the stone walls, all of the stone works, including the foundation. The reason we're asking for this is we have experienced several times where projects change hands, and if the wording was unclear in the least little bit, then the community ended up suffering for it. So we just want it to be crystal clear. Also, on condition 2, with regard to community access, please ensure the language keeps the historical spot available for reasonable visits from the community. It restricts it by saying for the proposed subdivision. I specifically asked the developer before the meeting, and he said that because it'll be within the HOA, they don't want it opened up to others. But, my response was surely the intent isn't to preserve those walls and create gardens and stuff and do educational stuff and then restrict it from the community in which it exists. So please remove that underlined portion. We don't want the walls preserved only to then go down there and see no trespassing residents only signs. It's going to be between a park and a greenway and across from an 1800s log cabin. It would be reasonable to post it as closed after a certain hour, certain times of the day, that sort of thing. I would note that many developments in Cane Ridge have spots such as cemeteries and placards that are visited without any trouble by community members from time to time. On condition 4 for the invasives, it specifies along the creek. The community has asked and received from other developers that they do an invasives removal plan for the whole property in perpetuity as part of their regular maintenance of their open areas. We expect the same from this developer. It's almost senseless to only do it along the creek that they're going to turn over to Metro and not touch the fields where the Callery pears are growing right now and about to seed everything else. They're only agreeing to remove invasives from the portion of the property that they're going to turn over to Metro. They're exempting themselves what will become their own green spaces. This is really important for our community. The residents of Davidson County are going to pay forevermore for the maintenance of that planned greenway. And if the developer is not required to maintain their own open spaces against invasives, it's going to place an unreasonable burden on taxpayers forevermore. Conditions that are not listed, please add the condition that the developer cooperate with Metro historic and active community groups to develop historical markers, educational signage, and other learning opportunities. We discussed this before, but I don't see it reflected in there. And for the Metro Park, I have additional recommendations in consideration of the homicide that occurred on the nearby greenway. We ask that they design access that will accommodate emergency vehicles, that they research, consider, and implement where possible the most current safety by design standards to include infrastructure for future emergency call boxes or whatever is known to be the best thing to do at that time. And in consideration of the adjacent Metro Park property, please reconsider whether it might be appropriate to ask this developer to remove invasives along that part of Indian Creek too. And I want to point out that there's another stream feeding Indian Creek right there that also needs to be included. Mr. Patterson has repeatedly said that he will only do what Metro tells him to do. Therefore, please add or modify these conditions listed on behalf of the community. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there any others wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no others, I will turn it back over to the applicant for rebuttal.
Chairman, we appreciate your courtesies and the issues that have been discussed here at the table by the people that are speaking against have been exhaustively looked at and dealt with by the staff of the Planning Commission. We have repeatedly said that we would work with not just the staff of the Planning Commission, but also the councilman for the area who has been more than conscientious and sent another letter down talking about the plan as submitted has ample opportunity to be heard throughout public engagement He was aware of what's been done with respect to historic, supports that. Again, I won't read his letter, but it's, I think, the second or third time he's written down a letter of support. He's out of town at the present time. But specifically with respect to the issue raised, the first one was the foundation. It can't be any clearer about what the staff's requiring about the foundation. We've agreed to it. With respect to open to the public, I don't know of any HOA that allows the public to have access to it because of liability purposes. There are places in Nashville where there's public areas, cemeteries, and others where the public is welcome, but I don't know HOAs that do that, again, because of liability purposes. With respect to the invasive, I've really never heard of a developer doing something forever about invasive. And I'll submit that basically any plan for invasive removal must be approved by the Planning Commission, Stormwater, and the Forestry Division. Whatever they tell us to do, we're going to, but we've submitted that plan and would respectfully submit that be recognized. With respect to the historical marker, those historical markers, I've been involved with those myself. They're done by different metro agencies. Whatever metro agency would approve the metro historical marker, we would agree to do that. And so we'd respectfully ask that if there are any questions, we would answer them, but we have had exhaustive debate about this. We would urge that the commission approve the staff recommendation, as was the recommendation we were here back on June 12. We continue to dialogue with the neighbors. As the councilman has said, we've had exhaustive discussions about this. Respectfully, we'd ask that this plan be approved as the staff has recommended. Right on time. Thank you. If there's any questions, we'll answer them.
Thank you. And after hearing the rebuttal from the applicant, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Commissioners, before I start our discussion, I would like to acknowledge a letter from Councilmember Rutherford, and this was, I believe, the letter that was referenced in the applicant's remarks. So please take a moment to review that as well. But to kick off our discussion, I went to my right last time, so Commissioner Allen, hopefully you're prepared to give remarks if you have any on this particular case.
I will do my best. Generally speaking, I think this plan, as presented, is in line with the policy for this area. I did want to ask about the foundation of the old house that is on the site. Is there a way to, can you, I guess, show me exactly, I guess, on this site plan where that lands in the plan? Or is there
So the house, if you're looking at, this is the existing site. It's up in the very top middle, right along Old Hickory Boulevard. House is up there close to the road. There's a circle, there's basically a circle right above where it is, you can see.
Okay, so in the plan, it is, if, I know there was a comment about it being access to the public, and I know there was another comment about HOA and liability, and I don't know, any of that, but if it were possible for it to be accessed for the public, I just wanted to make sure that it was in a place that wasn't a disturbance to the community as a whole. So it looks like it's kind of positioned right at the entrance of the subdivision in the plan, the new plan.
It is right at the entrance, yes.
Okay. Other than that, I don't have any other questions. Again, I think that it is in line with the policy, but I'll allow any other commissioners to make any comment.
Commissioner Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I remember this last time we were here. The issue was about the significance of the house, whether it was historical or not. And as I understand it, it can be torn down except to the foundation, and that remains the part. Okay. All right. And then the other thing, a matter of clarification, I've never heard the word invasive species. And I'm just wondering what that consists of and what would be done to remove that. I'm just for curiosity. What?
Pardon me. Invasive species are anything that's not native to Nashville.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Basically, I was going to say they were just non-native trees or species that don't typically grow in Tennessee. So we would have to have a plan that identifies what trees are existing and then what trees would be removed. And that would be done with the final site plan along the Indian Creek to determine what are not native Tennessee species.
I would like to add that it's not just non-native species, but the term invasive means that these plant species from other countries or other parts of the country, they grow quickly and they crowd out native species and they become sort of a monoculture that reduces biodiversity and it impacts, wildlife and birds and things like that.
Is that it, Commissioner? Any other commission? Councilmember Gavel.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question along the lines of the invasive species. It does say in the conditions that the applicant shall submit the invasive species removal plan along Indian Creek. But the comment was made about the common areas. So I guess my question is, would that be the responsibility, would that be included in this final site plan review? And if not, how would the invasive species, or if there are any invasive species in the common area, how would that be addressed?
I mean, when we looked at that condition, what we looked at is basically this site will be developed. So much of the site will eventually be developed and some trees will be removed where the homes are proposed. We looked at the priority being the area along Indian Creek where the trees will remain and in the undisturbed areas that stormwater requires to be undisturbed. So it's a plan that is implemented with the first development, but is not going to be required for perpetuity on the site. So that's not something what we found was not typical. We looked at other cities that had these types of plans, and that would be a burden to the homeowners association who pay homeowners fees to have to do that on a continual basis. And we don't have any requirements in our zoning code for these plans. So we looked at this based on the discussion at the last meeting as a reasonable condition to move forward with this project that would protect the areas that were going to remain undisturbed.
Thank you for that explanation. That does very well clear up and I agree with you to have into perpetuity is unreasonable. But I appreciate that you mentioned that during the development stage, a lot of those invasive species will be removed anyway. So thank you for that clarification.
Commissioners, any other discussion or other comments? Commissioner Clifton.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to make two comments. One, to express appreciation for the detailed comments by the community group. It's always refreshing to have detailed, thoughtful questions from the community that have been well thought out. I don't know that, I'm not prepared to defer that until some of those are looked at further or incorporated, but I do think it's helpful to us to have that consistent input from the community. I know we have a whole letter from Councilman Rutherford, but I don't intend to read that. If you'll give me the permission to read two paragraphs, which I think are kind of important for how I'm considering my vote.
Sure, Commissioner.
All right. He says, I'm very pleased and appreciative of the time by your staff in looking into this matter in greater detail and confirming that the structure in question is not able to be preserved without complete reconstruction. I'm also very pleased that the applicant has continued to cooperate with your staff in accepting an alternative proposal that requires the original foundation of the structure to be preserved and also to work to incorporate an interpretive landscape oriented for an amenity feature. So I think that's a good summary of how much work has gone into this, and I'm prepared to support this proposal.
Thank you for those remarks, Commissioner. Is there any other discussion or a motion? Commissioner Leslie.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions.
It's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, motion passes. Thank you all.
Thank you for the courtesy.
We'll proceed to item number 10 on our agenda. Yes, please begin. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeremiah, presenting item number 10 on the agenda tonight. This is a request to permit 5 multi-family residential units. And staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The approximately 0.45 acre site is comprised of 2 lots which have been developed with single-family residential land uses. The site has frontage on McClellan Avenue. The subject site is located west of Nolensville Pike, which is classified as an arterial boulevard in the Major and Collector Street Plan. The site is within a half mile of several good transit stops along Nolensville Pike. Surrounding properties are zoned RS 7.5 CS R8A, while surrounding land uses include single-family residential, 1 and 2 family residential, and commercial uses. The proposed site plan is shown on the screen. The plan proposes 5 multi-family detached residential units. Units 1 to 3 are oriented towards McClellan Avenue, while units 4 and 5 are located at the rear of the site and oriented to an open space. The proposed units are rear loaded with 2 car garages. All units are proposed with a maximum height of 2 stories in 30 feet. There is an existing unimproved alley right-of-way located along the eastern property line. The plan shows the widening and improvement of the alley. A 5-foot landscape buffer is proposed along the western property lines. Staff has added a condition to increase the landscape buffer along the western property line, beginning at the northern boundary of the private drive, to provide a denser buffer for the rear units which are oriented to an open space. The site is located within the T4 Urban Neighborhood Development Policy Area. T4 any areas will have higher densities with a broader range and integrated mixture of housing types, providing more housing choice. Staff reviewed the proposed SP against the T4 any policy goals for consistency and finds that the proposed SP is consistent with the goals of the policy. The location and relationship of the site between the existing commercial corridor to the east may support the increase in intensity proposed with this SP. The proposed height of all units at 2 stories is consistent with the policy guidance of 1 to 3 story buildings. The site has access to existing mass transit with several good transit stops located along Nolensville Pike. And proposed site was consistent with the MCSP, which will enhance the pedestrian environment and provide alternative modes of transportation. The orientation of the rear units to the open space is in line with the T4 any policy goals of orienting buildings to the street or an open space. Overall, staff finds that the proposed SP meets the goals of the T4 any policy and recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Is the applicant present? You have 10 minutes, and you have the right to reserve 2 for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jeremiah. I'm Roy Dale at Dell & Associates. Appreciate the opportunity to meet with you today. Here we go. So this property, as mentioned, is in like a neighborhood evolving policy, but when we designed this plan, we almost did it as a maintenance policy because the buildings that are adjacent to this sit far back. And although we could come closer to the street, we decided not to do that. Also, we didn't put any driveways in the front as well. So this is all going to be accessed off an alley that's an unimproved alley right now that's going to take quite a bit of effort to move some utilities and quite a bit of expense. But all these buildings will be actually accessing off the alley itself. Originally, we had 6 units. We removed a unit to create an open space and a stormwater area in the back. From what we understand that there may be some off-site drainage running through the site. So, I think it's a pretty good plan. Another council member had like a community-wide meeting, but I've met with some property owners today for the first time. They have some questions that are relatively minor, and I would like to work with them on that. So let's just hear what they say. I'll reserve 2 minutes, and we'll go from there. But I appreciate your time, your efforts. I appreciate council staff, planning commission staff, and all the staff. And so I'll just wait and see what the people that have to speak in opposition or concern what they have to say, and then I'll come back and we'll probably come up with a good conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, is there anyone in the audience willing to speak in support? Seeing none, if there are none, any willing to speak in opposition? Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes, and please state your name and make sure that the microphone is on for us so we can record your comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deborah McClure, and I've never done anything like this before. But when we purchased our home, which is at 410 McClellan, which is right beside 406 and 408 where this is being proposed, it was one of the nicest homes in the area this side of the railroad tracks in Nolensville Road. When the current owner bought 406 and 4, we raised 3 children there and now have 4 grandchildren enjoying our backyard. And when the current owner bought 406 and 408, both properties were in need of many repairs. They have been rented with people living there in poor conditions. Nothing has been done to upkeep them since they were bought in 2013. I feel that I need to say the owner of this property has needed to be reminded almost every year of the overgrowth needing attention every time it has gotten out of hand by a text from me or a call and letter from codes. For years, 408 has had standing water in the basement, so now the owner is asking to put 5 multi-family homes to rent next to us. This gives us around 10 crowded families on 2 very small lots, becoming very slummy in less than 5 years, I guarantee you. When the owner having the history of not doing normal yard work and home repairs has been the history so far. I'm here with my 4 grandchildren, and this is their future home. We have lived there 35 years to hopefully leave them this property when we pass on. At this time, we are hoping to have greater property value for many years of enjoying our little piece of backyard pleasures. You want to give us 10 families next door with little to no backyard for them. Why not 2 duplexes with an A and B? This would give the owner 4 rentals. Why allow them to fill up the lots with 5 multifamily homes right next to us, 5 feet from us? Building homes in the backyard changes the privacy and use of our yard. We also ask you to keep in mind we have...
That's your time. Thank you.
Okay. Please, God. We're right next door. They want to put 10 people right next door to us.
My name is John McClure, and with my wife that you just heard, we own 410 McClellan Avenue. I had a lot of notes here, but during the time that we got to this point, I was able to talk to Mr. Dale about a lot of my concerns, and he was able to address them. And while I'm still would not like to have a whole lot of houses built around our backyard, it does seem like maybe with a little bit of discussion between the owner, between the architect, that we could maybe reach some agreements and find a way to see what would work best for all of us. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to come up with the best answer, but it's not near as bad as I was initially going to propose to here, because I thought we were going to have 10 families. It turns out it is 5. Is that correct? So multifamily is... to us was concerning per building, and so we find out now that it is not. So answers have come in just the last 15, 20 minutes that we would like to address further. I don't know how this works because it's not something we've ever done before. The deferred has been one of the words that I've heard from gentlemen to talk to everybody and see what we can work out with property owner. That's basically it. So thanks for your time to listen to me, and let's see what we can work out here.
Yes, thank you both for coming down. Anyone else that's wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I'll turn it back. No problem.
For y'all. I've never done anything like this either. Let me see. My name is Tiffany McClure. I'm in opposition. I grew up at 410 McClellan Avenue, my 28 years of life there. Now I'm raising my 3 children in the same home. For the past 35 years, my parents have cherished this peaceful single-family home community in the heart of Nashville. Today, I'm speaking out against the proposed 406 and 408. I'm changing it now that I just heard what my dad says. Sorry, guys. Let's see. More cars on our narrow street put children and pedestrians at our risk. We have no sidewalks and high rate speeding cars going up our dead-end street. And what's more concerning is how this plan was introduced quietly and at the last minute, with little to no communication with the existing residents. Despite that, within less than 24 hours, I created a petition, and I got 66 supporters in the 16th district that signed my petition, and I did email it, but I was a little late on that, sorry. And, I think that response speaks volumes. We are not against progress, but it must be thoughtful and transparent and in the best interest of our community. With so many vacant, unaffordable apartment units already in Nashville, what we need is more affordable single-family housing, not dense development squeezed onto small lots so landlords can profit, especially when they've shown little care for their properties in the past. I respectfully urge the planning committee to stand with the families who built their lives here, and let's preserve the integrity of McClellan Avenue for us and generations to follow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, turn it back over to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was out in the hallway trying to work this out, and all of a sudden we're on. So anyway, I suggested that we defer this because the questions were really not major in nature, and there was confusion about the number of units, especially. There's 5 units, there's not 10 units. There's a sidewalk. There's not a lot of community benefits that's a part of this plan. And so if we could do that, if we could defer to the next meeting, I don't think this slows anything down from the council level because it's so late. I don't think anything's going to go to the council anyway till next month. And so if it goes anytime next month, it's still going to proceed to the public hearing in October, I believe. So I think it's beneficial to have just a sit down with these neighbors. I think that they would appreciate that, and I know that we can come back with something, just add a few notes to the plan or some conditions to the plan that I think will make them happy. So I would like to hopefully ask that y'all defer this until the next meeting, which is the 14th, I believe, of August.
Does that conclude your remarks?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. With the applicant's remarks being concluded, I'll close the public hearing. So, commissioners, we did have something introduced to us, which was a deferral from an opportunity for deferral or request for deferral from the applicant. I think in the interest of utilizing this time, I think it would be good to hear feedback from you all since we have had the presentation, we have had a public hearing, and so I would like to do that. And so if commissioners, if there's any comments that you would like to make, I think it's always informative to our staff and even the applicant in the community if we do so. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Chair, and I support the request for referral or deferral. I think that is a good way to move forward to allow more community engagement and allow the applicant to work with the community and the council member. I'm not sure where the council member is, but the opportunity to get more engagement and work out a plan that works for everyone. So I am just wanting to speak in support of the deferral and appreciate the applicant offering that request.
Yeah. Commissioner?
Thank you.
I would agree with that as well. It's refreshing to see the applicant be willing to have further discussion with the community, especially with the concerns that they do have. I would say to the community, though, that it's a very challenging position here in Nashville with the housing availability. And so we all struggle with not wanting it in our back door. And we have to all kind of consider that it is really tough, here in this city. And a lot of people that can't afford, in some of the more areas that have more acreage and things like that, have no other choice. But I am encouraged to hear further discussion about it, and I would agree with the deferral as well.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Clifton?
Obviously, I've had too much coffee today. I'm talking every other case, but I agree. I appreciate Mr. Dale's suggestion. I do want to point out that, as most of you know, the commission in past fairly recent hearings about this general area has not been entirely interested in just density, period, for its own sake in large areas, nor have we been, and I hope people didn't get the wrong idea, that we were against any sort of intensification of use. That's not going to happen. There's any number of reasons that we as a city have to want to have more intense use up to a degree in some parts that are close to major streets and things like this. So while I do think that there are reasons why people in that area would be skittish about anything, any change, I think this could be a good starting point for some, some more understanding about the need that people have for residential area, for residential living close to major streets. So I'm very much in favor of the suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tibbs?
Did staff also look at the configuration of the units? Is that kind of the best use for allocating for the site? Just curious.
Yeah, we did work with the applicant on the layout of these units. And I mean, it was important to us to have access from the existing alley, and they agreed to make improvements to that alley so that they wouldn't have driveways on the fronting the street. And that would allow the sidewalk to be placed in front of the units along McClellan. So yes, we did work with the applicant to place the units where they're shown on this plan. And we were satisfied that this was the best layout for this property.
Any other discussion? Well, before calling for a motion, I would like to say a couple things. I think first and foremost, appreciation for those who came down to speak. I think the sincerity of your comments is felt and understood by our commission. But I think also it speaks to the importance of coming to these meetings and having these opportunities, because there's a lot of times information is just either inaccurate or unclear, and there's opportunity for those things to become more clear. So I just wanted to state that, and then. Also wanted to say a few things specifically about the property. I think, with this property sitting in a transition area where it immediately abuts residential and commercial and is along one of our major corridors, those areas are one that I know as a whole that our planning department is looking at how to best manage. And so I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into this. I know there's a looking through a lens of what's current and then also a lens of planning for the future. But I think it is some things that stood out as very mindful to me were the two-story restrictions and the overall height, being very mindful of the adjacent properties, and then obviously the utilization of the alleys and the improvement of that public access. And there, I think one thing that I wanted to state to those that came to speak in opposition, I think it is a more of a holistic approach that needs to be taken in communities like this one. I'm very familiar with the street. where there has been some road calming that has taken place in that area. A lot of times people don't think that dead-end streets are kind of a priority for some of that. And I think that's something that the council member can definitely bring forward when you think about access to that street right off of a corridor like Nolensville. So just wanted to put that out there as well. But with those comments being said and not seeing for any further discussion from the fellow commissioners, is there a motion?
Sure, make a motion to defer for one meeting.
I have a motion and a second. Would assume there's no further discussion. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing no opposition, the motion passes. And thank you all. The next item for us on the agenda would be item 13.
Chair, I did want to make one note. The next meeting will also be here. So I don't think we mentioned that earlier during the deferral. Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa. Laszlo, please feel free to proceed as you're ready.
Okay, so this is item number 13. Well, let me get this on the slide, actually. Okay. Here we go. So item number 13, PUD amendment at 5845 Charlotte Pike. The request is to amend a portion of a PUD to permit a self-service storage use. And staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The application consists of one parcel totaling 7.66 acres located along the south side of Charlotte Pike. The property is within a planned unit development that contains a one-story self-service storage building, a one-story commercial strip shopping center, and a one-story neighborhood supermarket. The PUD master plan includes the subject property and neighboring properties, including the adjacent parcels at 320 Lelliott Street and 5825 Charlotte Pike. The wider surrounding area includes properties zoned CS, RM20, and RM9, while surrounding land uses include multifamily residential, religious institution, office, restaurant, and commercial strip shopping center. The PUD was originally approved as a commercial PUD in 1978 for retail shopping center uses. In 1979, there was a PUD amendment, which was approved to merge two PUDs into a master plan and added a neighborhood supermarket, a drugstore, and another retail space to the existing commercial PUD. Over the years, the PUD has been approved for various commercial uses, including a revision in 1997 that changed the use of the former department store building from retail to self-service storage. The site is within the T4 Urban Mixed-Use Neighborhood Policy Area, which intends to maintain, enhance, and create urban mixed-use neighborhoods with a development pattern that contains a variety of housing, along with mixed-use commercial, institutional, and even light industrial development. The site is also within the Conservation Policy Area. Conservation policy on the site is associated with some slopes on the property along the frontage and along the back side of the existing one-story self-service storage building. However, the newly proposed building, which we'll take a look at on the next slide, is located outside of these areas and does not propose to disturb these features. The proposed amendment is to permit an increase in the allowable square footage for additional self-service storage. The new building will be located between the existing self-service storage building and then a retail shopping building. The new building is proposed with a total area of 47,993 square feet and a maximum height of 3 stories and 30 feet. The site is accessed from Charlotte Pike and utilizes the existing private drive network. The plan provides a parking analysis that shows that the proposed parking spaces can accommodate the additional square footage for the self-storage structure and the existing uses in the entire PUD. The parking areas on adjacent lots are staying the same, while the parking area called out on the subject property is being enhanced with striping and landscape islands to bring the parking lot into compliance. With the addition of the new building and the parking lot configuration, the property will have a total of 189 spaces, resulting in a total of 394 spaces across the entire PUD. So this newly proposed building would increase the total area of permitted uses more than 10% beyond the total floor area that was last approved by Metro Council, and therefore a PUD amendment is required to increase the square footage. As the request is an amendment to the preliminary PUD plan, a subsequent final site plan would be required and evaluated against the preliminary plan if approved. Overall, staff finds the proposed amendment meets the general goals of the T4 Urban Mixed-Use Neighborhood Policy. Self-storage is an existing use permitted by the PUD, and the remainder of the PUD contains various commercial activities. And the requested additional self-service storage structure is in keeping with the current mix of surrounding land uses, and it meets the original intent of the PUD to provide commercial opportunities. The orientation of the building is internal to the site and facing the existing self-service storage building. And the orientation is appropriate given the relationship of both buildings to one another and the compatible self-storage uses. Additionally, the plan utilizes the existing shared access on the site, which is supported by the policy, which has a goal to avoid multiple curb cuts and create circulation throughout the site. The staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions.
Thank you. Is applicant present? Applicant team will collectively have 10 minutes and feel free to reserve 2 of those minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. I would like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal, please. I'm Commissioner Henley. Commissioners, I'm John Cooper with the law firm Holland & Knight, 511 Union Street in Nashville. I'm here representing Extra Space Storage, who is the owner of the property in question. With me is Clint Kleppe, who's with Extra Space Storage, as well as Blair Seymour with Bowler, who's the civil engineer on the project. As noted, this was a commercial PUD that was originally approved in 1978. It was then amended in 1997 to change the department store use to self-storage, which is what exists today. Extra Space has been operating in Nashville since the company's forming in 1977, and they currently have over 4,000 locations nationwide. This existing property, the building has 822 storage units. We're seeking to amend the PUD to add a new 48,000 square foot building, which would bring 350 more new storage units. I would note that demand for storage in this area is very high. This facility has occupancy rates in excess of 95%. And given the new units in West Nashville and the nations that we know are going to be coming, new residential units that will be coming on, the demand is only going to increase for storage in this area. As noted in your staff report, the PUD amendment does meet all of the criteria in section 17.40.120G of the zoning code for approval. I would like to mention a couple things that may be of interest. First is traffic. Self-storage has one of the lowest traffic generation and parking of any use in the zoning code. NDOT, as a result, NDOT determined that there was no multimodal transportation analysis warranted. Stormwater runoff is going to be greatly enhanced at the property. Currently, about 13,000 square feet of upstream area drains to the south side of the retail building on the property. Under this new plan, that will be reduced to about 3,000 square feet, and all of the stormwater from the new building will be routed underground. You received a letter in opposition from another business owner within the complex, Mr. Sun. about the impact on the shared parking. There is an existing shared parking agreement applicable to the property. I would note that the zoning code requires 372 spaces for the entire complex without using any available reductions in the code. There are currently 265 spaces. After this new building, there will be a total of 394 parking spaces, which is an increase in parking capacity of 48%. We are not seeking any parking reductions that we would otherwise qualify for. And these additional 129 spaces would provide plenty of parking for a new restaurant that's planned to go in next to Mr. Sun's grocery store. We agreed to defer this right before the last Planning Commission meeting as a result of the opposition letter so that we could meet with the property owners and hear their concerns. That meeting was held on June 18th, and Blair Seymour is going to address the changes that we made to the plan as a result of that meeting.
Hi, Blair Seymour Bowler. So from the meeting on June 18th, one of the big concerns was parking. So previously the part was parked based on commercial use, shopping center retail per the zoning code. But the owners, adjacent owners mentioned that their tenant spaces needed more. So extra space acknowledged that parking was a concern. And as John previously mentioned, we're now increasing the parking by 48 to 49% capacity for the PUD. The second thing that was mentioned was truck maneuvering in this parking lot. We provided a truck turn movement around to show how trucks will be circulated around the building and the development. A stormwater maintenance was also requested. This was also provided. Another thing was repair and replace parking lot lighting as necessary, as several light poles were missing their bases. Extra Space provided a lighting plan to all the adjacent owners to show how this lighting parking lot will be now enhanced. Another thing was the area of construction to include kind of like where you access the development from Charlotte Ave, the joint entry. They wanted that paved and striped, dual lanes for ingress, egress, and we now updated the plans to show that. The one more thing was repair, replace the signage of the adjacent owners. This was an ask from the adjacent property owners, and Extra Space agrees to do this upon completion of their building. And another thing was the landscaping around the development. They wanted this to be chopped down, the trees to be trimmed down so that there's more visibility from Charlotte Ave. And as of now, like this is currently happening, landscaping is being renewed. Turn it back to John.
So since this PUD amendment meets all the conditions set forth in the zoning code for approval, we have a recommendation of approval from staff. We'd like to thank Laszlo for his work on this and helping us sort through these various issues. We would request your approval. Thank you.
Say thank you to the applicants for their remarks. At this time, would call anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support.
Speak in support. I own business around the neighborhood. I think it's a great idea. Sorry.
If you're going to make comments, sir, will you please speak them directly into the microphone?
Correct. Yes. You mind help me? Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much. There you go. Hey, you got me? I'm obviously older and disabled, but I have some business and property around the neighborhood. I think it's a great idea. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there others wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, are there any wishing to speak in opposition? Please make your way forward. And again, state your name and you will have 2 minutes.
My name is Dennis Salisbury. My wife and I own the Strip Shopping Center adjacent to Extra Space Storage. The proposed, okay, the proposed addition will be 40 feet from the end of our shopping center. It also, the height of it and how far it extends will block view of 3 of our tenants on the end, which their concern will limit traffic and harm their business. Wife and I also own a business in the center ourselves. Because blasting isn't possible or feasible because it's on limestone bedrock, they'd have to excavate using hydraulic hammers and jackhammers. That construction, I'm sure, would take a number of months. The noise factor, besides my business, a restaurant, a dental office, would be atrocious. Also, the dust from chipping away all that limestone is very concerning. And those are the main concerns we have. Also, even though it's not blasting, the excavating in the limestone is going to set up vibrations. A forensic engineer, Jeff Kerr, inspected the property, and he said it would be essential that their vibration monitors to try to eliminate any transfer vibration that could potentially crack foundation and walls of our businesses there. And that's the main concerns that I have at this time. They've been very cooperative on addressing other concerns we've had, but those are concerns that we still have. Thank you.
Right, thank you. My name is Mark Choi, so I'm out of time.
No, you have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes also? All right, thank you. Yeah, my name is Mark Choi, so I'm speaking on behalf of the SK Food Corporation. Again, originally I was introduced to this expansion idea. I was pretty shocked because it reminds me of when I was in Texas 8 years ago in a small town called Vernon. When one of the Walmart moved in, they wiped out all the other business operations. So we're going to keep in mind that we have a lot of small business owners at this shopping center. Actually, I obtained a letter with all their signatures on this letter, show their strong opposition against this expansion. I want to remind about the easement appurtenant because that's the easement law, is attached to the land. So originally when Mr. Sun received a letter said this is the agreement they have with Kroger, that was the previous owner, and so they're gonna just encroach into the easement area, expanding their operation. So we argue that's not right. So they should abide the easement rule attached to the land itself. The second one is parking shortage. They mentioned about adding parking area. To me, that really to us really look little logical sense because you are really expanding more square footage, expanding into the easement area. How can you add more parking spaces by simply marking out those areas? As a matter of fact, if you look into the older agreement between all of us, we have those parking areas already in place. You just mark them out and claiming as the adding more spaces. I mean, I think that's not appropriate. Of course, we're going to be having other business owners. We're not opposing any development, but we will be having one of the largest Asian restaurant open up in Nashville. So the traffic flow going to be huge. We are demanding more and more parking spaces, no doubt about it. And also a lot of e-commerce people, and they will use as storage spaces, incur a lot of traffic on a daily basis. So not only parking alone, but also the traffic control will become an issue. So that's something to bear in mind also. And the next one is the safety concern, because with that amount of traffic, it's really going to be hard to control a lot of things. So, but again, I would like to share with you all these letters that we have. So if you all want to pass that around, it'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'll hand the letter to a staff member, they will circulate it to the commission. Are there any others that are wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I will allow the applicant rebuttal.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the other owners coming out. We want to continue to work with the owners. We've shown a willingness to cooperate. Extra Space has been very cooperative. Mr. Kleppe flew out from Arizona today for this meeting so that he could be here to speak with owners. Regarding the height blocking the tenant's view, I would note that you have to drive past this strip center to get to the storage in and out. So it's not I mean, you're gonna, and to get to the grocery store, you're gonna pass right by these in and out. So view's not gonna be an issue. Blasting is not possible here, that there will be no blasting. I confirmed that with Mr. Seymour. Any noise and dust issues will comply, obviously, with the Metro Code requirements applicable to that. Again, we want to work with the existing and future tenants. We recognize there is an easement agreement that will have to be amended, but that's separate from the PUD amendment. That's a private contractual agreement that will need to be amended. Here, we're just dealing with the permitted uses and building in the PUD. I would note that the plan clearly shows the spots being added. I mean, yes, it's the same area, but those spots currently do not exist. That is not an area that's marked for parking. And so we will be doing all of the striping and laying out in compliance with the code for that parking lot. I would also reiterate that traffic is not going to be a concern because self-storage has one of the lowest traffic generation of any uses. So, I mean, compared to a retail store that could otherwise be there, the traffic will be significantly less than that. Again, we ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. With the comments from the applicant being concluded, I'll close the public hearing. So, commissioners, I think there's a bit of opportunity here to discuss this. I think we have heard from fellow occupants of what appears to be a shared space, but I would open it up for comments as it relates to your thoughts on this. And again, I want to acknowledge that we did all have a letter that was circulated that appears to be from at least a portion of those occupants in the space. Commissioner Clifton.
I don't really want to discuss it a whole lot yet. I just wanted to see if someone, maybe on staff, could clarify what we would actually, I think there's been an acknowledgement from both sides that there had to be further discussions before this ever happened, whatever we do. Is that correct? And could the staff help us understand what still has to be decided if we were to approve this?
Let me clarify the process first. Maybe this will answer that question. This is an amendment to the PUD because it exceeds 10% of the original square footage or the square footage last approved by Metro Council. So an amendment means that it's a major change. And so the Planning Commission's role in this would be to make a recommendation to the Metro Council. So the Metro Council will also consider this and make the final determination on whether the PUD should be amended. So in this case, you're not making the final decision. There will be another public hearing at council and more time for further discussions between now and whenever this makes it to the Metro Council. So at this point, we reviewed it based on the requirements of the zoning code for commercial districts. And as was stated, it meets the parking requirements and it meets the landscaping requirements and floor area requirements of the code in general. But the PUD requires that this go through a different process when it exceeds 10% of the original square footage. I don't know if that answered your question exactly, but
I think it probably did. And it also, I guess, and then there remains business-to-business discussions, as they all agreed would have to be taking place. But that's not really something that we're looking at.
right. I mean, we look at this from a technical standpoint on whether it meets the requirements of the code for, and it's consistent with the original concept of the PUD, which we found this to be not inconsistent with the original concept. It's an old PUD that had a commercial use. This use is already in the PUD. So that was not an issue, and we just make sure that it meets the technical requirements for parking and landscaping, and that it's not adding some use that is completely out of place from what was initially contemplated.
Thank you.
That explanation helped me quite a bit as well. As you probably can see, I was struggling with that. Is there other questions or comments from commissioners? Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up question, make sure I'm clear on what we're reviewing or considering today. The amendment to the PUD, I get that. And in your evaluation, so we are not looking at this site plan or where the parking is going to be. I mean, am I understanding that there'll be a separate review and evaluation on that? That's not included in this PUD evaluation. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, we evaluated the location of where the parking is proposed and where this building is situated on the site, and to make sure that there's no conflicts in terms of traffic flow throughout the site, and to make sure that it meets the landscaping requirements. So no, we did review the site plan. I guess what I'm saying is that this is just the first step of a two-step process where it will go to to the council next, after the planning commission makes a recommendation, and then there will be a public hearing at that point as well. But between now and then, there can be more discussions between the applicant and the other owners within the PUD on if there's anything that can be worked out.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Or I'll make a motion. I would make a motion that we approve staff recommendation approval with conditions and disapprove without all conditions.
It's a proper motion. And the second, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, motion passes. That will move us to item number 17. Jeremiah, if you would like to proceed, please do so. Thank you.
Jeremiah presenting item number 17 on the agenda tonight. Yeah, it's me. This is a request to rezone from office limited to office residential alternative zoning for properties located at 183 and 189 Thompson Lane. And staff recommendation is to approve. The 0.52 acre site consists of two parcels. The subject parcels are located west of Idris Drive. The subject site currently contains a single family residential unit and a medical office building. Both parcels have frontage on Thompson Lane, which is classified as an arterial boulevard in the Major and Collector Street Plan. The surrounding land uses include educational, single-family residential, and non-residential land uses, including office and medical office. The site is within the transition policy area, which intends to enhance and create areas with the primary purpose of serving as transitions between higher intensity uses of major thoroughfares and lower density residential neighborhoods. The site is located along a policy seam with the lower intensity suburban neighborhood maintenance policy area to the south, which is comprised of primarily residential land uses. The OR 28 zoning district is appropriate in areas with good vehicular accessibility, preferably along collector or arterial streets, with access to public transportation services. The site has frontage on Thompson Lane and is within a half mile of Foster Avenue and Knowledgeville Pike to the east. The proposed OR 20 zoning district would permit the subject property to develop with a wide range of uses, including residential and non-residential land uses along Thompson Lane. Allowing a more intense mix of uses at this location is aligned with the adopted policy goals for the site and will support existing transit provided nearby. Additionally, commercial corridors and TL policy areas can be appropriate locations for short-term rental uses. Staff finds that the proposed R20A zoning district is consistent with the transition land use policy, and the proposed zoning district permits development at an intensity that is appropriate at this location and meet the policy goals of serving as a transition between higher intensity uses of major thoroughfares and lower density residential neighborhoods. For these reasons, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Please come forward. And you'll have 10 minutes, and you have the right to retain 2 of those minutes for rebuttal.
Is this on? Yes. Hi, my name is Brianna Oka. First of all, I want to thank you, Jeremiah, and the commission for taking the time and consideration to dedicate to our community tonight. I am the applicant and representative at 189 and 183 Thompson Lane. When I'm not at planning meetings, I'm a stay-at-home mom of 3 boys under 6. So even with all the talking tonight, it's still the quietest part of my day. I grew up in Nashville near Thompson Lane and love the community. Nashville is home for me now and always will be. I understand the importance of staying within the community plan and transition policy and plan to always do so. My husband and I own and operate a small business as a short-term rental and property management group, which allows me the honor of working from home and ability to care for my children. I know that there is a strong need for affordable housing in the area, and I'm not against that. But these properties are zoned for office limited currently, not residential. One of the properties is currently an office building, and the other was an office until recently and is now vacant. Because they are zoned office limited, even without rezoning this property, they wouldn't be used for long-term tenants or affordable housing. Most of the properties on this street, as you know, are also offices, not housing. We have managed these properties for a few years and have had a really hard time finding office tenants. When we have been through several eviction proceedings, and we have gone months with the properties vacant. We are currently actually in the process of the eviction of the office building due to a violation of the lease. That's when we decided to try to get an STR permit for these properties to make them nicer for the community. We take pride in our management abilities, and we hand screen each and every guest. We have had thousands of 5-star reviews. We have never once in 5 years had a noise complaint from a neighbor or the police called. We live 12 minutes from the property and can be there if ever needed. We are not some large investment group that has no interest in keeping the area nice. We live here, we work here, and we love the area and plan to have the properties for years to come. I know our small business may look a little different than some that are in opposition, but it still puts food on the table for my growing family and is very well operated. Lastly, we have the strong support of our council member, Jenny Welsh, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, but she did send an email in support. We have also already gone in front of the BZA and the council and have gotten approval for the STR for these properties. I'm happy to reserve some time to answer any questions as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any in the audience that are wanting to speak in support? Seeing none, those wishing to speak in opposition? All right, please come to the front, and you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Mitch Miller, and I live in the Glencliff neighborhood. It's good to see you all. Thank you for being here today. I want to tell you how excited I am about the idea of rezoning Thompson Lane. We were here a couple months ago to talk about an idea of rezoning that did not include Thompson Lane. I would very much like to support a plan like this if it accomplished the goals that this commission, the city council, and voters would like it to, which is to increase housing density for Nashvillians. It does not. If I read the application online, it says, and I quote, to allow greater flexibility in property use that supports the local economy and allows non-owner occupied short-term rentals. So I guess my question to the commission today is, what are we trying to accomplish here? If we're trying to create more housing for Nashvillians, this is not it. If we're trying to rezone Nolensville and Thompson Lane, I think it's a great idea. But non-owner occupied short-term rentals is a conversation that we had 10 years ago as a city. And that conversation led us in the direction of limiting non-owner occupied short-term rentals. It takes up housing where we need it, and there's no one to staff it, unlike a hotel. This does create problems for neighbors, but it also doesn't accomplish the objective we have as a city right now. Now, transitioning from Thompson Lane into the neighborhood is something that many of my neighbors support. Mixed-use development, greater residential density. I heard a commissioner speak earlier today about housing availability being a top priority. My question today, if you were to approve this, would you be getting closer to that goal or further away? I think it's clear to me that it would be further away. Thank you.
Thank you. Others wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening, and thanks for being here. Can you hear me okay? There we go. My name's Irene Kelly. I live in District 16. I'm a homeowner for 24 years. I'm a licensed real estate agent for 18 years, and I live on Collier Avenue, actually lot 220. You can see my blue Subaru in my driveway that backs directly up to the proposed. I'm here tonight to express my strong opposition to the proposed rezoning request for 183 and 189 Thompson Lane that would allow non-owner occupancy short-term rentals. As a homeowner whose property directly backs up to these properties, I have both personal and community-wide concerns about this proposal. This request comes at a particularly troubling time as our 16th district recently engaged in a lengthy and dramatic effort successfully opposed the sweeping RM40 and RM20 rezoning overlay that our councilperson proposed in April. We achieved that important victory with this department's help, and we remain grateful for your support in preserving our neighborhood's character. However, it remains confounding to myself and members of my District 16 community that we are told there is a dire need for more density and housing, yet a rezoning of this nature would even be considered for discussion. Our neighborhood has already absorbed significant development pressure, and every unit converted to short-term rental uses one less housing option available for full-time residents who want to call our community home. Furthermore, the Nashville Next plan has been repeatedly referenced by our councilperson as the backdrop, as her vision for the 16th District's future. Short-term rentals are notably absent from the Nashville Next proposal and would not serve our community's actual housing needs in a meaningful way. I strongly urge the planning department to deny this rezoning. Thank you very much.
Others wishing to speak in opposition? Please come forward.
Hello. Is this good? Hello. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Sherry Sloan. I live on Salina Drive in District 16. I am here to oppose any short-term rentals on Thompson Lane. Late last year, postcards were mailed to a small group of households about a proposed zoning change. And it was passed by the council with no opposition. People didn't really realize what was going on. And following this, there was no communication to the neighborhoods about the proposed short-term rental legislation, not on social media, not on websites, or any conversations where we learned about this proposal until the June commission meeting. According to the Nashville Next South Nashville Community Plan, Thompson Lane is meant to be zoned for office space, service businesses, and permanent housing, not Airbnbs. This is what the neighborhood wanted as we participated in the Nashville Next planning process, and this is the will of the people. I am asking you to please vote against this zoning change. And again, well, we have been told over and over that we need more density in our neighborhood, and we understand that. And we support gentle density growth in our neighborhood. Airbnbs do not add to residents moving into our neighborhood, and I ask you to please oppose this and vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak in opposition?
Hey, I just want to point out, Twanachik, I just want to point out that short-term rentals benefit one person, the owner, and they're known to be a detriment to everything else around them. They end up with more police calls, there are more victims, there are more of everything, more complaints. We had to create a unit just to deal with them. So we've also talked about corridors being the place we want more density. This seems like an inappropriate use based on those two things. So I would just ask you to consider it being a detriment and only benefiting one person.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak in opposition?
My name is Harold Roberts. I'm in opposition of this proposal. I have a question. Does this proposal have to do with narrowing Thompson Lane to 2 lanes?
That'll be a question we can pose to the staff, but if you have other comments, please make those within your 2 minutes.
I thought this was about narrowing Thompson Lane to 2 lanes, 4 down to 2 lanes. It's not. Okay.
If there are no other that are wishing to speak in opposition, I will ask the applicant to utilize their 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you all. I appreciate your comments. As far as notifying everyone, I have been very active in the Facebook groups, have responded to every single post that anyone has made regarding the properties. I have hand-stuffed, labeled, sealed, and stamped 270 envelopes twice to notify everyone that was told for me to notify. I understand that if this were a neighborhood, that it would be for long-term housing, but where it is on the street, it doesn't even support. Imagine a child living on that street and being able to run into Thompson Lane to chase a ball. It's very unsafe. And with it saying it just benefits the owner, that is, as you know, very much so not true. People like to travel to Nashville. It benefits them as well. Not to mention, we often let people stay for free in our short-term rentals that have housing problems, can't afford it, mold in their properties, that go to our church or that are just our friends. So it benefits a lot of people, not just us. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
With the conclusion of the applicant's comments, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, I would open this up for discussion if anyone has initial comments. Councilmember Gamble, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question, and I want to thank everyone who came out and spoke tonight. The question regards, in the staff report, it says that staff initially published a disapproval report for the June 26, 2025 Planning Commission meeting that recommended the NS, which is no short-term rental designation, be added to the proposed request. However, upon further consideration and analysis of the policy, which can support either OR 20A or OR 20ANS, staff has revised the initial recommendation and now recommends approval of the proposed OR 20A request. My question is, what did you find in your further analysis and consideration to change that initial recommendation?
Sure. So transition policy, of course, supports either OR 20A or OR 20ANS. We were made aware after original publication that this item or these properties had gone to the council for approval of a allowance for the distance requirement. There's distance requirements for short-term rentals from churches, schools, and parks, maybe. And so these properties had already applied for and gone through that process and had received a positive recommendation from the council. And they had gone through a process at the BZA. And so they got a sort of out of order in some things, but because there had been some positive approvals and because the policy does really support either, we did recommend approval of OR 20A. We struggled with this one. It's a complex, short-term rentals are always a complex process. I would say that this policy transition supports a whole lot of different districts. We have not always had the NS districts sort of as an opportunity. We generally will sort of defer to those if usually, but this is also an arterial in a policy that supports non-residential uses. Most of our policies actually don't support non-owner occupied short-term rentals because they are classified as an accessory commercial use. But this is a policy that does, and it's an arterial.
Thank you for that. This is difficult for me too, looking at it and knowing and understanding our housing needs in the city. I'll continue to listen to other commissioners, but I do want to add that this does meet the policy, and if we are as commissioners on this planning commission reviewing projects based on meeting the policy, that's one thing. But this will, I just want to remind everyone, this will also go to the council, Metro Council, for consideration and public hearing. And although I may agree that it meets the policy, I may have a different position at the council. So I just wanted to put that out there for everyone to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilman, or thank you, Councilmember. Commissioner Clifton.
So I guess the situation is that we wouldn't really be debating it if it didn't meet the policy. But it does. But it doesn't automatically mean we have to approve it. It means without that, we can't very well approve it as in good conscience. It means it's up to us. And there is, I think, still room to discuss whether non-owner occupied rentals are a great thing for this community. And I'm not one of those who think that they really are. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
Other discussion? Commissioner Marshall.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is one that's kind of tough for me as well. However, I think you have to look at every situation based on the situation. And this particular area is a commercial-driven area. And some areas are not necessarily best and highest use for residential. And so I would lean toward approving it based on it meeting policy, and then let that discussion move forward, to council and see if, something else come out of it. But based on policy, I would have to agree to approve it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments? Commissioner Tips?
So this is challenging because it's good that it's moving potentially to housing. It just has the short-term rental, not resident and short-term. And so being very familiar with this area, it does feel, I do struggle with it because we are trying to get these two corridors more aligned with being able for development. So in some ways, I agree with Commissioner Marshall that, this is, as far as creating something new and something different that actually does for housing. But also with Commissioner Clifton, I'm always a little wary of, when it's non-owner occupied. It feels like that my concern is that with the non-owner occupied, it might start drifting this to a different direction. So I do struggle with it. I don't have a definitive answer because I also can understand even the applicant of where it is now. And quite frankly, I don't think that that's the right use of it too, and the best use of it. So I'll continue to listen. I'm kind of trying to between Commissioner Clifton and Marshall at the moment, though.
Commissioner Lester?
I think I ought to say something, everybody. It's, now, I struggle with it for different reasons. And so the adjacent properties are commercial, right? And so the alternative, as I understand it, as proposed, would either be for those two lots to be residential solely or short-term rental. Or between the two different zonings that you have.
So they are currently zoned OL, which is office limited, which allows limited office uses. The request is to go to OR 20, which allows for office and residential. So there still is the opportunity for office, but it introduces residential where residential is not currently permitted. Now, short-term rentals are an accessory use to residential. And so, so they're not permitted in OL either because residential is not permitted. And so OR 20A permits both office and residential. So and what we're really reviewing is sort of that base zoning change of just the menu of uses that would then become available. This owner, in a way, has told us what they're proposing to do, but that's not usual in sort of a straight zoning. It's just usually that we're reviewing it against the policy. So, yeah, I don't know if that helped, but
it did help.
Okay, good.
But it's still odd to me. I mean, so offer something.
Yeah. Lucy?
So I have seen this city struggle with STRs as a use my entire time in Nashville. And we've largely worked through it through the zoning process, changing where it's allowed or not allowed. And when we developed Nashville Next, STRs weren't a use as we understand them today. So the commission and community didn't grapple with them holistically about where they're appropriate. And I think they are appropriate in some areas and where they're really not appropriate, and they're not appropriate in some areas. The zoning conversation has been so challenging because they do have functional aspects of commercial hotel-like uses. And I do think over a large area, they degrade our housing policy. So I think where we need to go is a conversation about what we want to accomplish on our corridors, that these can be great places to integrate land use, transportation, and our objectives as a city, and to see those as public spaces. And as a commission, we probably haven't done that in the elevated way that we need to as a general plan conversation. And so the staff then are left to sort of look at, we've made a lot of decisions in the zoning discussion about it being closer to commercial than owner occupied. And so we're going to look to Nashville Next and say, we're expressing this as a non-residential use. And so I would love to invite a conversation with the commission at sort of the general plan level about that. I don't think we can solve that with this case. We've told you sort of the process that we backed into with trying to understand it as we would another use that is sort of similar in the code. But like the Matrix, this kind of use just sort of operates and challenges every aspect of how we understand sort of zoning to be applied. There are a lot of very well-behaved, non-owner occupied STR users and owners in the city who contribute to the economy. So I don't want to paint it in a broad brush. I just think it's very difficult for us as a commission on a case-by-case basis to sort of apply it without that Nashville Next level work. And so if you my advice, to sort of sensing the commission is divided, is to try to look at the policy. To Commissioner Clifton's point earlier, your role is to disagree with staff on policy if you think it's appropriate. It's helpful for us to hear why, so we can do a better job the next time understanding how to get aligned with policy. But I don't think you're bound to the staff recommendation. We did give you the tools and mechanisms, sort of the principles that we use to assess this. We do think our corridors are the appropriate place for non-residential and residential purposes. We want our corridors to be places that are inviting for people to live as well as work. So if any of that framing was helpful, was it? Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
First of all, Mr. Chair, I do want to commend the public for coming out and expressing their position. But just listening to everything, the staff has gone over this and looked at this. And we're just making a recommendation. And so it goes further than this. So, and I don't know if just because STRs have a bad reputation, so to speak, that it's our position to disagree just because of that. So my position is that I'm prone to approve it. So that's what I have to say.
Any other discussion? If not, we will need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Proper motion. And a second?
Second.
Any discussion prior to vote? Seeing none? Oh, no, go ahead. Councilmember?
Sorry, I have one more question. I was just looking at the map again, and I noticed that there is RS 10, looks like to the south of the property. And just for the staff, was that considered in your evaluation for removing the NS at all?
No, transition policy is intended to be a transition from, sometimes it can be from a more intense commercial district, sometimes it can be from a road. And transition policy is intended to have uses that are different than, say, R or RS. And so if an office is appropriate, which the transition policy says it is, then we would consider that either OR 20A or OR 28 NS could be appropriate for the policy.
Yeah.
Would there be any type of extra buffer, that would need that between the residences on Collier?
If there was new construction, if the existing buildings are being utilized for the use, then they would not be required to install additional buffering. So those requirements for landscape buffering would be applied for new construction.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioners, we do have a motion. If there's no other discussion, I'd like to call for a vote. So all in favor? Those opposed? So we have one opposition, but the ayes have it and the motion passes. Thank you all. Yeah, absolutely. So everyone, just, we've been here for about 2.5 hours, but our next agenda item does have a council member that has requested to speak on that item. And so if you take, okay. Okay, awesome. So it sounds like the council member is willing to delay her speaking a little bit longer. So we would like to take a 15-minute break and we will return. Thank you. All for your patience as we took a break. We are going to reconvene and begin our second portion of our meeting. If you all would please, if you're going to stay in the chambers. Thank you. So we're going to reconvene and continue with the second part of our meeting. Seems to work. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, thank you. We'll be picking up with item number 20. Mr. Shane, can you take over for us? Thank you.
All right, item 20 is a text amendment related to beer and cigarette markets. The bill is filed, amends the code to exclude beer and cigarette markets from certain zoning districts and places conditions upon their use and location in others. Some background on this use. Back in January, the commission recommended approval of a substitute for a text amendment that would that redefined beer and cigarette market to include vape shops. Those are establishments selling non-tobacco nicotine, CBD, and THC and similar substances. That passed council in February. So currently, the zoning context for this use, they're listed as permitted with conditions. No conditions actually exist in the code, so that's a discrepancy, and there are no distance or design standards applying to the use currently. So the bill as filed will go through. It has first separation requirements between each instance of the use. They have to be 1,320 linear feet from each other, and only one such use per parcel is allowed. There's also proximity restrictions so that the use is not allowed within 100 feet of residential dwelling units, religious institutions, schools and their playgrounds, parks, daycares and their playgrounds. But this proximity restriction does not apply to the downtown zonings in the original bill. Other provisions include references back to Section 7 of the code, which deals with alcohol sales and how they're regulated. And then it also proposes new signage and lighting standards. So our recommendation is to disapprove as filed and approve a substitute that changes two things. One, that the downtown zones will be exempt from the 1,320 spacing requirement. And two, that the 100-foot buffer from residential units uses will be removed in the substitute. So the issues we saw with the original bill, there weren't any whereas statements, so we weren't really clear on the intent, whether it was to limit over concentration or just prohibit them. We would note, though, that they're generally perceived to be negative in their effects on patrons. There was also concerns with how the spacing requirement affected the urban core, which was seen to not be feasible in a dense downtown environment. So the substitute removes the 1,300-foot spacing requirement from the downtown zones. Also, with the residential buffering, we found that to be inconsistent with other similarly impactful uses such as auto repair, pawn shops. They're subject to the 1,320-foot distance requirement, but not any type of proximity distance requirement to residential. So that proximity distance requirement would have impacts on our commercial corridors. Most of our corridors have commercial parcels that are right up against residential and are within 100 feet of them. So as an example, we did a survey of Gallatin Pike from 5 Points up to Briley, where we found that this 100-foot proximity restriction would leave no additional sites for this use. So the substitute removes the 100-foot distance from residential prohibition. So our rationale for that was that corridors are for services, including things like beer and cigarette markets, but nevertheless, over-concentration, staff agrees that that is an issue, but eliminating them entirely would be problematic. So we try to strike a balance with the substitute by preserving the distance requirement, but then removing that 100-foot proximity distance requirement to residential. We just thought there could be some legal risk with the original bill. If it's viewed as a de facto prohibition on the use, that could invite maybe state level preemption if it's found to be discriminatory. And also, the substitute aligns better with the zoning code as it is now, the way it limits noxious uses. It has that 1,320-foot distance requirement for other similarly undesirable uses. So it aligns the code with that. Also, the signage and the lighting provisions, though, that has remained in the substitute as it was in the original. So our recommendation, again, is to disapprove as filed and approve with this substitute. We're also recommending to suspend the rule for the deferral and second meeting, given the nature of this text amendment and the timing limitations due to the scheduled public hearing with council. So we're recommending that the commission hold the public hearing as we're doing and vote on this item tonight. Since we've had the time to adequately review the case and since we don't have issues with the scope of the request. And that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. That was a fantastic presentation. And for the fellow commissioners, we do have kind of a clear directive of what we are going to be considering and asked to do this evening. But with that being said, I'll turn it over to the council member. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, my pleasure, and thank you all. I know it's going to be a late evening, so I'm going to try to go as fast as I can. But I do want to recognize Ms. Zeitlin. We miss her at council, but you're in very good hands with her. I really appreciate the work from the department on this. The feedback, the review that Mr. Shane gave it, he pointed out a lot of things that I was not intending to do. And certainly on the 100-foot piece, absolutely on board with removing that and having that be in the substitute as described to you. The goal that I had here is, we go places and we see vape shops in particular with neon lights, and all of a sudden another one will come into place right next door to one that exists, and then somebody else wants to lease one out across the street, one opens up, and so we just have a lot of vape shops, and it creates a lot of noise visually with all the neon lights and everything for constituents. I'm really glad that Mr. Shane talked about Gallatin Pike on this, because that's District 7 has Gallatin Pike on it. And just pulling up my map here this evening, I counted 11 vape shops between 5 Points and Briley Parkway. I counted 7 beer and cigarette markets. This is me using Google language, not using the code language. And I counted 3 liquor stores. So just that oversaturation, I'm not trying to prohibit them, but I am trying to limit them, which is why it has that quarter-mile distance requirement. I'm fully supportive of staff's recommendation. I think the other thing that I wanted to point out, anyway, all of the things that Mr. Shane said, I'm supportive of. I'm not going to repeat that stuff. You know the good work that he does, and since I'm supportive of the recommendation, I do want to talk about the, holding the public hearing and the vote tonight. It's really important at council that we hear from you. We really value what you do for us, and so getting your recommendation to us before we take action at council is really important. When I filed this, I wasn't thinking about the timeline of it. If you feel that it's appropriate to suspend that rule of yours and vote on it tonight, that's great. If you feel like you want to proceed with the typical one meeting deferral, I'll defer it at council for the public hearing to be in a month. I want you to be able to do the work that you want. The planning department did a stellar job getting this ready for tonight. I know oftentimes for text amendments, you need more time. This one was relatively simple, as Mr. Shane described, and so I really appreciate that you got through it so quickly. That concludes my comments. I appreciate all the things that you do for us. If there is, I guess this is public. I'm used to a back and forth. So I don't know if you're allowed to have a back and forth with me, or if the hearing is done and you guys are going to do your thing now. I'll just sit and watch. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, council member. And I'll say, since we know you're staying, if there are questions that arise during our discussion, we may ask for you to return to the podium. With that being said, I want to just make sure that I understand that for our procedures, we are going to have the public hearing. And then at that point in time, I think we'll take a motion to suspend the deferral, and then we'll ask our commissioners for a vote. Is that correct? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Well, with that being said, I think we are now ready for our public comment period. And so if there are those who are wishing to speak in support of this item, will you please come to the front? Not seeing any. If there are those wishing to speak in opposition, would you please come to the front? All right, well, seeing none, unless there's additional comments from the council member, I'll declare the public hearing closed. And so now, my fellow commissioners, I think it's time for our dialogue. And so, Commissioner Clifton, you seem to be ready to make a couple comments, so I'll call on you first.
Well, okay. I was just getting ready, just in case Spirit moved me, but that was an amazing explanation, and frankly, I was kind of wondering about it, some of it, but it completely satisfies to me why we're doing it, and that it's the right thing to do. And other people may have more sophisticated analysis of this, but I'm pretty impressed and plan to vote for it.
No, I'll echo those sentiments. Commissioner Leslie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions. So the 100 feet, that's not, is that across the street too, if there's a residence across the street, or is that adjacent?
Be adjacent in any way.
So it doesn't matter if it's a residence, it goes right across the street from a residence, that doesn't apply?
Well, we're proposing to remove that 100-foot. Staff's proposed substitute actually removes that separation requirement from residential.
So if you remove it, a vape shop can go next to a residence?
If it's in the correct zoning district, yes, as is permitted today.
Okay.
Other questions? No. Other comments? Yes, council member?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the great job you did in reviewing this and coming up with the substitute. I fully support your recommendation. However, I am concerned about suspending the rules, and so I'm so happy that my colleague, Councilmember Benedict, is okay with deferring this at the council level if we choose not to suspend the rules to vote on this tonight. I think we just put in place the rule that we would defer text amendments for one meeting to make sure we're giving adequate time for all constituency groups, all stakeholders to be aware of text amendment legislation. And I don't want to start the precedent of suspending the rules on that. And so while I support this recommendation, and would like to move forward on it, I do have hesitation about suspending the rules to vote on it tonight, and hope that we can continue with our new rule on this and defer for the one meeting and vote on it at the next meeting.
Yep. Commissioner Leslie?
I just have one more question. So if you remove the 100 foot, that doesn't make it less restrictive. That makes it, it makes it, they can put it anywhere. So where it is now, they had the restriction of the 100 feet, correct?
So
Before the bill. Mm-hmm.
as of now, there's no distance restriction on it now.
But now you want to put in a distance restriction.
The bill puts in a distance restriction to a slate of uses, and we just removed residential. So it still has distance requirements from all those other uses except for residential.
So let me understand this correctly. So prior to, you had a restriction where it had to be 100 feet from, no?
No.
Okay, say it again for me, please.
There is no distance restriction right now.
Okay, for
on
residents.
On this use, yeah. Period.
And then what you're proposing now is to do what again?
To have distance restrictions on schools, parks, daycares, but not residential.
Why not residents?
Well, when we looked at Gallatin Pike in specific, we looked at a lot of these commercial parcels back right up to residential neighborhoods. Even when there's an alley, the distance is less than 100 feet. And so that would effectively prohibit the use in large swaths of the county.
But the bill is not retroactive.
No.
Okay. So it wouldn't affect what's happening now, it would just affect what's happening in the future.
It would affect future locations, yes.
Thank you.
I'm glad that clarification was able to be made. Is there other discussion? I would ask, just because I think Councilmember Gamble made a comment that is somewhat in deference to what we have on the screen as our recommendation. So I don't know if we want to address kind of the timing issue and thoughts on that, on what was stated.
So what we've, sorry, thank you. So what we've learned over time about citywide text amendments is that they vary enormously in scope. There are some that are fairly simple housekeeping problems. And then there are others that we'll bring to this body, and you'll have lots of questions, and we need more time to do analysis. So you've got something of a blunt instrument trying to figure out how to grapple with those two realities. And sometimes we don't know. We're human, we'll miss something. And so we don't necessarily know how complicated a question is until this body starts to get into it and ask questions. And so that you hold that in one hand, and then the other is we have to align our process with the council process. And so in this case, I looked at it, and we had done a fair amount of due diligence, so took that into account. Also knew that in the months of July and August, we have one meeting in July. And so the way that we're trying to align with a council hearing got kind of weird, and we're learning. And I agree with you, Councilwoman, we don't want to just change a new rule immediately. I think what I can see is in the summer months when we have fewer meetings, we wanted to make sure we're working with council and we're not, and that this body's views and advice are able to be elevated so that council members can take advantage of it, and we're doing our role too. So I appreciate everything that the Councilwoman said. Sorry if she wanted to be called in, but I just wanted to give you some context for how we're trying to struggle with the right process and the right way for us to process this kind of work. I don't know if you want to call me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me speak again. So spot on. And I think the difference here is the timing is that there are, I think, 5 months of the year that the commission only meets one time, but the charter has a 30-day requirement for giving a recommendation to council. And so when there's only one meeting, then you all end up going past that 30 days. And we want to, try to stay aligned with that as much as we can for something that potentially is more benign than something, I wouldn't say it's benign, but something that's, larger in scope. So anyway, I wanted to make sure that charter requirement piece was also lifted up as a part of that. But it's really important to the council, as I said at the beginning, to get your recommendation. Thank you.
Well, I would just elevate, we want to continue to work with the body and with this seat, Chair Gamble, to make sure that we're fulfilling our mission in the right way. And so we will keep having this conversation and making sure the department's lifting up. You've heard from the council member that she's okay to defer if you want to not take staff's recommendation and suspend the rules. So I would leave it to the commission in its wisdom, but we will keep working through this. There are going to continue to be citywide text amendments that we need to process and do really well, and we're committed to doing that. So I'll leave it to the body, but that's a bit of the background on that.
No, I understand that. I think, Councilmember Gamble, you brought this to our attention. I don't know if that's moved you in one way or the other, but wanted to just pass it back to you to ask that question.
I appreciate the additional context. I think deferring at one meeting, we'll still be within that 30-day charter window. And so, like I said, I support the plan, just not deferring or not suspending the rules to vote today. So I'm not sure if we need more discussion or if we're ready for a motion, but.
Well, prior to a motion, I think there's a matter of clarification. If suspending the rule is being done to enable it to stay within that 30-day period, and if we defer, that we will then exceed that 30-day period. Is that?
So if we defer one meeting, the next meeting is August 14th. That would be beyond the 30 days. Okay.
So this item was introduced at the July 1st council meeting, and because it was so early in July, and then the August public hearing is August 5th, then there are more than 30 days between introduction and public hearing, which is actually quite unusual. And so, yes, it will be outside of the 30-day timeframe of since introduction.
I appreciate that. Normally, the legislation is introduced after the planning recommendation. In most cases, I mean, we do have exceptions. And so I guess that's where I struggle with this. So if we go beyond the 30 days, what happens?
The council rule would, so the council rule says that anytime that legislation is introduced at the council level, it's referred to the planning commission, and that the public hearing and second reading cannot be held until either the planning commission has made a recommendation or 30 days have passed. If 30 days have passed and the planning commission has not opined, then it would be deemed to be a recommendation of approval, essentially from a vote threshold count. So it could move forward with public hearing without a recommendation from this body.
Okay. But I know that the council member would like a recommendation, as she stated, to go with the public hearing at the council level. Although, okay, so, and I hate that I don't have my rule book in front of me for the council rules since we are at the planning commission meeting. But if it were deferred, as suggested at the council level, how does that impact the automatic approval?
Well, that would be a council determination. I mean, we are just bound by that. The limitation is that the public hearing can't be held until one of those two things have
30
happened.
days or the,
Yeah.
okay. And the council member has indicated that she would defer the public hearing to wait for that recommendation. And so if that is the case, then I renew my concern about suspending the rules.
I don't know if there's a. Yep, absolutely, council member.
Sorry, now we're getting into council gymnastics here, right? So two of us here are probably more schooled now, although Ms.
We have
Milligan might
Hannah
be
here
too.
now. We have
Well,
Hannah.
that's true. That's true.
I forgot.
So what I was thinking about is if you don't vote on it, and let's and I wouldn't do this, but hypothetically, if I did proceed with the public hearing at the next council meeting, first meeting in August, the commissions, I would be taking it to that public hearing without a recommendation, but before third reading, I guess there still would be time for a recommendation to come from the commission. And that second, I think, I'm not looking at the exact calendar, but, you know, again, these one-time or once a month meetings make it difficult, but to my colleagues, desire there. I'm not opposed to you all not suspending the rules. If you want to defer this till the next meeting, then take your vote at the next meeting, please do.
Right. Well, I think at this point, it seems like it's within our purview to make that decision. And with that being said, I'll open it up for a motion.
Thank you. I move to not accept the recommendation of suspension of the rules.
Second. And so that's a proper motion. And just as a matter of clarification, what that means is that we would then make take a vote to defer one meeting. But I think, Lisa, you've got some comments for us.
So the planning commission rule is just a little bit more nuanced because it requires the equivalent of 2 meetings worth of deferral. So you would still need to, in a sense, suspend the rules to allow for just a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. I would like to amend my motion.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, I'll just amend it.
Yeah, the rules require what is essentially a 4-week or 2 meeting deferral. So it would still need to.
Yeah. So
And Hannah may want to have heard what I just said,
Okay.
but sorry.
I get it.
Sorry, what I had said was the Planning Commission's rules and procedures indicate that from the public hearing to the decision point, it is the equivalent of a 2-meeting deferral for 4 weeks, essentially. And so if the commission didn't want to suspend the rule altogether to vote tonight, they still need to suspend the rules just to allow for a 1-meeting deferral, because the rule requires 2. Is that right? Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
I would recommend giving the motion, if you're open to it, would be suspension with a 1-meeting deferral. That way we can get the council member along down the road.
Yes.
And we can go from there. And I promise you and council, we will continue to refine this and make sure it's fair and we're being productive and we're working towards good solutions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would like to amend my motion to suspend the rules for 1 meeting.
Great. That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. So I believe that the motion that is on the table for us is that we will suspend the rules, which typically require a 2-meeting deferral, or at least a deferral that would account for 4 weeks. The motion to suspend that rule would still allow for a 1-meeting deferral, but it would fall within the 4-week time period. So it still does require a suspension of the rules. I think it's best to say it's being done in the spirit of adhering to those ordinances we put in place. So with that being said, we have a proper motion. We have a second. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call for a vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, the motion passes, and that will take us to item 28A. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. And thank you, council member, for sticking around for that. This is why it's important to have you here.
I
Really appreciate
you
it.
guys very much. Sorry your evening's not short.
And Ms. Woods, please proceed once you're ready.
The item, or wait, sorry. This is item 28 on tonight's agenda. Is it working? It is? Okay. This item is associated with the following item 28B, which is the, is it working? Oh, sorry. This is item 28A on tonight's agenda. This item is associated with the following item 28B, which is the proposed nation's UDO in District 20 filed by the council member. Both items will be presented together, however, they will be voted on separately. This is a request to rezone various properties from various single-family, 1- and 2-family, multifamily, mixed-use, office residential, commercial, and industrial zoning districts to RM40 ANS, MUNA, MULA, and OR40A. Staff's recommendation is to disapprove and approve a substitute. The substitute would include the properties identified above and remove the parcels outlined in red. Staff's recommendation removes residential parcels south of Morrow Road that lie within the floodplain due to floodway concerns and lack of infrastructure. The substitute also removes the parcel located at 5701 Centennial Boulevard, since it's in the process of being rezoned to SP zoning. The application consists of various parcels totaling 329.32 acres located within District 20 on the east and west sides of 51st Avenue, north of I-40 and south of Centennial Boulevard. The rezone is associated with a proposed urban design overlay district, which proposes to apply alternative development standards that would guide any new development to be compatible with the surrounding area. Staff wanted to provide context on this request and the ongoing housing and infrastructure study as this is being conducted concurrently. As we understand it, the purpose of this rezoning and urban design overlay is to allow for a variety of housing types, to expand housing options, a goal that staff is in alignment with. The Housing and Infrastructure Study expects the housing availability in current zoning capacity to be short over the next 10 years. The draft Housing and Infrastructure recommendations lay out a 4-part test for changes to the zoning code or the zoning map, which is it supported by Nashville Next? Will it be supported by infrastructure either existing or provided with new development? Will it result in design and form of new construction that better matches the context? And will it support a housing market that provides better opportunities for Nashvillians? These recommendations, which staff made an effort to be consistent with in evaluating this rezone, as staff incorporated feedback from the infrastructure reviewing agencies in this review to provide recommendations around growth management. The guidance is reflected in the staff report. This is the Community Character Manual map for the T4, which is the Urban Transect. This chart identifies the elements, intent, and policies within. In each transect, there are elements of neighborhood centers and corridors, and each transect supports all housing types across the elements, while each policy supports varying densities. The entire rezone area is within the T4 Urban Transect. The T4 Transect encourages a denser development pattern with an integrated mixture of residential housing types within walking distance to commercial centers and mixed-use land uses with a highly connected street grid. The policies within the boundary area include neighborhood maintenance, mixed-use neighborhood, neighborhood center, and mixed-use corridor. We will discuss the policies on the next slide, which is here. These excerpts are taken from our Community Character Manual, and they identify the generally supported zoning designation for each policy. The proposed boundary area includes the T4 transects, mainly within neighborhood maintenance and mixed-use neighborhood policies. As you can see, each of the proposed zoning designations are generally supported by the policy area in which it is located in. Staff would note that the RM40 ANS designation slightly exceeds the density indicated by the Community Character Manual as being supported in the T4 neighborhood maintenance policy, and would recommend to the Planning Commission that Nashville Next be evaluated in that regard with the Housing and Infrastructure Study recommendations. In staff's analysis, we considered the existing infrastructure, the area's suitability for additional density, as well as the amount of change that has occurred over the last 17 years in this area. The red dots on this map indicate residential building permits that have been pulled since 2008. Since 2008, 53% of the area has been redeveloped, establishing the character of the area. With most of the residential area being redeveloped with single and two family over the last 17 years, the character has changed with regards to design and scale. While some properties will redevelop under the new zoning and UDO, many have already redeveloped and will not likely redevelop again for many years. Therefore, staff would anticipate a more gradual rate of change with more form considering the existing lot sizes and the standards in the proposed UDO. Additionally, the residential area is within the T4 neighborhood maintenance policy, which intends to maintain the existing character. The proposed RM40 ANS designation, coupled with the proposed UDO standards, is not out of character with the current development pattern, as it limits the massing and scale for new development. Additionally, the entire rezone boundary area is located within the urban zoning overlay, which encourages walkable neighborhoods through the use of appropriate building placement and bulk standards. While acknowledging a new development pattern and character of the area, staff is supportive of a rezone that will continue to encourage change, but in a way that maintains the character that has been established of the area with the guidance of a UDO. Acknowledging that improved infrastructure is important for supporting higher densities, the department analyzed the project area on existing infrastructure and improvements needed to support the growth at a systems level. This is also consistent with our review of zoning cases generally. In the evaluation, it was concluded that generally, sidewalk and alley networks are strong, with transit stops provided throughout the boundary area. However, upgrades to water capacity and sewer are needed to support the additional density. Water Services staff indicated capital improvement projects are planned, which will improve the capacity to the existing area. Sewer system improvements and upgrades would be needed throughout the residential area to support more density. Staff found that most of the proposed rezone area is suitable for the proposed rezone. The existing connectivity, the development pattern, neighborhood centers, and mixed-use corridors throughout the area all strengthen the department's view of the rezone, that the rezone was appropriate. As such, staff identified general parameters for parcels included in staff's proposed modified map. and these parameters are sites within the transition area, as shown on the growth and preservation map in Nashville Next, sites within approximately a quarter mile to 51st Avenue, Centennial Boulevard, or a proposed mixed-use or neighborhood center area where existing sidewalks and alleys are present. Staff found that most of the proposed rezone area is suitable for the rezone as it mostly features improved alleys, a grid street pattern, which can accommodate more traffic due to good connectivity, sidewalks that are already in many parts of the area, and areas that are mostly out of the floodplain, and areas that are within walking distance to neighborhood centers or mixed-use corridors, thus providing a high level of connectivity throughout. There are also additional modes of transportation provided, with multiple WeGo bus stops located along 51st Avenue, Tennessee Avenue, and Morrow Road. Staff found that the rezone boundary as proposed in the substitute meets the parameters above, which are guided by the intent of the policies and support additional density near centers and corridors, as this proposed rezone creates center and corridor-like areas through the proposed neighborhood center areas and mixed-use zoning designations, both along arterials. As such, staff recommends to disapprove and approve a substitute, which includes a modified rezoning map of approximately 293.33 acres. The substitute identifies areas that are suitable for the change in zoning, as these areas support the goals of creating high-level connectivity through walkable corridors and close proximity to mixed-use corridors that provide amenities for the residents, such as transit and walkability to consumer services. The rezone area is also entirely within the urban zoning overlay, which generally represents older, more urban areas that were built with alleys in some instances. So I'll go on to item 28B as they're associated. This is item 28B on tonight's agenda associated with the previous rezone case. I would like to note that the caption was updated on the revised agenda, and it is correct in the agenda and the staff report, and the legislation will be updated with the substitute ordinance. This is a request to apply an urban design overlay for various properties on the east and west sides of 51st Avenue, north of I-40 and south of Centennial Boulevard, and north of Centennial Boulevard between Louisiana Avenue and Linder Industrial Drive. Staff's recommendation is to disapprove as submitted and approve a substitute with conditions if the associated case is approved, and disapprove without all conditions. If the associated case is not approved, staff also recommends disapproval. Staff's recommendation removes parcels outlined in red above, which modifies it removes the parcels outlined in red, it modifies various development standards within the UDO document, and it includes a condition of approval related to greenway easements. As with the rezoning, this is the 4-part test from the Housing and Infrastructure Study, which staff used in an effort to be consistent with in evaluating this rezone. The purpose of an urban design overlay is to allow for the application and implementation of special design standards with the intent of achieving a sense of place by fostering a scale and form of development as a design-based zoning. The boundary area of the UDO encompasses predominantly residential uses, commercial uses along the arterial boulevards, and mixed use and industrial uses. The standard of the UDO would apply to properties when a new structure is being developed or a property is redeveloped. Structures that existed prior to this UDO are exempt from the UDO standards and would be required to follow base zoning. However, if an existing building's occupiable square footage is being expanded, that expansion shall comply with the applicable UDO standards. Owner-occupied and not owner-occupied short-term rentals are prohibited throughout the entire UDO area with the new base zoning. The bill as filed would adopt the nation's urban design overlay to apply standards to various properties within District 20, some of which are also included in the associated rezone case. Staff recommends a substitute UDO with a modified boundary of approximately 357.29 acres, eliminating the parcels that we find do not meet the policy, are without improved infrastructure, and within the floodplain. Staff recommends the associated rezone case because it is coupled with the UDO, as the UDO applies design guidelines for future projects in keeping with the characteristics of the surrounding area. The nation's UDO is proposed to enable more housing within the area while providing guidance for such new development to ensure appropriate design is maintained between new growth and the existing character of the area. The substitute UDO provides standards as it relates to bulk regulations such as height, roof form, landscape, and access. It provides standards for facade lengths and frontages, massing through ISR, and height requirements, access, and DADU standards. In circumstances where the UDO is silent, the base zoning and overlays would then apply. Here's the land use map showing the policies that we talked about with the rezoning. This is an image which identifies a development that would be encouraged in staff's recommended UDO. This image shows improved sidewalks and alley access sufficient for supporting higher density with a mass and scale that is consistent with the existing character of the area. As with the rezoning, staff recommends the UDO map boundary area for the reasons outlined with the rezoning application, and staff recommends to disapprove as submitted and approve a substitute with conditions if the associate case is approved, and disapprove without all conditions. If the associate case is not approved, staff also recommends disapproval. Oops. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Quite a bit to go through there, but thank you for that detailed presentation. Prior to opening the public hearing, obviously we'll allow the council member to come up. I just want to make sure that the audience is aware that we will be having one public hearing period for both of the associated 28A and 28B. So if you're coming to speak in support of 28A and or 28B, please come forward and speak when called, and then same thing if you're coming to speak in opposition. So this public hearing period will be for both 28A and 28B. And council member, thank you for your patience as well, and glad to turn it over to you.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, council member. I'm Roland Horton. I'm the Metro Council member for District 20 in West Nashville. I'm here to speak in favor of both of these items, the urban design overlay and associated zoning update for our neighborhood, the Nations. This proposal is the product of nearly 2 years of deep and meaningful community engagement, as well as close work and collaboration with our wonderful Metro Planning Department staff, dating all the way back to October 2023. Over the last several years, this proposal has been built from the ground up, with over 15 community meetings involving neighborhood groups, the local business association, HOA, church groups, all coming together to shape a common vision for the future of our neighborhood. At the heart of this plan is a commitment to delivering on our neighborhood's priorities and vision for itself: more walkability, more successful local neighborhood businesses, different housing options for our residents, ensuring that growth is consistent with the appearance and character of our neighborhood, as well as allowing the continued redevelopment of our vacant and industrial lots into mixed-use extensions of the neighborhood. And this plan is more than just accommodating growth. It's about planning ahead for it. This plan directly addresses long-standing stormwater concerns with new impervious surface ratio requirements that reflect the urgency and the seriousness of flooding issues for our neighborhood. It also responds directly to the accelerating loss of our tree canopy in the Nations. For the first time, our neighborhood will see higher tree preservation and planting requirements to begin the long overdue reforestation of our neighborhood. None of this plan would be possible without the active and engaged participation of a wide variety of community groups and churches and HOAs. There's too many to list separately, but I would like to especially recognize the Nations Neighborhood Association. Their leadership and commitment to making sure every part of our community is brought to the table and that this is the best plan for all of us made this proposal possible. They are a model for what it means for the community to come together and shape its own future. This is what community planning should look like. And so I urge you to vote in favor of our neighborhood and support both of the Planning Commission or Planning Department's recommended substitutes. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Following the council member's remarks, again, we will have those that are wishing to speak in support. Please come to speak. I know there's probably quite a few people. So in an orderly fashion, I would say please continue to proceed to the front microphone here. All those that are wishing to speak will have 2 minutes. And when you hear the little buzzer go off, please wrap up your comments. But with that being said, we will start. Either one of those mics are appropriate. So just be mindful of not talking over each other. So one at a time so we can appropriately track your 2 minutes. Thank you.
So
Ben Simpson, 5308 Indiana Avenue, bottom left in the blue. First, thank you for all of the work that you have done. I know this has been a tremendous lift, both by the council member and by the planning commission. So applause to the staff. I apologize. I am in my soccer coaching gear as I came straight from soccer practice for a 5-year-old to speak in favor of this. I'm really here to speak in favor of solutions. This is a solution not only to housing countywide, but it's a solution to the businesses in our neighborhood. It's a solution to the walkability in our neighborhood. And it's a solution to have more of what we enjoy in our neighborhood. That's what I'm here to speak for. I think that line of people behind me who it looks more like a neighborhood association meeting than it does a planning meeting. So anytime you all want to come down and enjoy one of our businesses, you'll see everyone behind me. But that being said, this is the right thing. This is the right place. This is the right way to do it. He's gone through a myriad of different changes. He's been called a lot of different things, but I hope he is called successful when he gets done with this. My house, my children, my wife, we all support this. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eric Deems. I live in District 20 with my wife. I want to speak in favor of the proposed changes here for all the reasons we heard from staff and Councilman Horton. I really appreciate, and want to make sure I mention this, I appreciate Councilman Horton's intentionality on engagement, something that happened long before he was a council member and knocked on thousands of doors. That's how we met him. That's how we learned what he was working for in our district and why my wife and I are happy to support this needed change. This has also gotten a little more personal for us. 5 months ago, we welcomed a baby girl, our first, and so we are a growing family in this neighborhood. Due to some delays, something folks in this room are used to, I think, given the excitement of Nashville's growth, our daycare has consistently been delayed from opening, which means my mother-in-law has come to stay with us for weeks on end, which I love her if she's watching. But boy, would I love to have a dadu in the backyard, maybe for her to go to or maybe for me to escape to. But nonetheless, we love all the extra help and we look forward to our family growing in this community. In all seriousness, the thing I really support here is prioritizing landowners to do with their property what they see fit. And this gives them the opportunity to have options to increase if they so choose or to not to. You all know there's a shortage of housing. We need 90,000 new units in the next 10 years. This helps contribute and chip away in a small way to that need. So I urge your support for the substituted plan and appreciate you allowing a plan that supports Nashvillians staying in Nashville. Thank you. Thank you as well. Next.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Luke Watson, and I'm here to speak in strong support for the nation's neighborhood plan on behalf of the nation's Small Business Committee, as well as on behalf of my brother and I's local market, the Silo Market located on Centennial Boulevard in the Nations. This plan has been a collaborative plan driven by the community. The Small Business Committee has had countless meetings on this, and it's been a nearly 2 years in the making plan. The small business owners in the nations have helped create this plan, and this plan provides neighborhood solutions to neighborhood problems. This plan is a strategic solution to the goals and residents of the businesses in the neighborhood. And in a few minutes, you may hear a lot of misinformation from the opposition. I've seen a lot of it on social media. They'll say this plan will do a lot of things that it doesn't. For example, take away trees. That's not true. It does the opposite. It requires developers to plant more trees. They'll say it increases stormwater. That's also not true. It does the opposite. It imposes impervious surface requirements for residential, which we currently don't have. They'll say we get taller and skinnier buildings. Again, that's not true. It actually reduces the height requirement for development. And they'll say our elementary school cannot handle it. Again, that's not true. Cockrell Elementary School's own elected officials say the school is severely under-enrolled and can welcome hundreds more students. Unfortunately, many are repeating the misinformation and spreading it online. As a co-owner of 2 small businesses here in Nashville, it is nearly impossible to pay the hourly wages required to keep up with the increasing rent prices. I myself rent an apartment, and citizens of our great city deserve the opportunity to live in the neighborhoods they work in. Please make your decision based on facts from the Neighborhood Association, the Small Business Committee, the District 20 Council member, and the Metro Planning Department's own positive recommendation. Please make a plan to support Nashville families. If you do, you will support and pass this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Emily Fountain, and I'm here today on behalf of the Nation's Neighborhood Association. I'd like to thank you all today for the time and for Councilmember Horton for how engaged he was with our neighborhood association in helping develop this plan and really make sure that he engaged the community. We've had numerous meetings since February 2024. This has been on the agenda at every meeting. We had taken a vote where we decided to submit a letter in support, and we had over 100 people at that meeting. We had a great amount of debate on it. We've continued to welcome the topic, and Councilmember Horton has continuously answered any question that has came before him. And with that kind of engagement, one of our goals as a civic organization is to make sure that our neighborhood is one of the most desirable places to live in our city. And desirability encompasses many different aspects: affordability, safety, walkability, beautification, and a vibrant commercial business community. We as an organization want to support both renters and homeowners. We want all of our residents to feel included and heard. And we believe that this proposal for rezoning and the coupled UDO support those goals, including making a more walkable neighborhood, supporting the local businesses and amenities, ensuring our neighborhood provides a variety of housing options and opportunities that welcome residents of all income levels. We are supportive of the plan, and we really appreciate the time and commitment, again, that Councilmember Horton and Nation's residents and neighbors came together to really try to understand it. And we believe this supports our goals as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it okay? Hi, my name is Molly Wright, and I'm a resident of Charlotte Park, and my husband is a Nashville native who grew up in the area. I'm a mom to a young daughter with friends at St. Luke's. We didn't make the wait list, but childcare is a whole separate issue. And as a family and individuals, we spend a large amount of our time patronizing Nation's businesses, visiting our friends' homes, and riding our bikes around the neighborhood. Ironically, we would have loved to live right in the Nations. However, even years ago when we purchased our home, affordability and availability were two of our biggest hurdles. We found the next best thing, and we still have the joy of proximity to the neighborhood. Myself and my family support this plan. It provides common sense solutions to problems like tree canopy, walkability, stormwater issues, and affordability. This plan does not come from thin air. It is not thoughtless or with ill intent. And while opposition, many who are not from the area, spread misinformation, this plan was actually thoughtfully, intentionally created in collaboration with the community, the neighborhood association, and the neighborhood business committee. Many others have laid out the details of why this is so beneficial to the community. The thing is, change has come, and it's been knocking at our door for years, and it isn't going anywhere. This couldn't be any more apparent to someone like my husband, who has watched this city change for 45 years and now supports plans like this because he believes in Nashville and believes in Nashville for his family. At one point, the Nations was the place to be, and while I still wholeheartedly believe this, it has fallen behind because of the issues addressed in this plan, along with many others. While other neighborhoods flourish, meet the needs of its residents, and become the most desirable areas to live for families, the Nations has seen turnover, business closure, and a lack of overall neighborhood improvement. Growth has been and will continue to be inevitable. Being proactive and intentional about our community development will be what sets us up to thrive in the change. I urge you to say yes to the plan and step in the right direction for the future of the Nations. I don't talk often.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Rickmeyer, and
Give us 1 second. Make sure your microphone is on.
can you restart? It works as push. Does that work? Oh, yeah, there we go. Hello, thank you. My name is Catherine Rickmeyer. I am a Nation's neighborhood resident, and I'm here to support the neighborhood plan because it provides common sense solutions to the issues that we all see. I think most people here tonight, whether you're in support or opposition, we want the same things. We know that Nashville's tree canopy is dwindling. This plan imposes an almost 50% increase in tree requirements on residential lots that are not there. we will continue to lose trees if we don't. I think most of us want more sidewalks and more walkability. We like to walk to local businesses like Silo Market. Per the Planning Department's own recommendation, this increases the walkability of the neighborhood. The other thing is flooding. We know it's an issue. There are currently no impervious surface area restrictions in the neighborhood on residential lots. This imposes them. The other thing I've heard is we're all tired of the super tall and skinnies. Nobody in Nashville likes them. There are height restrictions in this UDO that prevent people from building taller and skinnier. And the thing that I think is really important is I moved to Nashville 5 years ago. Since then, I have moved 5 times. Why? I'm not crazy. I don't love moving. But my rent has increased every single year. And this plan allows for middle-class housing options so that people, whether you're a renter or somebody who's looking to buy a home, can afford to live in the communities that they work in. And I think as a city, we should all believe that people should live in the communities that they work in. I've been seeing things online that says, renters bring crime to the neighborhood. The biggest crime in this neighborhood is that I'm paying $1,250 a month to be a third roommate. And I think that, people here think that only homeowners have a voice. I'm not a second-class citizen, and that is not what this country was founded on. So I would encourage you to hear people from different walks of life, and you will hear from other people in the neighborhood who have been at the neighborhood meetings and been involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Spencer Sharp, and I support this plan. This plan that's been in the works for over a year and a half was created by the nation's neighborhood. This plan enhances stormwater requirements, raises the requirements for trees by 50%, and will prevent more tall and skinnies by adding height restrictions. Most importantly, this plan allows for middle-class housing options like DADUs and 3 and 4 family units that will help address our housing crisis here in Nashville. I'd like to encourage all commissioners to make their decision based on the recommendations specifically from the Metro Planning Department and the endorsement from the Neighborhood Association. I think this plan is good for Nashville and good for present Nashville and future Nashville. Thank you, and thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cade, and I'm here on behalf of Stand Up Nashville and working class communities across Nashville. I'm here to voice strong support for this rezoning, not just as a policy change, but as a moral one. I'll start by repeating what we all know and what you've heard. Nashville needs 90,000 new housing units before the next decade. Until we build them, I urge you to treat that number as the North Star of every decision this body makes. Because what we're doing here isn't just about zoning. It's about who gets to live in the city. It's about whether Nashville remains a place where working class people, young people, artists, teachers, and service workers can put down roots, or whether we continue to gatekeep entire neighborhoods for the benefit of a loud, comfortable few. I can guess what the opposition to this proposal will say because we've heard it before, but let's be clear. This isn't about parking. It's not about water pressure. It's not even about the character of architecture. It's about power and who gets to have it. The opposition is coming from some who believe change is something to be feared instead of shaped. And yes, many of their arguments simply aren't true, but even if they were, this proposal would still be a no-brainer. Because any slight convenience of a few wealthy, vocal opponents does not outweigh the deep, daily hardship of thousands of Nashvillians who are being priced out of the city we call home. For most of our history, Nashville has been a city built on exclusion, redlining, disinvestment, restrictive zoning, but you right now have the power to take even the smallest step in a better direction. Today, you get to decide, do we double down on that legacy, or do we build something new, a city where more of us belong? Please vote yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is William Bissett. I live on New York Avenue in the Nations. I am co-chair of the Nations Neighborhood Planning and Zoning Committee and also a member of the Nations Neighborhood Association. It's been my pleasure to work with the councilman over the last 18 months as we developed this plan and put together a communication strategy where we have met over 10 times just in planning and zoning and at least another 5 times with the entire neighborhood association. We believe that through a collaborative effort and with changes made to the inception of this plan, we create options and opportunities for more housing in our neighborhood. And while I respect the opinions of all of those who you'll you'll hear from tonight, understanding that this singular option and proposed opportunity for our neighborhood is a solution for our neighborhood. We understand that while there are numerous challenges that are coming that have developed here in Nashville, there are going to be a variety of different solutions that need to be developed for them. We here in the Nations believe that it is our, it's really as part of the greater community, what we hope to do is provide a simple basic step in the direction of providing more opportunity and options for housing. So with that, I hope that you adopt from staff's recommendation, item A and B tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tim Brown. I live on Kentucky Avenue in the Nations. I work on the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Nations Neighborhood Association, and we've been involved with helping Rollin flesh out the UDO. My interest is the area marked in yellow that is currently needs to be changed to allow more commercial uses. In the time I've lived there since 2014, we've had a number of nice establishments come up in the Nations. Some have failed, some haven't. One of the reasons they fail is lack of foot traffic. This particular UDO and zoning change would allow more feet on the street. It would also change some of the areas to allow more options for the commercial development of 51st and for Centennial. I urge you to vote in favor of these two items. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha Millar, and I am a homeowner in the Nations, and I support this plan as this is one step closer to providing more housing and a better quality of life for both me and my dog. We want more trees and more sidewalks, and I really don't see how there is opposition to that. Unfortunately, the opposition from outside of our neighborhood has spread misinformation both outside and inside, and this misinformation is from people who are not involved in our neighborhood and don't understand our neighborhood. I'd encourage the commissioners to make their decision based on facts, the positive recommendation from Metro's own planning department, the formal endorsement of the neighborhood association and small business community, and the people who actually live and work in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is DJ Sullivan, District 7. I'm from East Nashville. Speaking of outsiders, why I care about this rezoning is because if one area in Nashville becomes unaffordable, then those people come to East Nashville and displace my neighbors. So we all need to do our part all over Nashville. Back to the matter at hand. I recently talked to some young people about 10 years younger than myself in their early 30s. They were trying to buy a house in Nashville, and they were ready for home ownership. They were ready to move on from renting, but they said the prices were just so high. I personally was lucky when I moved here 8 years ago, was able to purchase a house for under $300,000. Which is kind of a fantasy now. We were able to refinance during the pandemic, so now we have a low interest rate. We're sitting pretty good right now. So these folks that are 10 years younger than me, by no fault of their own, just because their age, they're going to pay a lot more for housing right now just because of when they're trying to come into the market. So this rezone and overlay will allow for housing that's more affordable. The Nations is a great neighborhood. It's got a lot of single-family homes already. It's recently been building some apartments, which is great for housing variety, but it's still lacking that middle category of small, affordable homes, the starter homes. If we leave the zoning in place, we know exactly what's going to happen. You're going to get one torn down and two big, expensive houses built. So I support these bills, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shane Stever. I've been a homeowner in the nation since 2013, and I'd like to voice my strong support for the Nation's neighborhood plan. This balanced two-part proposal promotes more housing options while enhancing our community's quality of life. It increases tree coverage, supports local businesses, encourages walkability, and offers more affordable housing for middle-class families. It also revitalizes abandoned industrial sites and allows homeowners to build dadus, something the current zoning very unreasonably doesn't permit me to do. Overall, it's a smart plan that helps our neighborhood grow in a sustainable and inclusive way. I urge you all to vote in approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hisham Kadiri, and I've been a resident and homeowner in the Nations for the last decade. And for the last decade, I've always dreamed to build a dadu. This is the first opportunity that we could actually have that happen. And I strongly urge you to vote yes for this proposal, as I strongly support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to thank the commission for allowing me to speak tonight, and also thank you for serving on this commission. My name is Ed Seifert. I've lived in the Nations, been a homeowner in the Nations since 2017. I'm here on behalf of my wife, who has been a Nashville resident since 1990. And prior to 2017, we lived in Sylvan Park since 2010. So we're pretty familiar with the Nations, and we've been around. We've seen a lot of change in the neighborhood. We have 4 kids, and none of them can afford to live in the Nations. We talk about, I hear it all the time in Nashville. I've heard it 4 times tonight since I've been here, is greater density. Greater density. And when we say greater density, I see some of the commissioners shake their heads in agreement. So how do we get greater density? Well, we need a solid plan, right? We don't want to come at this willy-nilly because it's a big issue. Well, we've been working on this plan in the Nations for a year and a half. This didn't just come up overnight. There's been countless Nations Neighborhood Association meetings. Planning and Zoning Committee has talked about this ad nauseum for the last year and a half. So we have a good plan. It's very well put together. It's bounded by this UDO that's going to basically keep it all in check. So it's a solid plan. So what I would ask you guys tonight is to just listen to the facts. Don't let the emotion get in. Listen to the facts. Look at the plan and vote based on the vote based on the facts. And thank you for the time again. Also, real quick, this is my neighbor. I live in this neighborhood, and I strongly support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for hearing us. My name is Alex Garmazy, and I support this plan as well. I feel a bit emotional seeing so many neighbors for the first time and some that I've known for a long time tonight, which is really cool. So, like I said, I am a Nashville native. I've lived in the Nations for 10 years, the last 8 as a homeowner. And my wife and I are very proud to be restoring an original Craftsman, 1929 construction on Georgia Avenue. And it was built with wood from the Davidson County Courthouse that was raised in 1929, repurposed for my home. I absolutely love telling that story. Multiple families before me have come in and toured the house, loved all the upgrades, and I'm just passionate about this neighborhood. My time in the neighborhood, flashback to 10 years ago when I first got in, I wanted to get involved. And so I researched how to, found the neighborhood association online and started going to meetings. Fast forward a little bit more, I have been on the board of the Nations Neighborhood Association for 5 years. 2 of those years, I served as president of the board, and this was kind of a whisper at the time. What can we do? Rollin was on our board at that time, and heading crime and safety. And since then, he's obviously moved on to council and doing big things and taking bold moves and very brave. But my latest role in the Neighborhood Association is to be the liaison to the business committee. The business committee, you've heard from a few of them tonight. They meet monthly for coffee or lunch. Today was a lunch meeting at Brotherly Love, one of our cheesesteak restaurants in the neighborhood. And I can say that for the 15 business owners or so that were there, of course, we talked about it like we do every month. And I am the liaison between the neighborhood association and the business owners for collaboration and communication. And that group is in full support of this. So I want to make sure that we reiterate that. And I am in full support of this plan as well.
Thank you.
Members of the commission, I'm Jeff Hines with Catalyst Design Group. Normally, I'm appearing before you to represent the interests of my clients in zoning and rezoning policy matters, but this evening I'm the stakeholder. Our corporate office is at 5100 Tennessee Avenue, right at the corner of 51st Avenue in Tennessee. I and my partners own that property, and we also have a residential property that my wife owned prior to our marriage on 57th Avenue. So I have one within the mixed-use policy area and one within the residential policy area. This proposal makes absolute sense for the nations in that I heard one individual explain it, the investment by retail folks to form businesses, have restaurants established and such, absolutely needs foot traffic. It needs additional users within the neighborhood. I like the diversity of this proposal. I want to say that I and my partners are fully supportive of the alternative substitute language. We worked with staff, and I'll thank planning staff and Councilmember Horton for considering that, because there were some text issues where zoning, CS zoning that was in place would actually have had some things removed from it as far as floor area ratios and such. So we worked hard on that. It's in the substitute language, and I just want to thank them for that effort. So please hear that I and my partners at Catalyst are fully supportive of this. We understand the aspects of what it means, what it does for the neighborhood, and believe in it. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Wesley Smith. I'm a Nashville native, born and raised in West Nashville. I've always lived in the 37209 zip code, with the exception of a few years in Knoxville. Go Vols. And when I moved back to town, moved to the Nations with a few roommates in a townhome off 49th that I absolutely loved. I could walk to the best pizza place in town, in my opinion, in 2 minutes. I could go to Bringles to watch sports on the weekends. Absolutely loved it. Earlier this year, my fiance and I decided to move in together. And she was moving from Belmont Hillsborough and was adamant that we stay in the Nations. Unfortunately, although I'm very excited to live with her, I did lose a few roommates in that process. And we, looked at the apartments that were available to us in the Nations, and we did stay in the neighborhood. I now live on Centennial Boulevard. And I bring that up to say I still love the neighborhood. I love living there. But the Nations has exhausted the Nashville Next logic of build density on the corridors. A lot of the density that has come to the neighborhood is north of Centennial Boulevard, and that's changed my experience from walking out my door onto a sidewalk to walking onto 4 lanes of Centennial Boulevard with no crossing a half mile in either direction, and then having a concrete barrier on the other side. Now, what does that have to do with the zoning? It's that we need to build density in the interior of our neighborhoods. Renters should not be physically marginalized to the outskirts of our neighborhood, and it doesn't make sense to build the most density the furthest walk from kind of the 51st Centennial area, which is what we've been doing. So I strongly enthusiastically support this proposal and everything in it. It is logical. It has the strong support from the neighbors and will help me stay in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andrea Pemberton, and I am a resident of the Clifton Southwest neighborhood, which is just on the other side of the tracks of the Nations. If I throw a stone, it will land on one of the properties of the Nations. In addition to being a nearby resident, I am also a graduate student at Vanderbilt University and a caregiver for my mother, who is undergoing and recovering from cancer treatments. So you've heard a lot tonight about wonderful aspects of this plan, which include tree canopy cover and opportunities to prevent stormwater runoff. But I would like to speak a little bit more to the things that I'm most excited about for this plan that is right next door to me, and that is the DADUs, which for all of the campuses that surround the nation's area, it provides an opportunity for students and for single young professionals who are early career to have additional housing options in resident areas that are close to their campuses and downtown while still being able to live in a thriving neighborhood. And it also would prevent them from being severely rent burdened, which allows them to have more disposable income to provide in the neighborhoods that they would shop and live. In addition to that, I would like to note that in 2023, Harris poll for Bloomberg did a poll and found that 45% of adults aged 18 to 29 live at home with their parents, and that's due to high cost of living and housing, student loan debt, and a desire to save money. So having an opportunity for parents to have DADUs where adult children can return home without having to live inside the home would be a great benefit for both parents and their adult children. And also on that caregiving side, to allow for caregivers with aging parents or with adult children with disabilities to have a place that they can live within proximity to provide care, but also to have dependable privacy and provide care. So I'm in support of this plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Eva Bedell, and I work with Councilmember Jacob Kupin, who represents District 19. I'm going to begin by sharing a statement with him. He's not able to be here this evening, but then I'll offer a few words of my own. So Councilmember Kupin says, I apologize that I cannot be there with you all, but I appreciate Eva delivering these remarks on my behalf. Housing affordability is a top issue in our city, and I'm grateful to my colleague for his tireless efforts to update our zoning code in a thoughtful way, honoring Nashville's past while recognizing where we are today and where we're headed. Councilmember Horton's proposal is a meaningful step forward in this much-needed refresh and offers new tools in our housing toolkit. I encourage you to support it this evening and look forward to continued discussion at Council. Speaking now personally as a resident, I moved to West Nashville about a year ago after I graduated from college, and since then I've spent a lot of time researching areas of the city that could offer me all the things that matter the most to me in a neighborhood, that being a sense of community, walkability, green space, safety, and affordability. Unfortunately, I found that it's nearly impossible to find all of these things in one place. I work full-time, yet neighborhoods like the Nations still are out of reach. Instead, I've had to make trade-offs like sacrificing proximity to my work, friends, or the energy of downtown simply because there aren't enough housing options that balance affordability with the elements of a livable and connected community. As a young person looking to build a life here, I believe that the future of Nashville depends on our ability to prioritize the three of the main components of this proposal: affordability, green space or tree coverage, and walkability. These things aren't luxuries, they're necessary for both our communal and individual quality of life. They're what people are actively seeking in a place to call home. And if we want Nashville to continue growing in a healthy and sustainable way, we need to provide these opportunities. I also urge you to make your decision based on the facts and support coming directly from the people who know this area best: the Neighborhood Association, the Small Business Committee, and the District 20 Council member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. I am Lee Mockmore. I live with my wife on California Avenue. We are in support of this bill, and I'd like to thank staff for the research they've done on this, you guys for your service, and Councilmember Horton. First and foremost, I want to tell you my story of living in Nashville. I bought my first condo in 2009 for $170,000, which was the median home price at the time. Today, that salary that I made back then would be inflation adjusted to $68,000. The median home price, inflation adjusted, would be $255,000, but instead it's $445,000. So we have an affordability crisis, and that's why I support this bill and urge you to vote for it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcel Gilbo. I'm a business owner in the Nations. We are on the corner of New York and Centennial Avenue, and I am in support of both of these zoning changes. From a business perspective, the changing of the corridors to predominantly mixed use along Centennial and 51st We've been there about 8 years or so, and I have watched, there's just like a growing beehive of activity going on at the corner of 51st and Centennial, where the mixed use is mostly happening, and it's extremely popular. And then over by where my office is, there are apartments and condos and houses on both sides of Centennial. And there's a constant stream of people unhappily hiking back and forth, but they're doing it all the way back and forth. And I would love to see that be able to knit together. And my husband is an architect, so he often helps when occasionally a parcel comes up and they have to fight to get a rezone, just to do what the people want. In addition to that, I think, although I don't live in the Nations, we actually live in Sylvan Park, where we bought our house. At least we started our mortgage for like $100,000, back in the day. And I don't know how people afford to have a house in Nashville if they want to be able to walk and enjoy restaurants as we've done and shopping in Sylvan Park for many, many years. And if I could have a day due, that would help, be able to afford retirement, which I worry about. And I just think that the affordability and there being
That's your time.
options.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Joshua Haston. I live in District 6, but I am a staunch affordable housing advocate, staunch housing advocate. I also serve on Nashville's Industrial Development Board as its vice chair and work for one of the nation's largest affordable housing developers. I am a big advocate for this plan, as well as other plans eventually coming around Nashville like it. It provides the gentle density and other urban design aspects that many Nashville natives are craving and have been asking for many years. But I wanted to speak a little bit more about reframing that 90,000 units that we hear. 90,000 homes might be a more appropriate use of that. I know for LDG, we have 2.2 kids per apartment that we build. So to put that in perspective, that's almost 200,000 children that need homes in the next decade. 200,000. As of 2023, 2024, we had over 4,500 homeless students in MNPS. That's about 5% of MNPS population, more than one homeless student per classroom in Nashville today. So as we consider and want to look at providing housing for our people, think about providing housing for our children, for the future of Nashville that are going to run this city one day and that work in our jobs, that provide joy to all the parents in here. There's no kid, I saw one kid in here tonight. So just think about our children. I strongly support this plan, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Yarbrough. I live in District 24, but the Nations is in Senate District 21. I've represented this area for the last decade. In my 10 years, 11 years in office, I have never before been to a planning commission meeting for or in opposition to a project, and I don't intend to make a habit of it. I generally, not because I don't value what you do, I think it's some of the hardest and most important work in the city, but I view my job as one to protect the city's ability to make decisions on its own. I would say in this instance, this is an area where on this policy issue, when it comes to affordability, density, housing supply, there's an increasing movement across the country in red state and blue state alike, from Montana to California, to decide these issues at the state legislative level, which I would prefer we not do. But for that reason, I think it's important that we demonstrate that there are places where we are taking action on our own in order to address this issue on our own terms. And just like I wouldn't be here to push this plan on some other district some other neighborhood that I represent that wouldn't want it, I do want to protect this district's, this community's ability to grow as they so choose, especially since it serves that interest that really is a long-term interest for all of us. The other thing I would say is that, I defer to you, your expertise on whether this is a good plan and to the arguments that you'll hear. But from a process standpoint, it is hard to beat the way that the Nations has handled this from an association standpoint, council members standpoint. They have done this long, they've spent the time, and they've worked with each other to come up with a plan. So just want to say those things, and thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Ryan. I live in the Nations. I grew up in the Nations. I went to school there when I was a little kid. And it's funny, growing up in Nashville, I'm sure a lot of people here would be able to corroborate this. You always hear we didn't want to be Atlanta. We didn't want to be massive and sprawling and traffic congested the way Atlanta is. Well, we've kind of become that. We've kind of spent the last 30 years restricting density and growth so that we are forced into that sprawling, car-dependent mentality, I suppose. So I think it's important to get away from that car dependence and to support density. And I'll support density in any form, especially in this city, but especially in the neighborhood in the Nashville and in the Nations. And I want a neighborhood where I can walk down 51st and it be a vibrant community and there not be empty parking lots and holes and abandoned lots and those kinds of things. I want there to be all the things that I could achieve, everything I would need to achieve through my daily life, right? And if I needed to go to the grocery store, there would be one there. If I wanted to go to the bar, there would be one there. If I wanted to go to the restaurant, there would be one there. And I can walk down the street, I can find all those things. Right now, there's not, and are really to the extent that it should be. And a lot of the businesses that are there are suffering because of it. The density would help that foot traffic. I guess at the end of the day, I'm arguing that we build a neighborhood for people rather than just for cars to pass through. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Baird. For the past 10 years, I've owned a business and owned a commercial building on the corner of Centennial and 55th. I've been a member of the Neighborhood Association for the past couple of years, and the reason for that is I saw the nation changing quite a lot in the 10 years that I've been there. I'm an architect, and I've been interested in attainable housing and national planning. I was part of the original plan of Nashville 25 years ago. And so the nation just seemed like a place that was very open to attainable housing. And to my surprise, people in the neighborhood wanted that. So as an architect, we've done projects in UDOs before, so I understand what it's like to work in those districts. And as part of the Neighborhood Association, I became part of the Planning and Zoning Committee, I guess about 6 months ago, and this was sort of during the process of Councilman Horton planning the rezoning in the UDO. And so what I realized is there wasn't a professional, an engineer or a planner or architect who I guess could read the UDO and help people understand certain technical aspects of it. So as part of, I guess, the educational part of the UDO and the rezoning, as part of the committee, we volunteer to answer questions, technical questions, and any person who asks questions, if we couldn't answer them, we forwarded it on to Councilman Horton. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, Manon Hall. I live in Councilmember Gamble's district, District 3. My rent went up, so I'm not renewing. So if you know of a good spot so I can stay, please let me know. I want to be clear. The organization here in opposition is also not from the Nations. They are not your average NIMBYs who don't just want homes in their own backyards. These are people who want to exclude folks living and staying in Nashville. Rezonings like this allow for more homes to be built and fit into the neighborhood instead of what can and will currently happen, bulldozing homes to slap down cookie-cutter mansions. The housing types this rezoning will allow are inherently more affordable than single-family homes, as land costs can be distributed across multiple units. They can be built with simpler, lower-cost construction methods and reduce reliance on car ownership due to their walkable nature, saving residents money. Rezonings like this are not even the bare minimum when it comes to acting on housing policy in Nashville, and it's so telling to see how vehemently against them bigoted people are. When you approve this rezoning, you are participating in a generations-long battle against exclusion. This is not the beginning or the end, but a meaningful step. It's important that today is a victory for new entitlements in Nashville and not another years-long setback in allowing for more housing. Let's send them packing and pass this rezoning. Thanks.
Hey there. Hey, my name's Matt. I live in the Nations. I'm on Illinois. I'm not like a committee member or anything. I just live there. I grew up in Nashville, and I think it's awesome to see so many neighbors here. I think that's great. We all love this neighborhood. It's walkable. It's safe. It's full of great people. I think it could be even more walkable. It could be an even better business opportunity for new businesses, and it could have even greater character, and I think that requires density. I'll be honest, I used ChatGPT to analyze this plan. It sounds logical to me. It's talking about better sidewalks and, building restrictions that make sense, gradual density. I want us to have, I want diverse neighbors who are teachers, nurses, and artists and people like that. We recently lost Burger and Grain and Cezanne's, and I want cool, small businesses that, need foot traffic to survive. This plan helps all those things, so I urge you to vote yes and help us grow the nations. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Brandon Miller. I'm a real estate attorney in Nashville. I live in the Wedgwood, Houston neighborhood, so I'm not a resident of the Nations, but I've done a lot of work sort of in the affordable housing space. Served as the board chair for Rebuilding Together Nashville for a year or 2 years when their headquarters was in the nation. So I did spend a lot of time there. I've read the initial findings of the housing and infrastructure study and sort of just thinking, we've heard some different cases here tonight about, proposals that maybe were not in keeping with Nashville Next or not in keeping with the housing and infrastructure study. I don't think you can get closer to the spirit and the letter of Nashville Next and the infrastructure study if you don't support this plan. I think this is critical. It's going to be a blueprint for how to do upzoning, how to do it thoughtfully. If this plan were being proposed in Belmead or Forest Hills or Oak Hill, I probably would have a different view of it. But it's the result of, 15 or so different community meetings over the last 18 months. It's been, I think, incredibly well thought through, organized. I give a lot of plaudits to Councilmember Horton for the, incredible hard work he's put into this. And I just think if this sort of proposal does not pass, we may as well give up on, trying to create more affordable housing and median-aligned housing in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Woods. I am a District 20 resident, a homeowner. Unfortunately, not a homeowner in the Nations. I am in Charlotte Park. However, I am a nonprofit director in the Nations. I'm right in the heart of, right off of Centennial. My husband and I did look for a home in the Nations for 13 months. We looked at homes at least once every other week, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. And there was nothing that we could afford, or nothing that we could afford that wasn't moldy and needed $100,000 in repair. I think this plan allows for a greater diversity of homes, and that would allow more people to move in and stay there. I also being a nonprofit leader, work with a lot of people in the neighborhood that have been there for a really long time, and just a lot of nonprofits that are really struggling with people being not having a place to live anymore, and also having struggling at finding people, as they've mentioned before, people that can work in that neighborhood. I just got a request from a daycare today that was they don't have any workers in the neighborhood that are close by that love this neighborhood that they can pay, that can afford to live in the Nations and also be on a daycare worker salary. I just urge you to support it. I am in support, and our organization is in support of it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you're doing. We appreciate you.
Thank you. I Do not see anyone else lined up to speak in support, so I will open up the microphones for those wishing to speak in opposition. And again, you will have 2 minutes, and we'll ask that you proceed as orderly as possible.
Oh, I've been here at 2 o'clock.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I've been here at 2 o'clock. Oh, my gosh.
Who's starting?
Ready to start?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. My name is Lauren Magley. I live in the Nations. I have lived there since 2017. I am also a third generation Middle Tennessean. So I've heard a lot about influence from people who are not from here or don't live here, but I am the absolute definition of someone who is from here and who lives here. I'm here today speaking and asking for you guys to please hear our voice. I'm speaking on behalf of the voice of the nations, on behalf of the people who were not included in these discussions. We've heard a couple times tonight, multiple times tonight, that this has been a process that has been going on for 2 years, and that is correct. I was there. I am a member of the Nations Neighborhood Association. I have attended those meetings. I have also attended the zoning and planning meetings in the Nations. I'm a commercial real estate broker, so I do have a bit of a different perspective to bring to the table. And the reason that I found out about this is because I'm a huge nerd and I'm kind of obsessed with zoning. So that's what led me to get involved. Inclusion is important. It is the reason why it is required for zoning hearings like this to put out signage and also to do mailings so that everyone who's going to be impacted has an opportunity to know about it. That is unfortunately not what's happened with the Nashville Neighborhood Association. If you did happen to be on social media or perhaps had signed up for their email list, you would know about it. But other than that, there is no way that you would have found out. And I didn't realize that until about a week ago when I got an email from one of my neighbors that I just met, Rachel, and she had gotten my name from someone because they had seen me at these neighborhood association meetings asking questions that could not be answered. So she reached out to me and I was like, oh my gosh, someone else has a difference of opinion. Wow. This was the first that she had ever heard of this. She has lived here for 23 years. She started the very first Nashville Neighborhood Association, and she had no idea this zoning was happening. Let me also clarify how big this is. This is 330 acres of land, over 2,500 parcels, that is proposed a blanket rezoning. This would be the largest blanket rezoning in the history of Metro Nashville, the largest. And the input that has been given by the community has been very minimal. And how minimal? 51 people. So the Nashville Neighborhood Association did have a vote. There was 51 people who voted yes in support of this. They wrote their letter of recommendation, which was prior to the UDO being drafted, by the way, so we did not have an opportunity to review it. I have reviewed it in depth. It is severely lacking in details. The closest thing to this type of zoning that has been done is in Wedgwood, Houston, Chestnut Hill. If you look at their UDO, the precedent that had been set, the planning, the process that they went through, it is incredibly detailed. Ours is lacking severely. We have not had a community study done. We still don't have the results of stormwater. I've heard a lot about sidewalks here. What this plan does not guarantee is sidewalks. I've heard a lot about support for commercial businesses. What this plan doesn't guarantee is that our commercial businesses will still exist. What this plan does is a guarantee or allow for 100% multifamily by right. That is different than permitted with special conditions. By right gives people the opportunity to be included, to be heard, to ask questions. This zoning would completely take that away. For 330 acres, for over 2,500 parcels affected. And you've only received the input of 1.92% of us. So that is why I'm here today. I am speaking for those who have just learned about this, and that is evident that this is not what the people who live here in the nations want. And that's evident by the flood of opposition emails that the commission has received here in the past week since the signs went up and people realized what was going on. What has been presented is, so I know I'm running out of time here. I want to thank you guys so much for the opportunity to have our voice heard. It makes a difference, and thank you so much for the work that you do. And I would like to ask for you guys to please disapprove. Thank you.
May I just, pardon me, usually we get your name and the name of the organization that you represent for the 5 minutes, and forgive me, commissioners, I failed to do that. So can you say your name and the organization that you represent and how many members are part of that organization?
Yes, my name is Lauren Magley. The organization is Voice of the Nations, and our members are growing by the minute, so I can't give you an exact number on that.
Okay, so just for fairness, because there were a number of different organizations that spoke today and didn't ask for the 5 minutes. The commission's rules basically say if you represent an organization and you are sort of an elected member of that organization, you can ask for 5 minutes. So that happened here in advance of the meeting. And so it's sort of a trust that that the organization exists and you're an elected member, and we won't have multiple members speaking for that organization. So I just, for those of you who've already spoken who might not think it's fair, we gave 5 minutes. I wanted you to know why that had happened. That's what the rule is. So we have entered into the record Voice of the Nation, but
I'm just a concerned homeowner, and I sent an email to staff and asked what I needed to do to be able to speak, and that's why I'm here, and that's what I'm doing. So I apologize if this was...
You haven't done anything wrong.
Okay.
It's my obligation to make sure that folks feel like we're running a fair hearing, and so that's why I want to disclose what the commission's rules are, why that happened, and then and just make sure everyone knows why the 5 minutes were given. And we've got that in the record now. Thank you. And I would say let's go to the next.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Twanichik, CRCC. Cane Ridge is working with planning, as you know, on an overlay that we know is going to be a template for other areas of Nashville. So we are very mindful of that. We talk about how that we're a template for other areas. I would ask that this be seen that way as well. We have to have that kind of responsibility. I come here with some cautions because we do expect this to be a precedent, and with that comes a lot of responsibility. A lot of people are talking about solving the housing crisis, but we know it's not possible with just this one area of the county, so it has to be a template. That also makes it very dangerous. I don't hear anything that talks about setting up requirements of the developers to meet the needs of the community in the future. We're going to be giving them blanket authority to do certain things certain way, a one-time application, but 20 years from now, there's no way to go back and ask for anything. No new requirements will be possible, but we will have grown and learned a lot by then. I don't hear anything about acknowledging that planting new trees, if they're the size of my arms, they don't absorb as much water as the existing ones. And so just talking about tree numbers is just not all that. The water filtering into the ground, if there aren't trees to absorb it, still ends up causing problems. We get a lot of what we get get in Cane Ridge because we get to ask one parcel at a time. That opportunity is going to be lost for hundreds of parcels here, so I have concern about that. We've gotten new traffic circles, we've gotten playgrounds at at schools, we've gotten pocket parks, additional buffers where reasonable, other things, all because we got to go one parcel at a time. If you remove this step, if you remove and lump everything together, then citizens lose a very important voice, and I ask that that be acknowledged and proceed with caution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Gladstone. I have lived in the Nations for 23 years at 705 49th Avenue North, which I own. During that time, I've been very active in the neighborhood, forming the first neighborhood association, leading tree planting and tree saving initiatives, and zoning changes. I've worked with Councilman Horton on a couple of projects, so you can imagine my surprise when 3 weeks ago, I learned of this bill from postcards Metro sent and the zoning signs, but not from my councilman. This bill has been in the work for 18 months, but the vast majority of us were kept in the dark. 6 of us canvassed for 5 days, myself walking for 15 miles to 1,500 owner addresses. Not a single person knew what the zoning meant. I've been told it's our responsibility to find the neighborhood association, but is it? Shouldn't every single household have been notified of these drastic changes in the neighborhood? 17 years ago, the neighborhood doubled in density. We were promised sewer and water upgrades, sidewalks, protection from mature trees. That never happened. The building never stopped, and everything's gotten worse. Countless mature trees, which can each hold 3,000 gallons of water, have been taken down, replaced with 6-inch caliber trees that take 20 years to mature. Hence, the flooding increases. Every time it rains, there's a giant lake behind my house. There are sinkholes opening in the alley next door. Metro Water is supposed to be doing a study, but there's nothing planned. And so the building is going to go ahead, which is like saying, we're going to bring home a baby, but let's not get a crib for him till we see how big he is. And let's not buy diapers till we see how much he poops. This bill would change the character of the nations as we know it. I'm here today because the time has come for us to push back on being pushed aside. We respectfully ask to defer this until 3,000 people in the nations can have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hope you guys are all doing well. My name is Mark Taylor. I'm a homeowner and I live on Indiana Avenue, and I've lived in the Nations for 12 years. I'm asking the commissioners to disapprove Councilman Horton's rezoning and UDO proposal, and to disapprove the planning staff's substitute proposal. Our residents were given no notification regarding scope or details of the rezoning until the required mailing that was sent by Metro. Over the past 18 months, Councilman Horton has not once hosted his own neighborhood town hall regarding the zoning changes. He's active on Instagram, posting about other neighborhood events, but not a single mention about the rezoning plan or even urging members to attend an NNA meeting. His support for the rezoning plan is only coming from a small group of individuals who attend these NNA meetings. I served for 4 years on the Nation's Neighborhood Association Board and the Planning and Zoning Committees. As a former board member, I understand the challenges of alerting neighbors to significant changes. Historically, NNA meetings have very low attendance. To ensure everyone felt included, we, at the time, used our treasury funds to send mailings to all residents. We partnered at the time with our former councilperson, Mary Carolyn Roberts, to ensure that all residents felt included and notified for these decisions. Neither Councilman Horton nor the NNA has sent out any mailers or flyers in an attempt to capture input from a larger cross-section of our neighborhood. As previously stated, the NNA did support the plan and sent a letter of support on March 29th, 2024. This was only voted on 64 members. 51 approved, 13 voiced their opposition. That is 2% of our neighborhood. Approving a zoning plan of this, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's
Hi, my name is Corinne Schaefer. I live at 4813 Illinois Avenue in the Nations. My husband and I have been there since 2007. We bought the home next door to ours as well, 4811 Illinois Avenue, and we have lovingly restored our 100-year-old historic home to be the wonderful home that it is today. We love our neighborhood and the balanced growth it has seen since 2010, and we were shocked and disappointed to learn of Councilman Horton's proposal to rezone almost all residential lots in the Nations for high density without input from the majority residential households in the neighborhood and without consideration for other zoning options that could increase density without jeopardizing our neighborhood's unique character. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to Councilman Horton, his proposed plans, and respectfully request that you disapprove the proposal and the substitute proposal, as many of our residents are just learning about and still trying to understand the implications these changes could have on our homes and our lives. I've been monitoring the letters of opposition to and in support of the proposed plans, and as of 4 p.m. today, there were 3 letters of opposition to every 1 letter of support from our actual Nation's households. Many of the letters coming in support of this proposed plan are from outside constituents. Having worked for a large institutional bank in multifamily affordable housing finance for the majority of my 20-year banking career, the narrative being pushed that this will create affordable housing is very misleading. True affordable housing in Nashville is defined as households who make less than 60% of the area median income, which is, in this day and age, can't be attained without federal, state, and tax credits or local tax credit subsidies. And I just respectfully request that you disapprove this proposal.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Gillahan. I live at 6124 Morrow Road, and I oppose it. Now, I was in the 2010 flood, and since then, Richland Creek has come up almost to my house twice since then, once this year. And I don't see how, if you're going to build more houses, it's going to be more runoff and it's going to be more flooding. I don't know about this impervious surface thing. I didn't get the specifics on that. Now, let's talk about trees. For 2 years, I was the Route Nashville planting captain there in West Nashville. We got about 80 trees in the neighborhood. And while, yeah, sure, you can make a new requirement that they put out these trees, but a lot of times they're these skinny little red buds, crepe myrtles, and a lot of times they don't get watered, and a lot of times they just die. And again, it's not like a real mature, big old tree. Now, I was a member, I was very in that group, the Nation's neighborhood group, for a long time. I go back to remember when they tried to kick all the truckers off of 51st? Well, so I went many times. I was doing their cleanups. I helped plant those trees that the National Tree Foundation gave to us. But more and more, I just felt not welcome in there anymore, like I was being shunned because I didn't agree with everything that was happening. I don't like how they're meeting a bar, for one thing. It's noisy in there, hard to hear. I don't like, they never give minutes or any kind of treasury report. We never get anything like that. And again, I just felt like I was being, not welcome there. So I can take a hint. I'm not going to come anymore. Now, affordable housing, that's a tough one. But I will say that I own a house that I rent out for $950 a month. So maybe if you had more mom and pop landlords instead of these corporate entities, they might go down a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy Shell. I live in Indiana with one of the newest residents of the neighborhood for the past month, and we are getting dangerously close to having a bad night, so I appreciate all the other neighbors for letting me cut line. We did not know about the plan changes until the mailer came out about 2-3 weeks ago, and that are making such a massive change with one fell swoop instead of allowing the neighborhood and neighbors to, on an individual basis, really see how the changes would affect what's going on, what's being built in their backyard. There is a lot that we do have in common with those who propose the plan or accept the plan. Although I was shocked to hear tonight from so many that don't even live in our own neighborhood who are going to be affected most by the changes. Sidewalks, we went on a stroller sidewalk. I actually met him as I was walking by. I never met him before. And we talked about coming to the meeting tonight, and it was almost comical how many times I had to lift the stroller on and off the sidewalk and over bumps because of how poor the sidewalks are. We can make those changes without making such a fell swoop change and rezoning the entire neighborhood. Trees, we all care about trees. Nothing hurts my heart more than whenever they are redeveloping a parcel of land right now and they cut down the biggest trees in the yard and they put up one of the little scrawny trees. The trees that are the mature trees in our neighborhood are beautiful, and that's not the problem. Not putting up too small trees is not going to help solve the issue. Storm drainage, we actually live in front of a very large storm drain. Last month, whenever it was storming so hard, a car flooded out that went through and had to wait on the sidewalk for hours, waiting to get towed. My husband himself actually goes out and tries to clear out the storm drains whenever there are issues. So we know we have that problem. Why do we need this change to fix it? Those changes should already be in place. Those projects should already be in place, like we said. So I urge you to listen to the homeowners of the neighborhood and not special interest groups and oppose this plan. We can do better than this.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. My name is Scott Sims. I live on Michigan Avenue in the Nations, 4803. I too was I felt like a lot of this planning and discussion and everything had happened without my knowledge. And I'm very active on social media. I'm very active in the neighborhood. I walk a lot. I didn't have a clue that any of this was going on. I didn't even know we had an association. So like I said, some notification out that would have been great. But let me tell you first, I'm for a lot of this. Okay, I do think there are great points in here. I do want to see the increase in tree requirements. Quality trees that are going to help with runoff, and I'm absolutely for reducing industrial and abandoned sites. Absolutely. I'm tired of all the unsightly body shops and race car garages and everything that we have to listen to drag racing going up and down our streets every night. I'm all for that. And prevention of Airbnbs. I'm for mixed use developments and increase in sidewalks. Love all of that. The thing that I am most concerned about is that you're going to take a lot like I have, which is an HPR detached that's about 150 by 30 yards or 30 feet wide. And you're going to tell people that you can knock that down and you can put in, 4 units. That's incredibly crowded, and we're already crowded as it is. I mean, I came into this neighborhood, knowing I was going to be congested. But you're talking about adding more congestion. Now, mixed-use developments, that's a different thing. But you're talking about the houses that have been built, since, 10, 15 years ago, they started building these tall skinnies. Well, I mean, the zoning is going to allow for even more congestion in those small lots. So I don't see how that makes any sense. I understand people need affordable housing. I had to work my way up to where I am today. Nobody's entitled to just go right into, living, in a certain status. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
How you guys doing? My name is Ian Connor. I rent in the Nations, and I'm really good friends with the owner of the 2 houses, and I know for sure it's definitely not going to be good for a lot of people because first of all, I think about my mother's sign in her kitchen. It says "Keep it simple," right? It's like you're going to see a lot of people that are trying to live their lives and build their personal lives, and a bunch of people from Nashville. It's like, that's something I always learned, is keeping the heart, right? The heart of the city is something that I believe that what makes Nashville so special, but it's also the fact that, there's going to be a lot of changes that are happening, but at the end of the day, there's going to be, neighborhoods that, should be protected and will be protected. And I believe that I'm definitely against it. And I believe in, renovations and, growth in the city. Being here since I was 18 years old, man, I've always been about the growth, always been about the good changes, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, I'm definitely standing for our community in the Nations because it's something that's special. As you know, Nashville has so many different, you got East Nashville, but at the end of the day, it's like, we have to keep our sections, that's just what we want as a community. We want to keep it together. So, yeah, I'm totally against it. And I hope, the people that are, can have, have an ear and just listen to us and just hear us out as, Nashville is a place of just, heart and city and just like, change is good, right? But at the end of the day, I do stand for just keeping, families growing and, for the people that do have ownership in the homes, that's their house, what they run, their small businesses and stuff like that. So that's what I believe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, perfect. Hi, my name's Rachel Rustman. I live on Michigan Avenue. I own a home there. I have owned my home since 2018. Growing up a military brat, I have to say it is the longest I have ever lived anywhere in my entire life. And that is a testament to the nations and how much I love it and my neighbors. I want to start and admit by saying I have not attended more than one neighborhood association meeting. I have not, and I admit to that. But it is because I did not attend those that I just found out about this plan about 2 weeks ago when we got the required mailer. I'm unfortunately, and my bosses would probably not like that I admit to this, active on Instagram quite often throughout the day and never saw anything posted on social media about it. Like I said, it's the first I've heard. I understand that you have received a lot of public comments in support. However, a review of the public comments submitted reveals a disproportionately higher number of comments in opposition from the people who actually live here, the taxpayers. It's important to clarify that those of us who oppose it, from what I've heard, we don't oppose growth itself. We just want a plan that addresses some of the issues. My boss always tells me, look for what isn't there. What isn't there is how they're going to address the street parking. I live on Michigan. I don't know if you've ever driven down Michigan. Street parking is absolutely atrocious. If you have people parking on both sides of the street, I don't think a fire truck can get down there if there's a fire in somebody's home, and that's an issue. We don't have sidewalks. There's no plan to address sidewalks. Everybody says we want to make the neighborhood more walkable. How can we make it more walkable if I'm forced to walk in the street where there are people parked on both sides and I run the risk of getting hit by a car? In fact, I almost hit my neighbor the other day because she was walking out in between cars and I didn't see her coming. As drafted, this rezoning would have long-term consequences for those of us who actually live here, impacting property values, traffic density. I won't get into school crowding because that was addressed by the other side, and I don't have children, so I can't speak. That's all. Thank you. Please reject this.
Hi, my name is Haley Henderson. I live at 4802 Indiana Avenue with my wife. We have lived there for about 5 years. We too did not know anything about this. We at one point were members of the association. When we would go, it was more of just a good time, talk to your neighbors, get to know each other, maybe talk about a couple businesses that were there. We stopped going just due to busy lifestyles, but never heard anything about any of the information that's been presented until we got the flyer in the mail. So I won't speak more to that, but I'd like to speak somewhat to the stormwater issues. I am a stormwater professional, so that is what I do on a day-to-day basis. I manage stormwater at a place that has a lot of concrete and know all of the issues that come along with building more buildings. Like I said, we live on Indiana Avenue. The corner of Indiana and 48th constantly floods. As mentioned earlier, there was a car that was pulled out of there the other day. In the 5 years we've been there, we've seen house after house get torn down and more bigger houses get built. When you have that stormwater, it has nowhere to go. So it just goes into the middle. At some point, it's come up into our yard. When we first started living there, that did not happen 5 years ago. Without proper infrastructure put into place and a plan, this plan will not be successful. I am not opposed to higher density. I am not opposed to mixed-use development, but without a plan to address the underlying causes of those before we come up with a plan, we will have more flooding. We will have more issues with aquatic life in the creeks. And so I do not support this in the way that it is. I also do not support that it's an overarching plan across the entire neighborhood. As a member of the neighborhood, I would like to have input when things and businesses are coming into place. Thank you.
Thank you.
As she already mentioned, I am Lauren Henderson. I live in on Indiana Avenue in the Nations. And the biggest thing for me for opposing this is just the lack of details and not communicating. I think that's important and it's lacking here. When it's so easy, there is a community there. There's so many events to happen, and you're telling me there was not any point over these 2 years that you could have given us this information and continue to give us the little details that are missing. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danny Ward, and I've been a homeowner in the Nations on Indiana Avenue for 6 years. Despite everyone saying that this was community-driven, it's absolutely not true. I've actually been to Nations Neighborhood Association meetings within the last year, and I have email correspondence with Councilmember Horton. This was originally, my original dissent was about Nest. He said that it had been withdrawn, and then he never told me that there was a new proposal being in the works. While I understand it's not exactly the same proposal, he never told me that there was a new zoning proposal. I wish he had encouraged me to learn about the new proposal and come to the meetings, but all he told me was that Nest was withdrawn, and I never heard from him again. While I think everyone here agrees that Nashville has an affordability crisis, the opportunity to fix that was 10 years ago. Like, that ship has sailed. And which is sad. But what I want to know from the commission is what restrictions will be in place to ensure that new units being built are actually low income or workhouse housing? Will you be forcing developers to commit to building a percentage of units reserved for low income? And will they be under a certain rent threshold, and how will that be regulated? I agree with everyone that I do not support this, and I think you guys need to reconsider it until more people in the neighborhood can weigh in.
Thank you.
My name is Katie Sigmund, and I'm a homeowner on Illinois Avenue for the last 8 years, and I oppose this bill. This wasn't community-driven, and I was not made aware of this bill until I received a postcard. While I agree we need more sidewalks, we need to invest in infrastructure before we increase density, and we currently have no sidewalks except on 51st. Why can't that happen now? And as other people have said, we have extreme flooding issues in the Nations, and every time it rains, part of the neighborhood floods, and that is not being addressed. For the dad use people want, where will those people park? We don't currently have parking, and both sides of the streets are taken with parking, and people cannot make their way down the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tyler Freeman. My wife and I have been a homeowner in Nations for 5 years on Illinois Avenue. Similar to a lot of our neighbors here, my wife and I had no idea about this rezoning proposal until the postcards were sent out or the signs were put up there. Really, I oppose this thing. There are some good things in this proposal, but the main thing I really oppose about it is the two-story stack flats, the multifamily buildings there. This community is firmly established as having single-family homes as our bedrock, and this fundamentality changes to allow stacked flats and multiple units next to a single-family home like mine. We're an established neighborhood, and this changes it drastically. These measures should be implemented in less established communities where neighborhoods aren't already established. There were two documents, like I'm sure most people here have seen it, where there's a Canvas document, kind of showed some of the points, I guess, of the UDO, and then also the UDO as well. So this is where they showed where the two-story stack flats of 3 to 4 units would have a max height of 45 feet on corner lots and 35 feet on internal lots. But what the Canvas document doesn't talk about there is that there's a development bonus for builders that if they basically are eligible for an extra 15 feet of height on if they have 25% of the units have 3 or more bedrooms, or a minimum of 50% of the units have 2 or more bedrooms. So really you're getting 50 feet out of an internal lot right there. Developers and builders are here to maximize profit, and they'll find a way to make sure they get this extra height in here. My concern is we start to see higher than 2-story stack flats with these height bonuses sitting right next door to a single-family home. I believe we should keep the zoning as only allow single-family homes to be built. The Canva doc says by the neighborhood for the neighborhood, and I'll reiterate again, this was not something that we were aware of at all. We found out about as well. So the last point I'll say is that, like I said, it says by the neighborhood for the neighborhood. Neighborhood's misspelled. Lack of attention to detail there. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great. My name is Gary Hoffman, and I live at 4701 Illinois Avenue. I've been living there since 2009, and I'm a Nashville native. And before, a decision is made, before you make a decision, we need to get the rest of our neighborhood on board. We need to have a larger meeting that includes all the members of the Nations. And unless you were like on the mailing list of the neighborhood association, you may not know about this rezoning plan. And you've heard that from a lot of us tonight. And that's what's happened. A lot of people don't know about it. And we need to have a larger meeting that allows all of the people in our neighborhood, in the nations, to know about this rezoning change. Because this is a big deal. As you can see from the plan, it's a massive plan, a massive change that everyone needs to know about in our neighborhood. So we need to at least give everybody a chance to attend a larger meeting. And, you know, I have an older home, and the Metro tax assessor just increased the value of my property by $341,000. And that's just about going to tax me out of the neighborhood with that tax increase. So what will happen if I have to sell? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Should I start? Do I have to push the button or? No, you're good. I'm good. Okay. My name is Elaine Korn. I live at 607A James, District 20, not the nations. If you were to remove the legend shown on the map, that would be the start of my Charlotte Robertson neighborhood. We have a very strong association, over 500 members. We engaged in the community constantly. We engage with Councilmember Horton. He frequently attends our neighborhood association meeting. I read his newsletters, yet we knew nothing about this. And why does it matter to us? Because of the traffic flow that comes from the nation's area through our Charlotte Robertson neighborhood. And if you look in the southwest corner up there by the orange, there's 63rd starts at Centennial and terminates at Charlotte Pike, changing its name to James, where I live, and then to Westboro. This is a narrow corridor with no sidewalks, no crosswalks, no shoulder, and drainage ditches abutting the road. This is the easiest route for the nation's residents and service and industrial vehicles to go to and from Pike. The other major route through our neighborhood is Robertson, where cut-through traffic goes 63rd James to White Bridge and comes from the east side of the nations via Robertson or Twin Patton and on to Charlotte Pike. We were told our neighborhood has contributed a small number of new units when compared to the rest of District 20, yet our traffic volume has increased dramatically. Evidence of this is traffic calming cushions on James, Annex, Patton, Twin, and O'Brien. Only James and Annex are collector avenues. Westboro has been chosen and just got their plan for installment last Thursday. This program requires not just speed, but volume to be approved for. 6 other neighborhood non-collector streets have applied for traffic calming. All residential lots on those streets, including mine, with the exception of Charlotte Park. So I ask you to ask for a traffic study before you approve this measure so you can look at the traffic flow, the counts, and the accidents. Thank you.
Do I press on? No. Hi, my name is Michelle Mortimer. My partner and I bought a house on Pennsylvania Avenue about 4 years ago. It is our first house. It took us 25 years to save up to buy it. So affordability is a big concern for us. This opposition is not made up of wealthy, privileged people who do not want growth or progress. I think most of us have concerns and reservations. I'm just going to echo what people have very eloquently already said, which is there was no publicity or awareness made about this project. I don't think enough people are aware of it, have weighed in on it, and know what could possibly happen to their very beloved neighborhood. I want to echo what this woman in the black hoodie said about affordability. I think if there are no affordability requirements attached to development, affordable housing is kind of disingenuous to even brag about in a project. You need requirements in some fashion customized to the city, the metro, locale, and the specific neighborhood. That is at least how I understand proper development. Otherwise, developers get to do what they want, and they will simply meet the standards of what they can get and then what the real estate will bear. Lastly, I want to echo what the woman next to me just said about traffic. I don't see in this plan anything that regards parking, traffic, basic everyday living conditions. And again, so much of this plan is well-intentioned, it's hopeful, it's positive. I don't disagree with all of it, but I've certainly had not time to ingest it all. And further, the concerns I have are not minor. They're not little quibbles. It's not like, oh, more construction in my neighborhood, NIMBY stuff. It's like sincere and profound reservations. And I encourage the commission to defer and to make further recommendations as to how to better this plan for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Melissa Morton. I've lived on Illinois Avenue since 2008. So I've seen a lot of changes there. I do want to make note about not knowing about this zoning change until the postcard came in the mail. Ironically, the last time someone tried to do a UDO update without neighbor involvement is kind of when our neighborhood association grew exponentially, because we went and knocked on doors, gathered email addresses, found a way to inform our neighbors. And that was one of the reasons this neighborhood association even exists and has a 5013C status, a nonprofit status, is due to some of these zoning changes without neighborhood involvement. As far as the stormwater goes, I now have a wet weather creek in my backyard. I had 2 neighbors to my north. I now have 6 in concrete the whole entire length of my yard. I even verified with the Army Corps of Engineers that if it was public land, it would be a wet weather creek. So the water mitigation needs to be pre-planned before any of the stuff gets voted on, in my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay. I live on Kentucky Avenue in the Nations, and I run literally a weekly community-run club called the Nations Run Club. I found out about these bills when I got the postcard in the mail a few weeks ago. I'm asking you to oppose this bill due to these resident concerns, particularly the lack of requiring plans to address pedestrian safety, parking, and then also the increased traffic and stormwater runoff. As a runner, I'm all over the neighborhood almost on a daily basis. We have very, very few sidewalks in the Nations, and people walk their dogs and strollers or right in the street, ducking in between parked cars, just like me. So by increasing this neighborhood density without planning for the increased car traffic and already dismal parking, this bill is a recipe for disaster. And it's already a problem. Actually, just 2 days ago, my husband was out running and literally saw a runner in front of him get hit by a car crossing a street. So this is like a real concern when you're addressing this. So if this bill was resident focused, it would call for the development of infrastructure and safety before or in alignment with allowing for this increased density. Proposing that stormwater runoff will be fixed by planting a few more 2-inch trees is really comical and archaic. My road already becomes a waterfall when it rains. I planted a few trees last year, and Route Nashville sends me an email weekly when my little baby tree has gotten its 10 gallons of water for the week. In addition, this bill claims that we have less taller and skinnier houses by restricting the height to 35 feet, but then turns around and allows multifamily developments to still go up to 45. This gives developers a leg up and still doesn't require them to account for parking on the lot. It's also really disturbing to hear folks talk about affordable housing and then in the next breath talk about how they want to add on a $200,000 DADU onto their property, further driving up their own property value. The planning in this bill is reactive instead of proactive, hoping that we get sidewalks, sewers, and increased public transportation instead of requiring it. Please keep our neighborhood a neighborhood and oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it on? My name is Alan Taylor. I've been a resident in the Nations on Indiana Avenue since 2012. Lived in District 20 since 2003. I'm asking that you oppose this proposal as well as a substitute proposal. Thank y'all for being here. I know y'all are tired. Everybody's tired. It's late. We're trying. One of the things that I was going to say some things about trees and some things about, everybody can plant trees. Like, you don't have to wait for every lot in a neighborhood to be rezoned to plant trees. We have 14 on our property. You know, we saved 8 when we built the house and planted 6 more, and it can be done. And again, as everyone else has echoed, that you take away a mature tree, this size tree is not going to do the same kind of service for you. One concern that I did want to bring up before I forget, increase fire, increase police. I know my brother is a police officer. I know that we are already operating at a deficit with our police force. They are doing their absolute best with what they've got. They're already strained. Now we're going to pile even more people into an already crowded area. And as someone pointed out, there are streets with parking issues where you can't get a fire engine down the street. And I just wanted to say there was an earlier proposal where you were all very kindly and compassionately deliberating the effects of two lot parcel with 5 units that were to go on it. And so much good consideration and good dialogue was had about that. This plan will turn my entire neighborhood into that situation without the right to discuss it in the very kind, considerate way that you all did, because it's just going to be by right, and no one is going to have recourse. Yes, it gives people more options to build what they want. It gives developers the options to build what they want. It does not give the neighbor the option to do anything about it if they don't want to live next to 5 new houses on one small lot. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, hello again. I returned. My name's Irene Kelly. I am a 23-year resident of the 16th District, Davidson County, and a 18-year real estate agent working all over Middle Tennessee. And I am here tonight in solidarity with those in the 20th that are opposing this, as we just had this same sort of overreaching, sweeping zoning forced upon us in the 16th District by our council person that was disapproved by y'all, and we appreciate that very much. And it's sounding like deja vu, because I'm hearing a lot of, we didn't know about this, we didn't hear about it, we saw a sign, but we thought it was just that one property. That's exactly what we all said when we came here, actually at the Howard Building back in April. It was overwhelmingly, that was the message that we got to you all, and you heard us. We appreciate that, and I'm hearing that tonight. And I just don't understand why there's the rush for this massive zoning change. 40 units on 1 acre is huge. And I keep hearing as a real estate agent about the housing crisis. Well, we do have an affordability crisis. We do have a problem with affordable housing, but that's a separate conversation and a separate issue altogether, because we have right now, I'm going to give you some stats that I pulled today at 5 o'clock. These are very, very current. Davidson County inventory is up 22%, okay? Last year, June of 2024, we had 3,387 houses. Right now, we have 4,138, okay? Days on the market is up 39%, and that is, last year it was 20, it's 28, and we have almost 5 months supply of inventory. There's not a housing shortage. Thank you very much. Please disapprove.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julie Smith. I live at 6207 Robertson Road, which is in the Charlotte-Robertson Neighborhood Association. I'm a lifetime member in West Nashville. I grew up on Delaware, which is now considered the nation's. If you go on the interstate and you go to 46th Avenue, you see a sign that says West Nashville. We were very proud to be there, just like the people in East Nashville were proud. When I look at what's happened in our neighborhood, it is so horrible. When I look at people with families now, they don't have a backyard for their kids to go play in the dirt and get mud. I mean, every kid deserves a yard. You have 3 to 4 people building houses on one lot. It takes everything away. It gives you a new meaning of saying, let me reach out and touch someone. So I'm just saying, we need to stop this. We need to stop all this development. We do need people to step up. And there are some places on Centennial that could use some property. But I'm saying, we need to stop all this growth. It's killing every neighborhood. And there's no parking anywhere. So Thank you very much for your time. Hope you all get a good night rest. You've done a great job today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Garland. I'm the president of the Westmead Neighborhood Association. I'm here because I want to talk about just two things. One is trees. I don't know if anybody watches Channel 5 or has read the Tennessean, but I've been kind of our neighborhood association in general has been kind of on a crusade to stop developers from clear cutting lots and cutting down trees. And it's very clear to me as I stand beside a tree that's 100 years old that's been cut down and is out in the street waiting to be picked up, that you can't plant 2 trees after cutting down 100-year-old tree and expect to say the tree growth will be protected, or the tree canopy, or there will be more tree coverage, which is what you heard from the opposition, from the support today. The second thing I want to talk about is neighborhood associations. I'm very familiar with how you grow a neighborhood association, and it is not easy. I'm very familiar with the fact that you can say that you are a neighborhood association and you get a very small portion of people that come to your meetings or that even know what you're doing. And if you are in a neighborhood and you have a council person that you trust and you think is defending your interest, then you don't really pay that much attention to the neighborhood association because you think, hey, they're just doing what they're doing, but everything's going to be fine. And as you've seen today, a lot of people in the nations feel that way or felt that way. And now they feel like they've been, hurt. They've been let down because they're saying, hey, wait a minute. We never heard all this stuff. Well, that's not their fault. It's the neighborhood association's fault. If you call yourself a neighborhood association, you need to connect to the people. And I request you disapprove both of these. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Clinton. I live in the 16th, and we have had a similar rezoning proposal that we've been working through. I just want to say 2 things. One is the obvious. More housing does not mean affordable housing. And it certainly doesn't mean what one of the prior speakers suggested, that the housing would be made available to the unhoused. So we don't expect that to happen, I don't think, from this particular proposal or the proposal in my own district. That's the obvious thing. The other thing I wanted to do is come back to what Twana Chick said in the very beginning of this meeting. With these kinds of sweeping 600-acre rezoning, which is what we will have and what is proposed here in the 2 bills, citizens lose their opportunity to comment on who's coming into their neighborhood and what kind of development it is. That's one of the strengths of our city, that we have a number of neighborhoods where people can speak up clearly and say what they want. Approving this bill will eliminate that for the nations, and I hope you'll disapprove it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Josh Fletcher. I live on Illinois Avenue in the Nations with my wife, where I've lived for the last 8 years or so. I think tonight's been interesting. I think I've learned a lot tonight. I think I've learned a lot about this UDO. I've learned a lot about zoning standards that I never thought I would delve into in my life. There's a lot in this plan that I think makes sense. There's a lot in this plan that seems to take the neighborhood a step forward. 51st Avenue corridor, Centennial Avenue corridor, mixed use, things of that nature. I think you've also heard a steady drumbeat from the last 30 minutes or so of simply not knowing. I mentioned I learned a lot tonight. I learned a lot tonight. I'm not the most well-connected social media millennial. Again, I echo the sentiments earlier of not knowing about this until the postcard came out. I think when you're talking about the scale of the changes here and the 3,000 plus residents that are impacted, I don't feel like the outreach and the necessary steps to get feedback from those 3,000 residents equates to, again, the scale of the changes that are proposed here. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teddy Nag. I've been living in the Nations for 3 or 4 years now. First as a renter, and now I own a home on Kentucky Avenue. Along with a lot of people tonight, I think there's good and bad in this proposal. I think that this proposal is overall well-intended. But when you step back and look at intent versus impact, that's where I think some of the concerns come in. This proposal will lead to higher density development in the Nations because the financial incentives are aligned. And once this proposal is passed, developers will be able to develop higher density structures on every lot. And it's in their interest to do so financially because they can maximize the profit on the development. This proposal doesn't really add any teeth on adding sidewalks and some of the other infrastructure needs that are needed to support the Nations in its current density, in addition to the growth that this would cause. So, I mean, we've had, if you looked at the map they put up earlier when they showed the proposal, potentially days ago, it feels like now, they showed that like most of the Nations has been redeveloped since 2008. And yet we're still struggling with basic infrastructure in front of those newly built or newly redeveloped lots. The way this proposal is framed when you get into the actual language is saying that sidewalks will be built according to existing laws where appropriate. If existing laws where appropriate would build our sidewalks, we would have sidewalks. So I'm just saying, like, you know, I think there's a lot of good intent behind this plan, and we might need a version of this plan, but it's not really solving some of the core problems that we have right now, and it's going to accelerate some of the challenges. So I'd ask us to defer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Antoinette Olison. I work in District 20 and I live just adjacent to it for 25 years. I am a realtor and I have some insight that a lot of the people who are for this don't have. I saw a lot of young people, a lot of renters who can't afford houses. And I'm here to tell you, Nashville does not have a housing crisis. We have an affordability crisis. When you build more houses, the prices go up, and we've seen that. We've already rezoned. We rezoned in 2015, and that's what allowed all of the growth. That's what, when we first allowed the tall skinnies that everybody loves to love. And I also want to say that this is just a gift to developers. And I want to say the people against this were accused of misinformation, but I didn't hear one specific bit of information. So I want to point out some of the misinformation I heard from them, okay? With the bonus of 15 feet, and some of our people were wrong too, you can build up to 60 feet, okay? In all of this 300-something acres, okay? That's massive. This is simply too large of a scope of area. We already have zoning that allows for individual, like we've done here tonight. I'm a realtor. I'm not against development. I'm not against developers, but this is absolutely ridiculous, and I'm hoping that you turn this down. The trees on this, there's nothing for protection for mature trees. Thank you. Sorry, all this time has been taken up.
Hello. First, let me start by just really appreciating your focus for this entire session. Thank you so much. My name's Freddie B., and I've been a homeowner in the Nations for over 5 years now, and I've lived in Nashville for over 7 years. And my wife and I relocated to this great state from Pennsylvania. We plan on staying here and raising our family here. We both have jobs that are remote and allow us to work from home. So we could literally live anywhere in the country, but we choose to live in the Nations because we love it so much. I also happen to work in the artificial intelligence industry, and I also consulted ChatGPT to analyze these bills and inform my opinion. Now, to be clear, I'm here to politely oppose the bill. With that being said, I listen to the supporters of the bill, and I acknowledge there are benefits of the bill, and there are some communal needs that are obviously being addressed by the bill that people are excited about. And I would like for my community members to secure what they're looking for in 99% of these cases, but not at the expense of the drawbacks of this bill. I see the appeal for approving, but give people their dadoos, give them the trees and the sidewalks and some of the much needed rezoning provisions in the bill, but don't approve it as is. And my key reasons for the opposition are it's excessive upzoning. Developers are already replacing single family homes with 2-unit builds. So growth is happening without this RM40. The city's infrastructure is currently way overwhelmed. Streets and intersections are lined with rubble and loose pebbles. People are rolling their ankles. That's not even a joke and nothing to laugh at. And the current sidewalk infrastructure is completely unsatisfactory. I'll pause there because I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chris Remke. I'm the person that most people are calling the outsider and whatnot in this arrangement, and I will say that I'm going to throw my entire script away because I've listened tonight, and what a great bunch of articulate people who did a really good job. And I think on both sides, they actually are a lot closer together than anybody thinks they are. I mean, there's some anxiety on both sides that you can throw out the dadu conversations and a lot of the really low end, the presentation by the NNA talks about gentle density in 3 and 4 units. You're going to find pretty close harmony between these groups and all of those things. And you know, let me address, I will say this. I vote, eat, and shop in this neighborhood. Councilman Horton is my councilman, and I don't think that puts me too far over in the alien category. But really, I'm astonished that we aren't working more on how do we bring this together, and what our role has become in trying to work with people. I mean, I am working with a group called Sun, but in this case, I'm really here as a constituent. But ultimately, what didn't get talked about tonight is more of what's the other end. And it is the gentleman talked about stacked flats. That is the big concern. You can organize up to 15,000 square feet. You can have up to 100 feet of length on the road, and now develop that out. If you apply this multiplier, you're going to wind up somewhere between 8 and probably 13 units on a site. I'm the guy that tells developers what they can go do. You'll stack them up. You'll run them down the street. New houses won't matter because the density is there. You'll be able to replace them. So I'm out of time, but it's that we're concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you. Do not see anyone else wanting to speak in opposition, and so I will turn it back over to the council member.
Thank you, planning commissioners, and I want to say thank you to everyone that came here, both in support and opposition, for taking the time out of the day to come here and share their thoughts with us. I appreciate all of the residents who came here in support of a more walkable, more resilient, and more welcoming neighborhood. I also appreciate all of the residents and people from across the city that came here to voice their concerns about the plan. And myself and our broader community in the Nations share those concerns. I think these are problems that have been generated by the status quo, and I think those are reasons for taking a proactive approach to addressing those problems rather than doing nothing. To take some of them one at a time, we've raised concerns about how expensive new housing has been. We understand that in the Nations. The cost of housing in a neighborhood has skyrocketed, with new bills frequently exceeding $1 million today. It's began to price middle-class families out of our neighborhood. Myself and many of the people that spoke here today would not be able to afford to buy a home in our neighborhood today if we were seeking for it. If you can afford a $1 million home, that's great. You can continue to do that under this proposal. What this does allow is provide more different options other than a $1 million home. That doesn't have to be the only option that's available in the nations. We've heard a lot of concerns about flooding. We experience that in our yard. Our alley frequently floods and floods into our backyard. It's gross. Our dog gets muddy, runs all over the house. That's a problem with the status quo. Under our current rules, people can and frequently do cover the entire lot in impervious surface. That's one reason that flooding has gotten so bad and continues to get worse on a daily basis. This plan addresses that by limiting the amount of the lot that can be covered with impervious surface, making sure the ground can soak up the stormwater and make sure that our flooding in our neighborhood does not get worse. We've heard a lot of concerns about how many trees we've lost with new developments. I completely agree. Trees are enormously beneficial. They're not just beautification. They provide shade. They provide privacy. They help soak up stormwater. It also helps make our neighborhood more walkable. On a given summer day, our neighborhood can be 5 degrees or more hotter than Sylvan Park right across Charlotte because we've lost so much trees, and you feel it walking around our neighborhood. But that's not a reason for doing nothing. That's a reason for protecting the trees that we do have, providing incentives for preserve healthy, mature trees, and require builders to build new ones. Currently, when new development comes to our nations, they scrape the entire lot of 4 or 5 healthy, mature trees, and they might plant one in its place. It's not adequate, and the status quo is not sustainable on that. We've also heard concerns about whether new development is consistent with the character of our neighborhood. Currently, you can and do, builders frequently do build McMansions 3 stories tall that are being priced up to $1.5 million. It's expensive, it doesn't look good in our neighborhood, and it's unaffordable. What this does is it imposes strict design standards that we've prepared over the last 2 years in close collaboration with planning to make sure that new builds are consistent with our neighborhood's aesthetic and our vision for ourselves. It caps almost all of our residential lots at 35 feet, imposes window requirements. It makes sure that we have pitched roofs and make sure that the appearance is complementary to our existing aesthetics. Overall, this has been a very collaborative process. We can always continue to engage more residents, and we'll continue to do that as this process moves forward at the council. We will continue to hold community meetings with every resident of our district that's interested in voicing their thoughts on this issue. And so I ask that you vote today in favor of planning substitute so we can continue to move the process forward and continue to engage the community on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And so as the council members concluded his comments, I'll close the public hearing. And I want to say to my fellow commissioners, we had a great presentation. We had a lot of information presented to us, and then we had quite a few folks from the community that came to speak. I do want to thank each of you for doing that. One thing I want to compliment just from chairing the meeting is you all were very orderly, and you all did operate in a way that even impressed me and exceeded my expectations. And so I say that for both those that spoke in support and opposition, and thank you for the time you've given this evening. Before I start our deliberations, I think there were a few things that, as I kind of looked over and discussed with Lucy, I think it would be really important to hear from our director's point of view. I think one of those was just about the overall purpose and intent and utilizing a UDO in this fashion. And so, Lucy, if you would address that. And then one other one I think is important because we did hear about it from a couple of different perspectives, and that's about the community's opportunity to voice their thoughts and opinions when properties move forward in a way that's different than what it is now, if this type of process is put in place.
Sure. Thank you. And I want to acknowledge all of the robust discussion. The department has been working with the council member for many months and has attended several of the neighborhood meetings with him to better understand the goals of the community here in this instance. And we were doing that sort of concurrently with the housing and infrastructure study, which was actually very helpful because we were sort of trying to better understand what the overall need within the entire city is around housing and our objectives there, while also looking at areas where we think that the growth is important. And what we've really honed in on is the important alignment between where we are developing and growing as a city and where we have infrastructure established and infrastructure deficiency. And I think one of the most interesting and challenging parts of working in Nashville right now is that we have so many areas where we have established neighborhoods, and then we have neighborhoods that are undergoing wholesale citywide change, right? And the scope and scale of the change looks really different depending on the neighborhood. As a commission, we've studied the East Bank, we've studied areas off of Trinity in districts 1, 2, and 3, and there you see sort of almost a city design problem, right? Where the neighborhood change and scope of that change is really different. And so I think some of the comments that you heard earlier about the importance of being able to zone one lot at a time is especially important in areas that don't have established street networks. And we have those parts of our city that don't have well-established street networks. That's not the case here. And so I think you have to really think about the context as we're thinking about the appropriateness of wholesale zoning change or not. So we don't recommend wholesale zoning change on the East Bank, even though we did all that study, because that area is still forming itself in a very different kind of a way than some of the established neighborhoods. So that's one sort of point. A challenge that we struggle with in the department is that the city, starting in the 1990s or thereabout, underwent massive downzonings. And so we downzone whole parts of the city to single family. And as a department, and I reflect back on what we were thinking about in the 1990s and 2000s, we were probably trying to understand the infrastructure impact of doing that. And so, you say, well, the infrastructure impact of a downzoning may not be significant. But what we were failing to do as a department was say, well, what's the impact then on the overall housing policy of the city if we're going to downzone throughout the city? And that's what we're trying now, I think, with the housing and infrastructure work to come back into terms with, that there are really important challenges and impacts when we upzone and when we downzone uniformly and without real thought. And so I think the context is important. I think we should absolutely grapple with significant upzonings. But we should absolutely grapple with the history of downzonings as well and what that's meant for the city. I think that you asked about the UDO. I mean, in my mind, given these varying contexts in the city, we are going to need to apply a variety of different tools to solve and help us improve the livability in the future of how we're growing and developing, and UDOs are a tool to do that. I also firmly believe that we need to heal the whole code and make sure that we have design standards in the base districts to do really good work, so we're not so reliant on UDOs. But this process was really started in this district before the housing and infrastructure study began. And so I think we sort of have to honor the work that was happening while we also try to heal those base zoning districts. And so I think you can have a both and conversation here. But so anyway, I think the UDO, we developed a UDO in Wedgwood, Houston to address design guidelines. I think there are some similar characteristics here. The reason, and I'll just close with this, the reason we shaped the planning analysis around infrastructure readiness is because that's the conversation we're having as a whole community. There are parts of this city that would not be ready for wholesale zoning change, again, in part because they don't have basic building blocks for the kind of growth that, we might imagine. And so you've got to really think about where, and again, contextually, where that's appropriate. That's why the staff report was written the way that it was, to focus on areas that are well served by alleys or closer to corridors and the like. And we ended up removing some areas that we thought were less appropriate. And so, or recommending to you to do that. And so I just give you that context. It's an important conversation for us to have, and we as a commission are going to need to be working through that in the coming months as we talk about the housing and infrastructure work overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. We'll open it up to Commissioners, I know we were quiet for a long period of time. And so if you need to prepare your voices to speak, give you a moment to do so. But while you all are thinking, I do have one question. And Lucy, I hate to call on you again, and maybe, if there's someone else on staff that's more appropriate, I guess, to answer this question. But we also, you highlighted this in what you just mentioned, and you talk about kind of the dynamic state we're in when we talk about our planning department and planning for the city. But we also are in a dynamic state even outside of just our city planning in the way that we interact with our state legislature when it comes to our tools that we have for addressing affordability. And I know that came up quite a bit when we had those that were speaking on this case. And I know obviously the work that we're doing with the Unified Housing Strategy and then the Housing and Infrastructure Study. And so when we talk about zoning and we talk about some of our tools, I wonder if it's important to address that, because I think there were some very specific comments about creating housing diversity, not necessarily creating affordability. But I think there's some tools now that planning has, or at least is envisioning, to be able to give that further guidance to our development community when we talk about newly built structures.
Yeah, so, sorry. You probably remember some of Mr. Claxton's presentations to you talking about where we have market constraints right now on both the lower end, but also the upper end of the market, and that Nashville has gotten sort of out of alignment. And so some of the conversations that we're trying to get our arms wrapped around in the housing and infrastructure work, and we're engaging with council as well, is on the supply side and where we have a need as a city to have more units, and of what type, and to have a diversity of units for different phases of life and different needs and goals that we have as a city. So there's that sort of component of the discussion. Many of you are aware that we had an inclusionary housing program that was preempted by the state some years ago. The state has now enabled the cities to have a bonus, a zoning bonus that would explicitly address affordability. And that will be part of a package that we bring to council as part of the housing and infrastructure work. So it's enabled by the state, but it has not been yet adopted by council. And that's something that we'll need their approval to do. But we are intending to bring that before this body and then subsequently up to council if you recommend it. So there will be some explicit responses around affordability as part of the zoning code, not just here, but we're taking as approach within several of our districts. And so, yes, I think we're acutely aware of how important the cost discussion is, and that zoning and supply do have a role in addressing that. We can't solve it all in zoning and land use, but there are pieces that we can absolutely move forward on.
Thank you, Lucy. With obviously what we've heard from the council member, from those who spoke, and Lucy's comments there, I wanted to make sure I gave time for our commissioners to ask any questions or open it up for discussion. Commissioner Tibbs.
I did want to start after having been a part of a lot of different commission meetings. I really do. I would echo your compliments to everyone, because this was the most orderly of presentations and respectful as well. I really appreciated that, and we appreciate that, because we want to hear you out, and I really commend you on that. And as Mr. Rimke brought up, as he brought up the rear, but he really did. There's a lot of aspects of it, although, there are obviously differences, but there are a lot of aspects. You guys are a lot closer than a lot of times we've done this. So, which is very encouraging from our standpoint, because we know that it's not there has been work done, and the work that was done on councilperson, even with the differences, you can definitely see that there was a lot of good synergy with it. So I do appreciate that. it just seems like there was definitely some miscommunication on some of the meetings, but other than that, I do think that this is a workable plan. And as Lucy says too, and I definitely won't even attempt to try to be eloquent as she was with it, but there's a lot of good tools here. And I do think that even with some nuances of communications and maybe some other things that could even continue to develop, and whether how that develops. Only one specific question. I guess, Bob, you're someone is left standing now, but there were a lot of different, there was a few times about the height. It was different information out there with that. And I remember in the beginning there was like some of the height changes will actually stop a lot of the tall, skinny things. Do you mind just reiterating that for the record? I'm looking at you, Bob.
Yeah, I don't know if Maddie's ready to attempt that one. I mean, I can talk about the residential neighborhood character area. That's the bulk of this area, not along the corridors, but for single family, two family, it's a 35-foot maximum height. Stack flats, multifamily is 35 feet on interior lots and 45 feet on corner lots. But there are different character areas.
What's the bonus?
So one thing I would like to say is we did just give a great amount of compliments to you all. So if there are some things that our commission wants to discuss, please allow us the ability to do that. Thank you.
There is a development bonus height. I'll read the whole thing. It says stacked flats, multifamily development located on interior lots is entitled to an additional 15 feet of height if a minimum of 25% of the units within the development are 3 or more bedrooms, or a minimum of 50% of the units within the development are 2 or more bedrooms. Prior to the issuance of building permits, an instrument shall be prepared and recorded with the Registers of Deeds office, covenanting that the multi-bedroom units utilized to obtain eligibility for the bonus height shall be maintained for the life of the building.
Commissioner, okay. Are there other questions or other comments? Commissioner Clifton?
There are a lot of different things to discuss, and it's getting late. I don't know, we certainly have talked about it a lot, but the sort of intentional downzoning that our city focused on for many, many years has brought us to this to some degree. And I think maybe most all of us have heard this discussion, but it might be helpful to people on both sides of this issue to hear a little tad bit more on that. It has not always been the case that everything was the equivalent of RS zoning at all. I mean, I live in admittedly a sort of a urban sort of neighborhood. I live in an R4. You know, there's no RSs, there's no anything like that. It's a new thing that was done to provide for wealthier people, frankly, and forgetting about everybody else. And we were part of a community that did this. But I wanted that to be an introduction to go into it a little bit more. maybe I don't need to. But that's the kind of the context we're dealing with here. That's why people are wanting to see an upzoning, essentially something that will get us off the ramp of making all sorts of available housing for the very, very highest end in terms of financial status in this county. And while we have such a deficit of affordable housing, I don't know. I just think that's maybe when we hear a proposal that's trying to provide to try to put the brakes on the very high-end development that we have had for so long. That may sound crazy to some people, but it doesn't for those of us who want to see a community and a county that can have low and moderate income and middle income people as well as upper income people. And so these are efforts we're trying to make with council members who are interested in doing it to bring that about. So it's a valiant effort we're making. I don't know if I'm leaving some things out. It's a very short history of kind of where we are, but it's simply been a terrible few years for people in Nashville who were not well off enough to afford huge rents or buying prices. So I commend, frankly, the group that brought this to us. Although one of my best friends out there will not like me saying this, this is the antithesis of what happened in the 16th district. It really is. Maybe not everybody was at the right meetings, but and I'm sure everything could be different, but this is not what was brought to us before, which was essentially to upzone there, but without anybody, without any neighborhood group or anyone else knowing it was going on. And so that's a little bit of a difference here. It's a big difference. That's what I think, at least. So I'll shut up for a while. I'm not about to talk too much, you know me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments or other? Yeah, Commissioner Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say that this staff is tremendous. A lot of work has been put into this, and I like to commend the council person. Looks like a lot of work's been going on for 2 years, and those that have stayed here to 10 o'clock tonight to make your voices known, and we appreciate that, and we don't take it lightly. I think before us tonight, though, I think we need to make one of three decisions, right? Whether to recommend approval of what the staff has suggested, disapproval, or maybe the other thing is defer. Is that the three things that we could do? All right. Or amend. All right. So I've listened, I wrote down about 12 things that those in opposition have stated. And I do want to say one thing about trees that you forget is that trees brings birds. So I like birds. So I just want to make an asterisk. So one of the things that the opposition is talking about is that, and Director, you can talk about this really though, they feel that if we were, and I don't want to take the words out of their mouths, but if we were to recommend approval, that would some kind of way take their ability away to have a voice in future zoning. Is that correct?
That's what I heard. Yeah, I mean, there's a different zoning one lot at a time.
Right.
Which is very important in neighborhoods that are not established with basic grids, and there are those neighborhoods in this city, versus having zoning that is made more holistically in a neighborhood that is generally established. That work is reviewed at a permit level for any improvements that are needed by stormwater, NDOT, and the like, but there isn't a council process associated with each rezoning. But yes, that is a distinction I heard in the feedback.
Right. Yes. So they do have a voice. It's not that they don't have a voice at all. They do have a voice.
I think the review is different. So when you undertake a rezoning like this and you want to develop under those existing entitlements, the impact is assessed by the departments that are charged with infrastructure investment in the city. Each one of those development proposals does not go through council. But in a healthy housing ecosystem, in a city with a healthy housing policy, would not have every development project go to council. That is something that would severely degrade our ability to grow well. So we have to find a way to grow in areas that already have good infrastructure, or where infrastructure investment is going to happen alongside that growth in a meaningful way.
And so if we were to, if there was they talked about traffic studies and stormwater And
So that would happen, and Bob, jump in here. That happens when you're entitling projects. It also happens for projects that are already entitled. You cannot just build projects. You have to be reviewed by those departments to make sure you're meeting all of the basic standards. So it's just a different, but we don't need council to tell us when to do a stormwater project. We shouldn't have to have the legislative body tell us how to do good work that we're supposed to be doing to follow the rules. So
it's like a little dance, a little sweet spot. We did underzoning, or now it looks like we're doing, what's the term you use? Overzoning or?
I definitely didn't say overzoning.
What'd you say?
I think the question is, we have to grow as a city. We need to grow in a way that continues to support a quality of life. And our governing document, Nashville Next, basically tells us to do that in areas that are well served by infrastructure and along major corridors. That's sort of our due north. And so that's what we use to assess this plan, and that's what I would urge you to do. And you can disagree with us, certainly. As a commission, tell us, we think you got this wrong or that wrong or what have you, but that's our due north. And so when I look at this, when I compare it to other parts of the city in Northwest or Southeast that are less well established in terms of the physical infrastructure, I think you're set up a little bit differently for growth.
And so the staff makes a recommendation to the commission. Is that correct?
We've made a recommendation to you, you're deliberating, and then you would make a recommendation to Metro Council or to this council member, and he would entertain your recommendation.
All right. And then at the council, they have an opportunity to voice their opposition again?
Yes, so we are an advisory body to the rezoning. So we're advising council on what we think about the rezoning, and then council has a whole separate process, including 3 readings and a public hearing where lots and lots of folks show up and voice their views. And I think the members are very attuned to issues of growth and development right now. And so there's that. And I would also say council looks at things differently than this body. This body needs to be a professional body looking at planning and infrastructure issues, and council, takes other factors in mind. I don't know if our new legal counsel wants to add anything else about council process.
Yeah, so I think that you're 100% spot on. The council is less restricted in what they can consider, so they can consider pretty much anything in a proposal like this.
So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew the process of how it works and so forth. Thank you for explaining that. You did very well. It was very eloquent. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I have nothing further right there.
Yep. Mr. Moore.
Thank you. So I also just want to be clear at what I'm hearing. And I think what I'm hearing is you're saying that this particular UDO works in an area like that because it's structurally set up to work with, whereas some areas of town may or may not be. That's what I'm hearing.
Nashville is in a life cycle moment right now where there are parts of the city that are city building and others that are undergoing a different kind of development, and figuring out as a commission how to talk about that growth and managing that growth with such different contexts, I think is a huge challenge. Yes, this UDO was written and has some similarities with the Wedgwood Houston UDO for more of an urban area with a gridded street network that's got some alley, areas that are served by alleys. Just like the District 16 proposal, we looked at where we think it's more set up to support that versus not, and have given you a recommendation for you to consider, what you think. I would not apply this same approach in another part of the city that was not well physically yet well formed, because you need the zoning to be a lot slower, I would say, to try to work through that city building aspect.
Well, my only concern is that, just like I'm sitting here struggling with trying to understand that process and how it works and all of that, I hear the same concern from the citizens that live in that community, maybe they haven't had the opportunity to truly understand it thoroughly enough to embrace it fully, because I did hear both sides saying that there's some good, that they see, on both sides of it. But in all things, I think it takes a little more conversation, with each other in order for people to come to, a middle point, a meeting. I tend to want to lean more toward a deferral in this case to give not only the community a little bit more opportunity, but us as commissioners, I know in my own case, more time to just really understand, what we're talking about making a decision on. And so that's just my comment. I think that a delay would be somewhat appropriate, but I'm willing to listen to what everybody else says.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go on, Councilmember.
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate thanking everyone who came out today and stayed so late to voice your concern. I do appreciate the engagement that has been conducted with this project. And I totally agree and understand. In fact, the UDO part of it for me is a no-brainer. The other part of the mass rezoning, I understand, and the results or preliminary findings from our H&I housing and infrastructure study support kind of what has been proposed here. I do have a question though before I go on with the residential neighborhood character area. How far is that area? How far did you all go from the corridor with that area? Like how much quarter of a mile? What was the space span between the major corridors and the area of the residential neighborhood character?
Yeah, so we looked at, we had parameters. And so if it's within a quarter mile to 51st Centennial or any commercial, like mixed-use corridor or neighborhood center area, we considered that to be one of the parameters in supporting higher density.
Okay. Thank you. And again, that does kind of fall in line with the preliminary recommendations from the housing and infrastructure study. My second question is, and I just want to be clear and make sure the public is clear, how many parcels, or do we know how many parcels in that residential area are vacant, where somebody would be able to develop them tomorrow after this legislation is passed?
I don't believe we have the number of vacant parcels. We could probably figure that out, but we don't have that this evening.
Well, the reason I asked that question, I just want everybody to understand that although this rezoning may happen for this area, it doesn't necessarily mean each parcel is going to be redeveloped to this new standard, because, the people who are living there currently.
Well, that was the map that Maddie showed in her presentation. Since 2008, the number of parcels that have had building permits and have had new homes built since 2008 was about 53% of that area. So that was, we factored that in making our recommendation that this was not, that many of these properties likely won't redevelop in the near term. They could, but I mean, it's not as likely if you have a new home that's been built in the last 10 or 15 years on the property. So that's the map that's on the screen that shows that the red dots are the parcels that have had new construction since 2008.
Thank you. And that's a good point to bring out, that there has been a lot of new development in the area. So it's unlikely that many of these parcels would be redeveloped. Is that
right?
Is
I mean,
that what I'm
they
hearing?
could potentially have a dadu or something like that added, but we felt like it was unlikely that they would be torn down and redeveloped if they just had a new house built on them in the recent past.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. As a parent, my husband and I, with two adult sons who have both moved back home to save money to purchase homes, I totally appreciate the DADU allowance here. So I'll keep listening. I will only say that if we approve this today, I do hope that there would be, and I think the council member alluded to, more discussion, more engagement, so that more residents in the area have an understanding and have an opportunity to ask any questions or address any concerns that then could be amended before this passes at the council level, because I did hear some valid concerns about the lack of details with sidewalks and the tree replacement, and even with the affordability, although there's not much we can do as far as restricting affordability because of state law. Even the bonus program is a voluntary program. So I'll just say that if we move forward today, I would hope, and I think the council member alluded to, reaching out and getting more neighbors involved to address the questions and adding more detail to some of the issues that were brought up. Thank you.
And I did want to point out that the council bills have been filed, and it's been more than 30 days. So there is a public hearing scheduled for August 5th at Metro Council.
Thank you for pointing that out. I'm not sure if that leaves a lot of time.
Yeah. So what does that mean for if we did do a deferral?
It means that, the commission is in a position where you need to make a recommendation tonight because the bills are on track to be heard on second reading August 5th at Metro Council.
My advice, anytime you want to talk about a deferral, is to talk with the applicant or the council member and invite him to give his perspective about the process or the next steps or what he envisions, and go from there.
So as you come to the front, councilperson, I do agree with Commissioner Marshall. The reason why I was saying a deferral at this body, because it was close, and I generally agree with most things in it. I'd like to see, as you get the feedback from, do another group, get the feedback, that any of the technical things could come back to this body to review as opposed to being worked out in council. No public hearing, just like we could just get to it, and then we'd have the opportunity to work through any kind of technical things. But with the time frame, I understand.
Yeah, mic check. I appreciate the thought behind that. The technical details of this have been worked out exhaustively over the course of several years. I think, to the extent that there's larger or more basic questions that community members may have, those are conversations that we've had for 2 years and we can continue to have. We have another community meeting on Monday about this and another one on Tuesday next week. We'll continue to gather community feedback from this, as well as at the public hearing. This is a zoning code issue, so it's also amendable on third reading at the council, not just second. So we'll continue to work through this with community members as we have previously. As well as, of course, always take any technical advice that planning has had. That said, I've bothered planning staff about this since October 2023. The technical details of this this is a very deliberately thought out plan. And I don't anticipate planning have a changing of heart of any of the feedback they've provided so far, and all of the expertise and guidance that they've very helpfully offered as part of this plan.
Thank you, Councilmember. So again, as we said earlier, we're in deliberation with just our commissioners. We've closed the public hearing. Commissioner Marshall or Commissioner Leslie, are there other comments before we proceed?
Certainly. I kind of struggle with, first of all, I understand that you and planning have worked on this for quite a while. Mm-hmm. However, that's internal. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean that the wrong way, but that is internal. Mm-hmm. The public also deserves, to understand what is going to affect them as well. And so I still would rather for it not to come across as though we're just pushing it through, and because of dates that are already set and stuff like that, I would lean more toward the community understanding exactly what the effect that it's going to have on them. So I would still lean toward us, asking for a deferral for at least, a meeting or so, just to give the community an opportunity to know a little bit more, because I'm struggling with it, trying to make sure that I understand. But I do hear it, though. I do hear that the technical part has worked out, and this is a good fit, a good way to do it in this particular area because the way it's set up and all of that. But that still doesn't take off the table for me that we all ought to understand it.
Well, let me put our new legal counsel just on the hook to help us understand procedurally, assuming council member didn't defer, do any steps on his end, what happens with a zoning proposal that the planning commission defers where you've already made an entry? Can you just help us understand procedurally how our recommendation would be processed?
So because 30 days have passed, the public hearing can move forward at council. The planning commission can still render a recommendation at its next meeting. That will occur, I believe, before the bill is on third reading at council, assuming it passes on second reading on August 5th.
That's correct. Yes.
So your recommendation would still be relevant to the proceeding of the bill. So, if it was approval, the bill would be approved. If it was disapproval, the bill would be disapproved on third reading at council.
So with that knowledge, I think we do have the opportunity to elect to defer. I think the one thing that I always like to echo from our true chair and conversations that he's had with our director is that if we as a body are electing to defer, that there should be very clear guidance given to staff as to what we would anticipate and expect to see in that time period. I understand the gesture that we are attempting to make, that there's more time given to community members, but in effect, if we come back to this body again, without any material difference from a policy or a technical standpoint, I'm not sure our deferral has the same type of impact that it may in another situation. So I just want to make sure that's understood here. With that said, we've deliberated for a bit of time. Is there a motion that we would have presented to the body? You may ask a question. We still are in deliberation. Go for it.
Well, I would like to know what we would be deferring it for. If there's a motion for deferral, I would like to know the specific reason.
I think that's kind of the point. If there is a motion for deferral, I think we need to elaborate as to what we are anticipating to be presented to us in the time period from when we would hear this again.
Could you say your thing? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you go right ahead.
Well, Commissioner Leslie, you were saying we need to have a reason why you want to know my reason would be just what I'd said, just another time for the community to get together. Councilperson says the details have been worked out, but it's, I don't think I've ever done this without a deferral, honestly. But anyway, just for an opportunity for just another meeting to talk through, because like I said, it was mostly, actually even others said, it was so close, you could almost get a good unilateral decision. So if we were going to do a deferral, yes, it would be mostly for, only thing I need for staff to do is just to listen and to be able to help the information with it. But if it could be worked out, after second reading, or I could be okay with that too, I guess, but I just want to make sure, I want to make sure that the community gets their opportunity to, everybody to hear it. There's been a lot of work put into it, but there's been a lot of people here don't, still want to know more about the details. And for such a big thing that I think that it's an opportunity for continued conversation to make sure that happens. Is that big enough?
Thank you. Yes, council member.
Thank you. Question from the staff. If there was a deferral, would you all have an opportunity to, do you think that you have exhausted all the detail, I guess, in this plan? Is there an opportunity to add more detail in response to some of the comments we had heard today regarding sidewalks, regarding stormwater, and heights?
No, I think we have addressed, we've looked at this plan for months and months. And so from a staff level, I don't think we would have any changes. And based on what I've heard this evening, I don't think that we would have any changes based on our review against land use policy. We're looking at these plans based on what is the land use policy in the area and what is good urban design. And we feel like we've got adequate standards in the UDO, and I don't know of anything that we would recommend at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
So with those questions addressed, I think we're still at a point where we will need a motion. And I think it's time to call for one based on our length of discussion. I do, again, commend the amount of work that the planning staff has done. I think when we talk about the depth of a presentation that we've had, it's been one of the most in-depth. I think when we talk about the amount of analysis that's been presented to us, it has been very detailed. I think obviously the council members spent quite a bit of time with us this evening, and so have constituents. A lot of that's been expressed, and it sounds like there's an opportunity for 2 more meetings prior to a public meeting that will be held again at council. And so there will be several more opportunities for the community to interact directly with the council member and then with the council body at large. And there are opportunities to make changes and modifications at that level as well. Within our purview, and we've heard from our executive director about the belief in the structure of how this process was done and that it is of a quality of planning that we feel comfortable with as a department. I think our decision today should be based on that knowledge and what's in front of us.
All right, so I make a motion to disapprove as submitted and approved as substitute for both.
So I was going to say, I think we need 2 separate motions. So that would be a proper motion for 28A.
Okay.
Which is the request to rezone.
And go ahead and make the motion for the.
It's a proper motion for item 28A. Is there a second? Second. Proper motion. Cut myself off. Hearing a proper motion in second, I call for a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. We'll now call for a motion for 28B.
Make a motion for 28B, disapprove as submitted and approved a substitute.
With conditions.
With conditions.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Is there a second? We have a proper motion and second. I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes, and that will take 28A and 28B as passed on our agenda. And
You're voting on staff's recommendation, just for the record.
that is, yes, staff's recommendation to disapprove as submitted and approve a substitute on 28A. And on 28B, staff's recommendation to disapprove as submitted and approve a substitute with conditions.
Disapprove without all conditions.
And correct. Absolutely. Thank you, Bob. I think we should let folks exit, but absolutely, Commissioner Clifton will entertain your question.
You're right.
If there's a question, it can be asked to a staff person, but we're still in the midst of our meeting. So if you can do that outside of the chambers, we would appreciate that. And council member, respectfully, if you would take all, excuse me, if conversations would like to continue outside of the chambers, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Commissioner Clifton?
I think we did what we needed to there, but just to clarify, if the council member or some other person brought to the attention of the staff some question or concern or something like that, then that doesn't mean it comes back to us, but we would comment to the best of our staff's ability about what the implications of the question were.
Yeah, I mean, if council wants to if council through its process comes up with additional conditions, we have a process where staff can provide feedback if we think it's within the scope of your review and what you've said. If the recommendation is outside of your recommendation, then it would be referred back to you. And I would work with the council director on that. Does that make sense?
Right, and if there were a technical issue asked of the council member and he wanted to have a colloquy with the staff, that's fine. It doesn't involve this commission making another decision, but you're there for that, right, as a staff?
We review any changes that council makes against what this commission has said and what the scope of your review. And if we see that a condition has exceeded what you've said, then it's referred back to us. If somehow it got more restrictive, more narrower in scope, then it doesn't get referred back.
Gotcha.
Because it's
Okay.
more
That's right. That's right.
strict than what you've said. But there is a process for that, yes.
Very, very important to note. Thank you, Commissioner Clifton. I will advance us in our agenda. It's been quite the evening. I'll try to expedite this, but we'll not skip any important matters. I do believe this brings us to, which would be item number 36, our Historic Zoning Commission report, but we do not have our representative there. So is it okay if we bypass that item? Item number 37, the Board of Parks and Recreation report, I believe that falls to me. Maybe there will be interested parties who watch this back for this critical update, but the plan to play update is still underway for the Parks and Recreation Department. It's an extremely important opportunity to gain feedback. That survey is open until the end of this month, and there's also an interactive map that those who complete the survey also have an opportunity to engage with and provide some unique feedback there. So just want to encourage that. And I do not believe there's an executive committee report, considering our executive committee is not present. But I will turn it over to Councilmember Gamble for legislative update.
Thank you, and I will just say for a legislative update that the planning staff presented to the Joint Planning and Zoning, Transportation and Infrastructure Committee week or so ago, the latest findings and recommendations from the Housing and Infrastructure Study. And from what I understand, we will be getting a presentation here on those final recommendations. There will be at least 4 weeks of community engagement, additional round of community sessions for the community to review the latest phase of recommendations. And after that, we will be moving into the legislative stage with introducing legislation. So for the viewing public, just wanted to let you know that the commission will get the presentation and recommendation from the planning staff. There'll be more community engagement and review, and then moving on to the legislative process.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Gamble. Lucy, I know we did accept your report as part of the consent agenda. Do not want to skip over you if there was anything critical you felt that the commission.
Just we're here again next first time, I thank all of you for spending time in July with us. I know how hard you work. This is a hard-working commission, and we are grateful to you. Thank you.
Made this guy want to come back on permanently.
Yes, thank you, commissioners, for that. And just to be mindful, there are 2 meetings currently planned in August. The next one would be the 14th in this space, and then we would return on the 28th, unless told otherwise, to Howard campus. I call for motion to adjourn.
We adjourn.
All right, so thank you all. We are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.